go.
Let's go, people. Good morning, everybody. How are we doing? What is good? How are we all doing in the stratosphere of the trading industry? Oh, my shoulders are stiff today. I hit a gym session last night and I am paying for it this morning. How are we all doing, guys? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to all of our international brothers and sisters out here in the 5ers family. How are you doing, Rich?
Not too shabby, hey Nige, not too shabby. I have a bit of a busy day today, which I'm actually looking forward to because,
That's always good.
yeah, the electrical issues that we had this last while has kind of led to me falling behind on my work, which I've caught up somewhat. So today, being a busy day, it's going to be a good thing because then it means that I would have had electricity to finish my work. So I'm quite happy for that. They have apparently gotten the issue. They figured out what it was, and everything was hunky-dory. Hopefully,
Nice.
continuing forward should be good. How are you? How was your shoulders, my friend? How was the gym?
I'm stiff. I had a good chest day. It's good, man. A little bit tired today. Again, I'm not sleeping well. I think I need to buy an aircon unit. My room is just so hot and stuffy at the moment. And in this heat wave, the heat wave's beautiful, but trying to sleep in it, it's hard. It's tough. It's tough. So I'm gonna have to do something about it. But other than that, yeah, dude, I'm good. I've already journaled down my sleep. I've already guzzled some water. This is my second bottle of water. Also got
Nice.
myself a espresso, so that's all gravy. Yeah, life is good, my man. Life is good.
I had a hot chocolate coffee this morning, so you'll see this here is residue of chocolate crema.
Isn't that a mocha?
It's a chocochino, I think.
Bougie.
Yes.
Very bougie, mate.
Chocochino.
Oh,
If it's chocolate, it's got chocker. If it's coffee, it's got mocha.
Wait, so
I
basically
don't know.
it's frothy hot chocolate, maybe?
Yeah, it's coffee with 2 scoops of hot chocolate into it.
Interesting.
And then I don't add sugar. The hot chocolate has enough sugar in it. But this is my morning. Congratulations on waking up and getting up and doing some stuff. Here you go. Enjoy some chocolate coffee.
Dude, I kind of rate that. I feel like I deserve a congratulations for getting up today. What can I give myself?
You already gave yourself hard working in the gym, a bottle of water, and a nice coffee. And you have the pleasure of my company for an hour.
Well, that's why I'm wondering. Why am I being punished?
Isn't it?
Like, I thought I deserved something
Why
nice.
am I being punished? Dude. Anyway, let's say hello to everybody in chat. Success Point Cigar is saying hello. That was 3 hours ago. Dude, we're not live 3 hours ago. We're awake, but we're not live.
God, we're barely awake. 3 hours, yeah. Damn.
MGN, morning greetings to you. Welcome to everybody joining us from us to you. Welcome to everybody. We've got Kavish saying, morning London and Protea gang. Morning to you, sir. Gosh. We've got Leo. Hello. Good morning to you as well. We've got Azrael Trades, who is back. He was away for a little while. Good morning, guys. I'm back. Yesterday was a little bit busy.
Yo, Azrael Trade. What's good, brother?
Good to see you back. We've got Shiku saying, good morning. Good morning to you as well. I like the stream. Did you? I like the stream. Did you?
I like the stream. Did you?
I like the stream. Always. So, guys, if you haven't already, drop us a like. We really do appreciate that. Maybe we should do the like goals and then start doing giveaways if we reach like goals.
Dude, that'd be pretty cool.
That would be pretty sick, I think.
That would be pretty sick. Guys, let us know in chat. Would you like us to do giveaways if we hit like goals?
Not pro. Hello, sir, from Bangladesh. Hello from
Yo, big shout out
Bangladesh.
to Bangladesh.
Naxaris is saying, good morning. Good morning to you. I'm perfect. Or is it imperfect?
I'm gonna go
Imperfect.
with I'm perfect. I believe in him. I believe he's perfect.
I also believe in him. He's perfect.
But it
Hello,
quite,
everyone.
It quite possibly be imperfect.
Yes, only 257 subscribers away for us reaching 110k subscribed now and help the 5ers community unlock the next giveaway. Yes, please. We've got Pratik. Hello, Pratik. We've got Elvis. Good morning, Elvis. We've got Giovanni. Buongiorno, Giovanni.
Buongiorno, Giovanni. Ciao, bella.
Yes.
Pretty sure that's Hello Beautiful. Ciao, bella. Ciao, bella. I'm sure that's Hello Beautiful.
It could be. Giovanni will let you know whether or not you've just either insulted him or. Had,
Oh no, I've definitely not insulted him. I know that. I know that I've not insulted him, but I may have got that wrong. Ciao, bella. Yeah, my man.
Gavish, Rich, I am looking to put a buy from 29,441 until high of yesterday NQ. All right. I'm going to get a screen share up.
That's interesting because I was just looking at gold. I'm waiting for a little bit of a pullback for a short. I missed this move because obviously this was half a five tonight. So
that's
this
gold.
was this is gold. So this is what I was looking at, and then I just moved over onto the Nasdaq and saw this drop here. So my thoughts are we could see a little bit of downwards movement first, and we are super bearish as well, by the way, guys.
Okay, that is. Well, we're bearish on the higher time frames. Right now, this morning, we had some bullish movements on Tokyo, and we've kind of reached a little area of consolidation. So, slowed its upward ascent and reached kind of like a bit of a plateau. And we'll see whether or not there's this fullness of a continuation pushing lower, or if this is going to be a little bit of sideways action and then potentially a push up.
I think we can push up. I just think it's not now.
Not right now at all.
Indeed.
So 29,441. Okay, so you're waiting for the breakout. Okay, so if Kavish, if Tokyo highs get swept, a break above, then you would be looking for a buy. All right, that makes sense. That does make sense. So right now we've reached a little bit of consolidation. We'll see. We've got a little bit of downward pressure right now. These candles looking like this potential to maybe push a little bit lower. I'm wondering if we're going to break lower than 29,326 and then potentially come down to maybe 29,235 to 240-ish. I have this new indicator on my screen. Do you see this?
Do I see what? Oh, yeah.
So this is TLM higher time frame candles. The TLM thing doesn't really matter. It's the higher time frame candles, which is kind of cool. You can have multitude of higher time frame candles. So I've got the 4 hourly, 6 of them, 6 1 hourly candles, and then the last 6 15-minute candles as a reference point.
I mean, that's actually pretty sick.
It is actually pretty cool.
That would piss me off a little bit.
Why?
It would just... I feel like it would distract me a bit.
So, it's not... I mean, if I go to the 4 hour, it's not there or anything. I still have to do my analysis. But I have caught myself quite a few times thinking, we're ready to turn before the hourly candle has locked up, as an example. And then we just don't get the turn. We kind of like get this, like, we just... I kind of have been looking at this from yesterday. I was like, I kind of like this. I don't know, like,
Dude, I rate that. Yeah, I rate that. I
so
like the hourly. If I was to have something similar, it would just be the hourly. Because I can
yeah, I
flip
mean,
between the 5 and the 15 easy enough. And I
you
only
can
check
do
the 4 hourly on
6
a
higher
monthly.
time frames.
Dude,
So
that's
you
pretty.
can go whatever time frame you want from the 1 minute all the way to 12 months.
Oh my
So,
god.
dude,
Just
I
chuck
kind of
on
like
the.
this. It's pretty cool.
No, yeah,
So I'm going.
I
Yeah,
rate
I'm
that.
going to look how this is going to play out. I kind of like it. So we'll see. We'll see whether or not I can make anything of it. Let's put it like that.
Yeah, I like that, man. I rate that a lot. Gold didn't pull back, which sucks, but oh
Yeah,
well.
gold is busy pulling a little bit. So on the 4 hourly, obviously you can see we had a massive sell off, and this was these 4 hours over here. Massive wick lower, not wick lower, but like push lower at the New York Open, which is this big 4 hourly candle that we've had. So this is the last 24 hours of price movement. So from yesterday, effectively the 4 hours before this push lower, we were already in this downward push on gold. So what is this? From Friday last week. So, hey, look who's back. It's Henry. Good evening, Henry.
Henry.
So a little bit more bearish right now. I mean, it's been bearish for a while. The only solace I would say is that we've had effectively this low point here, which is where we are right now, where we've struggled to close below on the daily. Even though we've wicked, so there might be a potential for us to try and push up again. Maybe, just maybe. Don't know. We do have a daily base candle over here, which was tested once. So right now, stuck between these 2 points. Come on, stuck between these 2 points as of right now. So I don't know. Maybe there's a potential for us to pick up a little bit of something, come push up, maybe test this 50 EMA, maybe come and test these high points over here. Otherwise, we're just going to sink lower. So we'll see. Because we're basically in this zone over here. So in this last area before we started to push bullishly, retested, and then continued pushing up. So we're basically in this area right now, right here. So
we'll see. We shall
see. Said the blind man to his deaf daughter on the corner of a round table.
What the fuck?
Mamma mia.
Mamma mia. Good morning, HP. How you doing? Good morning from Kenya. Big shout out to our Kenyan viewers.
Morning, real Elvis.
The real, not the fake one. So thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Casual trade. I took one trade yesterday, mate. One GU sell, and it hit my TP. I'm taking a holiday too because of the CPI and test some new things too. Also, big shout out to Azrael on that one. He's already told me some exciting news that he's got going on. So sounds exciting, man. Enjoy. Going back to the news as well. Let's just bring up the news real quick and let's talk about today's news. Now we can't dive too deep into it because we are not fundamentalists. However, the one and only local LJ is coming through. Well, not so local to us, but the local fundamentalist in the 5ers family.
The fundamentalist? Oh, that sounds like he's about to start a cult or something.
Yeah, maybe he'll develop
the cult of
something.
LJ, the Rose cult.
Yeah, now that sounds plausible. So he'll be coming on in about 45 minutes, guys. But today it is a French bank holiday, so
Yes.
Vive la France! Enjoy your bank holiday. Not much going to go on there, but luckily there's more countries in Europe than just France. So it's not a European bank holiday, or is it? Or is it?
It is a European bank holiday, but for France. Or it's a French bank holiday for Europe. I just said nothing That was a nothing burger.
You know what? There was a whole lot of empty calories.
Oh yeah, like celery, very empty.
That was literally the definition of empty calories in verbal form. There was no actual real value in what you just said, but you just said a
Nothing
whole
of
lot.
sustenance.
Fair.
Nothing to satiate anything or anybody. All I did was just wobble words out of my mouth, and that was it.
Anyway, so moving on from
Is it today?
moving on from that. So yeah, we got a European bank holiday, guys.
Which one is it?
Bank of England. We've got Gov Bailey speaking in about half an hour's time. So we've got Gov Bailey speaking. That's going to be orange folder news for the pound. So be
First
careful.
time today. There's another
Yes.
one later today. Yeah.
Yes, so be very careful, guys, with the pound because, like Rich pointed out, we've also got at 9 p.m. tonight, which feels rather late. But 9 p.m. tonight, we've got Gov Bailey speaking yet again. That is late for Gov Bailey. Usually he speaks around 12 noon, I'm pretty sure. Or maybe 3 p.m. But yeah, 9 p.m. is late. Anyway, to the juicy stuff, to the good stuff. 1:30 p.m. So, and this is GMT +1, so this is British summertime. We have got CPI month on month. We've got CPI year on year. We have got the CPI official data. All of this coming out at 1:30 UK time, 12:30 GMT, and 12 or whatever 30 GMT wherever you are. So you're gonna have to do the maths on that. So that's for the dollar. Be very, very careful. That is red folder news. And then at 3 p.m., so an hour and a half after that, we have got Fed Chair Warsh testifying. So he is the new Fed Chair and he is speaking. I don't know if he's going to have much of an impact. I want to say the war is coming to an end and has come to an end. So maybe they're going to get a little bit more interest in political data. However, that was changed over the weekend and the war's back on. So who knows what's going to go on now when it comes to who's interested in what and what data is going to come out and how much impact it's going to have. So my thing is, look, the data's there. Just be careful. Hot story. Yes, we have 7 hours ago for those of you trading the yen, those of you in that side of the world, of the hemisphere. Then we've got Japan, I'm not even going to try and pronounce that. Katayama. Sharp
Financial Minister.
Yeah. Sharp shift in asset management environment could prompt review for GPIF portfolio.
So that just means that there is a much higher probability of intervention, and then for them to do some sort of easing and selling off.
Yeah.
So asset management portfolio change, that's a big one for them. So it's a big one.
Yeah.
So keep an eye on the yen going forward into the next few weeks or so. Definitely going to have some sort of impact. We'll have to see if we're going to have that sell off on the yen start pushing the price a little bit lower. We'll see.
Indeed. And that wasn't scheduled impact either. That was high impact out of nowhere, I believe.
Yeah, there was no schedule for that.
That was out of nowhere. Okay, so and there you go. That's the news out for today. So I'm gonna be happy trading through Gov Bailey speaking later on at 9:45. That doesn't bother me too much. I am going to be out and done for the day before 1:30, before 1 p.m. I'm going to be out and done for the day, probably about 12:30, 1 p.m.
Yeah, I will definitely not be trading NASDAQ or even gold or any US major pair at all during that time. So it's going to be a sit on your hands and watch kind of day while that comes out. And then I will probably be trading during the New York session. So I'll be looking for predominantly New York session trades today, I think. We might have a lull today on NASDAQ. We might have a bit of a back and forth on gold. Also a bit of a lull. So we'll see. We will see.
We shall see.
Anyway, Giovanni saying, I checked gold on the 1 hour TG. I'm assuming
I'm gonna go
TF,
with time frame.
and there is an imbalance at 40.60. I hope gold could go there and open a short. So 1 hour, 40.60. So 40.60 is quite a bit up higher. That was from yesterday's
This area up here.
area up there, yeah. So 40.53 on my chart to about 40.47. All right. So this is this little segment here, I'm assuming, like that. Is that the area of imbalance that you're talking about, Giovanni? So, but then again, charts be different. This is a Owanda chart, so could be on Pepperstone, whatever. I'm going to have a look at the futures one on the hourly as well, just to see where this one's imbalance was. Why does it look so different? Doesn't even look remotely the same. 2 o'clock. That's weird.
Are you trying to compare CFD to the futures charts?
No, something happened on the futures chart here. So it counts 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 3:30, 4:30, 5:30. So something jumbled. Something jumbled there on the futures one.
On what platform?
On the 1 hour time frame.
On futures, on TradingView or the Black Arrow?
The Black Arrow. Black Arrow platform.
Let me see if mine does the same.
So I don't know. It lost like half an hour.
Half an hour just went into the orb.
Into the ether.
into the never.
Because it goes 1500, 1530, 1630, 1730. So it lost half an hour and then gained an hour. I don't know how the hell that happened. Anyway. So it doesn't seem as though my futures chart is going to be worth. Anyway, we do have that little one there. I don't know if we're going to reach that. It is nice to see that it's basically this whole segment here where we're around about the lower end of the Tokyo low, which we had a attempt at a reversal there. What we have towards the left is not all that much. I would say this area here makes a lot more sense for a potential reversal point. So you basically have that base area. So this is on the hourly. So a push up and reattempt, pushed away, retest, continued back up, tested over here, broke through, and it seems, wow, it actually seems like it's just wicked above. So this might be a continuation lower. This might be. Because it was an area, it was a base area, became an area of support, support again, broke through, and now should theoretically be tested as an area of resistance. So, maybe. Maybe. Wait, what is this bigger area that I have here? Oh, it was that area over there that we tested. We've also tested this last swing point, just barely. Yeah, I feel like there's a little bit more downside in gold. I feel like if this area where we are right now, this area that acted as an area of support and then became resistance. If this gets respected, we're going to potentially try and push down lower, maybe to try and sweep below these lows of Wednesday the 1st, potentially. Or alternatively, this whole zone that we have here is going to act as a nice area of support. We've wicked onto it and then potentially start producing a newer high, sweeping above this zone and then potentially taking this area over here. Maybe? What do you see?
Mine goes from 2030 to 2115.
Maybe there was an update to the platform.
Maybe.
At that time.
Because everything else goes 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. No, mine goes 11, 12, 13, 14,
What the hell?
30, 15, 30, all the way up to 2030, and then it goes 2115. I've got 3 different time frames going on my hourly chart.
I think there was an update or something, or like a little bit of a data leak. I don't know.
There must have been in some form of update. I'm gonna close that chart for now.
Yeah, let's just close that one for now. Anyway, and then if we do push up, we do have this area of resistance, really, area of supply, which we can potentially come and test. It might be. We'll see. It's going to be a. I'm going to call it a point break, or a break point, meaning that if we do break above this, then we're going to start pushing bullishly. And then obviously this area over here where we are right now is not really, it's just an area of interest. And then we have another break point down here. If we do break below this, we will most probably try and push bearishly if we sweep these lows with conviction. So 2 areas I'm looking at right now. I'm just going to move this out of the way just to clear it up a little bit and move that one out of the way also a little bit. I mean, we could see a bit of this pullback to try and, who was it? Was it Giovanni? Giovanni saying 460-ish. This is 40.44, potentially to these lows over here, this whole zone there, and then potentially start pushing lower. I want to see sells on gold, to be dead honest. We broke through 4K. Didn't spend all that much time below there yesterday. I actually want to see us attempt back down to 3.9.
The only issue is we're at this area here. I'll just bring my chart up real quick. We're at this area just here, which looks delicious. It does look really nice. But now the only issue is beautiful pullback zone for continuation lower. Although this area of interest is just too valuable to ignore. And it's reacted off of it perfectly with bullish impulse. So now I'm looking at it and I'm like, well, do I sell from here? Or is this going to be a rejection point?
I don't know. That's on the 5, yeah?
Yeah, this is on the 5 minute. Even on the 15, it looks nice. So, yeah, on the 15, on the hourly, it starts to disappear. Although we've still had a beautiful, I don't think we've fib pulled back it. No, not quite. But we have still pulled back quite nicely on the hourly. There's no area I want to see it pull back to on the hourly other than down here.
We're currently in the golden zone if you're looking at yesterday's complete sell-off on the 1 hourly. When we had that 1-2 strong candles pushing lower, 1 base candle, and then another continuation lower from there. Okay, I remember I used the full movement, not just the body. I used the wicks as well.
Oh, okay. As in...
Yeah.
Oh, just tapped it.
Yep.
Yeah. I reckon we can. Part of me thinks we can come up higher.
I think where we are right now is an area where we're gonna either slow down or continue pushing through. I don't think we're gonna reverse from here just yet.
What do you call reverse? What time frame are you
Reverse down lower.
reverse to the reverse down lower?
Yeah, right now we've had a little bit of a bullish leg. We need to see if it's going to continue pushing lower or if it's going to push up during the Tokyo session. We lie in wait.
Yeah. Part of me likes this for sells, but I'm not convinced on it, so I'm gonna stay out. When in doubt,
agreed.
stay out.
Yes.
But I do like it. I'm gonna leave it there because I want to see if I would have been right, because I got a few confluences, but there's also just too much experience and discretion in the market, or that I've got in the market, telling me not to enter this trade. But this is quite nice. I do like this area, so I'm going to leave it up. I'm going to leave the drawing up. I'll actually put not in this trade. There you go.
There's a good one, a good comment here. Where is it now? I just from Shane saying LJ puts the fun in fundamentalist, and then Henry follows up by saying LJism.
LJism.
Yeah, I like that. That's pretty good. Good evening to you, Henry. MA or Ma Lazara. Any giveaway? No giveaways today, unfortunately, my friend. However, we are going to start doing some monthly giveaways where you can come and battle against a pro on stream, and then if you beat them, you get a 50k account.
Le Bosch.
Well, it might not be a 50; it might even be more.
We got we got Elvis. I'm the real Elvis.
Sorry. I clicked at the same time that you clicked as well.
Yeah, fair. My bad. I'm the real Elvis. Lol. You are the OG Elvis. Sorry, mate. You can probably bring your more valuable comment up now.
Yeah, sorry, mate. It was the US30 short at 52,389.
US30. I just looked at that just now. There's
52389.
52389.
I mean, you got in on a sell now, so you should be on a little bit of drawdown as of right now, depending on where your stop loss is.
Dude, I don't like any of the indices right now for trading.
Agreed.
They're all stumpy. Yeah, they've all fumbled a bit out just as London comes into open. Same with S&P. It's fumbly. NAS is looking a little bit nicer. Maybe we can get a bit more of a push up. You know, I did think, are we going to push lower on this? But you know what? It's turned itself around. If we can get a nice break and close above, then maybe we'll see some buying pressure. You know, maybe there'll be an opportunity here to buy. But it's still a little bit fumbly. Oh, we never hit my alert yesterday.
It didn't?
No, I forgot that I even had that alert. Yeah, maybe we can see something on NAS, but yeah, S&P and US30, really not a fan. Really not into it. We've got 10 minutes now as well before Gov Bailey speaks for the pound. Ooh, actually, pound's looking quite bullish.
Okay.
Bring a break and close above here, maybe have some pullback.
Which one are we on now?
This is pound dollar.
I mean, with Gov Bailey speaking right now, would you or soon?
No, hell no would I do that. Staying well away from pound dollar and euro dollar. Euro dollar, I'll probably leave today. Pound dollar, I'll leave maybe until just before lunch.
What's the DXY looking like at the moment?
The DXY is very bearish. Hence
I
why.
mean,
Go on. This is the hourly. Yeah, the DXY's got very bearish momentum at the moment. Ren, hello.
hello.
How are you doing?
If we're going to come down on the DXY, I can see us come down to what is this? Do I have to adjust this one a little bit? Come on. Yeah, I can see us come down to about 101.06 to 101.02. It might even be a little bit lower, like 100.99. So let's say 101 kind of is the target point. So we'll just do that as a round number indicator, basically. Now, actually, you have to take that into consideration. Yeah, so let's say 101.066 to 100.98. And the reason why I'm saying this is because we had this area up over here, which we just missed, which was an area that I'd marked up previously. But if you look at that low over there, how we were struggling in this area, and then eventually we started picking up a nice sell down here. This is on the 5 minute. If I go to the 15 minute, it might make a little bit more sense. Something like this. That is exactly what we tested yesterday. Well, last night and this morning. So there's a potential chance we can come down here if we can break through this little bit of consolidation that we had yesterday. And then also you can see on the hourly, this extra hourly and extra 4 hourly one, we had quite a bullish day yesterday, but we're having a bit of a pullback. So maybe, just maybe, we can get back to this area over here. So push a little bit lower, sweep that, and then decide what to do. So yeah, I'm liking what you're saying about it being a little bit bearish. It's not super bearish, but it is it's a bit more bearish right now than what it was over the last few days. So I like this. So potential for GU and EU to go and push a little bit higher, depending on what the news is going to bring out now with, well, not the news, Gov Bailey is going to bring out.
Yeah. I've just had to clear my cache on one of my Chrome because I feel like it has freed me up a little bit, but I was lagging, man. It was doing my Sweden.
Yep, we're seeing a definite push on GU right now. We had this double bottom down here. Yesterday's roll over and Tokyo low. We're currently testing Tokyo high as we speak. This is also still quite bearish from when was this?
Yeah, we're getting a hell of a push.
From Friday. So maybe what we'll see is us coming into this area up over here. Oh, okay. Yeah. This area here.
Those who are potentially going to be FOMO in pound dollar, GU, give it 10 minutes because we've got Gov Bailey speaking in 5 minutes.
Yeah, just give it a minute.
So yeah, just give it a bit of a wide berth at the moment. Just be very careful, guys. Giovanni saying, are you already short? Dude, I'm so sorry if I start reading your name out with an Italian accent. It's just going to happen from now on. Are you already short on gold? Check the dollar is falling down for now.
Mm.
I'm not already short on gold. It's something that I'm watching, but I've got reasons not to short gold as well, and they're clashing heads a little too much. Dollar is dropping, but I'm seeing validity in gold shorts, but I'm seeing equal invalidity also. So I'm not in it. I've got it drawn up, but I can't see it being a strong sell. So no, I'm not in.
How much is this from where we are right now to the bottom end is about 18, and from the bottom of that is about 15, almost 16. I mean, if we could, I don't know, we could have a potential attempt at a push lower, come into this area over here.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, that's the area. That's the area that I'm targeting, I believe. Let me have a look.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I may just take this.
Yeah, the area that I'm looking at is
as a lower probability, lower risk trade. So if I were to, what is this? We've got 2 more minutes on this 15-minute candle. If it closes, if I just move this out of the way, if it does close bearish, like it looks like it may, I would potentially look at a sell, have my stops just at the top there. So that's going to be about, wait, let's do this. Let's do I know that's NQ. A gold single and something like this, and then potentially try and aim for that. Okay, that's what I'm going to be looking for. So 1 minute 45 seconds or so. If it closes bearish, I'm going to try for a little bit of a sell. Actually, I'm going to keep this as a 1-to-1. So something like that.
Yeah, You're right there, mate.
Yeah. I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good. I am good.
I am feel. Dude, I don't know. The reactions are beautiful. Got 1, 2, 3, 4 rejections now on the 5-minute.
Well, it's gonna be a risky trade, but it's one I'm willing to.
It is. It's too risky for me. I'm trying to. No, I'm gonna leave it. I'm considering it too much, and if I'm doubting myself too much. I shouldn't be taking a trade. There's no high value in taking a trade that you're doubting this much.
Well, we'll see. 18 seconds.
Anyway.
18 seconds.
It's a good question here from Sponsor Business. Where is the Instagram account for the 5ers gone? I know, because even I love I'm a big Instagram guy. I like Instagram, and when I saw that they disappeared, I was like, oh no, where's it gone? So yeah, guys, I think something happened in the background and someone accidentally deleted something. They are trying to sort it out. Do not worry. Hopefully it will be coming back. We do not want to lose that Instagram account, given that we had over 100,000 followers on it. So yeah, the guys are working hard in the background to sort that out. So hopefully it'll be back, but unfortunately we don't have updates on that just yet because we're not the background team. So yeah,
indeed we are not.
That's pretty much all I got to update you with. I said to the team when I noticed that I tagged them in a post, or I put a story up and I atted them, I tagged them, and it disappeared. And I was like, guys, just to let you know, the Instagram's gone. They were like, yes, Will, we know. I was like, oh, whoops. I was like, okay, all right, I'm sorry. So yeah, so I think something's happened in the background that they need to sort out. Yeah, I think someone may have accidentally Control-Alt-deleted.
Okay, that is the current trade.
Dude,
So
look, I like it. I do like. I rate your trade.
for low risk, I'm putting in 1/4% of risk on to try and make 1/4%.
Even that's too much for me. But look, yeah, dude, I rate that you're in it.
You have to live a little, and I'm aiming effectively for this reaction here.
Okay, are you aiming a little higher up than me?
Yeah, just there. Wait, are you in it?
No. I'm on about my forward tested. Dude, like, no, I'm not. Pussy.
You are with fear, my friend.
Yeah,
Fear
no,
drives you.
I'm not taking this.
Anyway. Oh, thanks, Alvin. Good morning, Richard Butler and William Davies. The best duo host streamline prop firm. Thank you. Appreciate.
Dude, I can confidently say we are definitely the best stream duo.
We
Like,
definitely are.
even outside of the trading industry, give me a better streaming duo. You won't.
Woo! MGN just emailed or messaged me saying our ticker is back up. Yeah.
Sweet. Well done.
Lakshmi, hello, Richard and Wills. Good morning. Good
Hello,
morning.
Lakshmi. What is good? Oh, this is interesting. Do you believe that the stop loss should be above the DT on 5-minute DT? What's the DT? Help me out here.
DT.
The direct. No, the down point. The down trend. Yeah, above the downtrend. Yeah.
KDX. What do you mean by DT, mate? let's if we're going to be the ones looking to potentially decide what DT stands for, it's going to be the downtrodden.
It's going to be a long morning. Daniel Battle, Trading's Anton Deck.
You mean Dumb and Dumber?
Facts, true.
Harry and Lloyd.
Yeah.
Double top. Ah, thanks, mate. Appreciate.
Double top. Where's the
I mean, it makes if you're just looking at the idea of a higher, let's say, well, let's look for any double top anywhere. It also depends on what you determine to be a double top. So,
yeah, I'm not seeing a double top here in gold.
All right, let's do this. Let's have this as an example. So here you have effectively a double low, very, very, very close to each other. This was from yesterday's gold movement. If I was looking at taking a buy from this area, it would make a lot of sense to have, for argument's sake, a entry there and then having my stop loss 1 or 2 ticks or 1 or 2 points just below that. And then depending on what I'm looking for, a 1 to 2, if a 1 to 2 was up over here, then that would make sense. But there's a caveat, there's context that is needed. It depends on where that double top or double bottom happens. In this case, if it's happening towards the end of the New York session, you tend to have a lot of flat price action and then an attempt the next day to try and sweep the lows and then a continuation. Could be a continuation lower or continuation higher, depending on whatever the price action was prior to the rollover. So in this case, if I had a double top during this segment of the New York session, I probably would not take that trade. But in terms of where to place a stop loss, the double bottom is effectively that creation and retest and then failure to push lower. It just makes sense to place your stop loss there. So in that case, it makes a lot of sense. But I would always say, look at it contextually and look at when that double bottom is happening or double top is happening. Because you get this quite often where it sweeps that low point and then it just goes in your intended direction. So take that into consideration.
Yeah, I don't think it matters what is above or where your stop loss is, as long as it's where you're wrong. And that's the magic about a stop loss. Is if you're seeing a double top and a double top invalidates your trade idea, daily testes. If that trade is invalidated by a break and close above a double top, that's where your stop loss goes. If it's a higher low, a lower low, a lower high, whatever your structural point is, if it passes that point, and think about like an if statement in coding, I suppose. If price passes,
let's not start with the ifs. Then otherwise,
that if price passes this point, trade equals invalid. So like it's that simple. If price hits a certain level for you, it invalidates the trade. That's where your stop loss goes. It doesn't matter if it's the candle above, doesn't matter if it's the daily high, the session high, the lower high, the double top. It doesn't matter what it is. It matters on what it means to you. It's buts and wills.
That's what our segment's name is. If buts and wills.
Buts and wills. I quite like that. I actually do. I rate that a lot.
Butty and Davy. Richie
and
Willie. Richie, Butty, Willie, Davy. If buts and wills. That's actually pretty cool. I kind of like that. We'll make that our new.
Dude, we should definitely call it. We should get like an intro. If buts and wills, and then it's just like a montage of me and you being me and you.
Yeah.
That actually
if Rich does this, then Will do that. Dude, I like that. All right, we actually have a few people asking us to look at a few things.
Willie Potter and Richest Butler, the best hosts ever.
Yeah, the double T in Butler, making it Butler. Ass. Elite quote saying Aussie dollar 1 day is bullish, 1 hour is bullish, waiting for 15 minutes to turn bullish to enter your analysis, please. Aussie dollar. In about, I don't know, like 6 minutes or so, LJ will be here. Elite quotes. He is our resident Aussie man. So if you would be willing to wait for him, he can give you his very, very well thought out. If code then code. He will give you his well thought out impressions of what the Aussie dollar is going to do, because he actually trades the Aussie dollar. So
he'll give you his analytics.
Real Elvis is saying, I am waiting for price to pull back to 3993.98 for me to take a gold buy. Stop loss will be at 3983.4 and the TP will be at 4047.36.
Oh, look. Let's draw that up. That was very specific. 3993. Right, bear with me. So
3993 is down here. Right, so the entry is 3993.898.
0.898. Stop loss is
3983. 0.40. And take profit would be at 40.47.
36. Whoa, that's a big one. Actually, no, it's not. It's actually just a one. But...
So,
actually, mate, I don't hate that.
That is a 5R trade.
So, no, it's not.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
What are you talking about?
Yes, it is. Sorry.
He's risking 10 points to make 50 points on gold, which is a 5R trade.
I don't know why my entry didn't actually.
No, it's not. Okay.
My entry didn't want to play ball with me. That was
Yeah.
my bad.
I think it's a good potential entry point, given the fact that we've had that effective double low over here, that nice little wick just below that, and then a continuation higher. We've already printed a higher low. We've already printed a higher high. We've swept the previous high swings here. However, I would question whether or not it would continue bullishly if we came all the way back down here again.
Yeah, I don't think we'll come that low. I really don't.
So if you got in maybe after this sweep here and then decided to enter here, then yes, that makes a lot of sense. I would just want to be cautious with the idea of a move coming all the way down to basically the low of the day, then to take the high of the day. But, my apologies, in terms of a potential trade, it looks good. It does look good, because your take profit is basically to these lows here, which was yesterday's Tokyo lows, and then also this one wick rejection basically that we had. I would try and front run that, to be honest with you. Like not just above it, but maybe slightly below it, as an example. But that's neither here nor there. So it looks good. I like it. Bear in mind, we need to have, if price does come down into it, we need to have some sort of slowdown, and then potentially look like it wants to pick up, and then you can get in on its way up with your entry. Then it makes a lot of sense.
Yes, it does, to be fair. I do like it, but we'll see. I'm just trying to find what's imminent instead of what could happen, later on or tomorrow.
Yeah.
Trade
Well,
wise,
it looks okay.
but yeah, it does look nice. The thing is, so I don't know if you guys have checked out your profile over on the 5ers hub. Now, we've released... Oh, I've completely frozen. I'm back. We've now released the 5ers personal trader profile. So, if I bring up my screen, you'll see it. So you'll see my profile here, and so this has got everything from competition accounts to play accounts to test accounts to funded accounts. And as you'll see, I've got an overall 52% win rate, 3.1 hour hold time average. So it gives us a lot of information. I've seen it. So Euro JPY's got a 100% win rate. Again, I probably traded
one trade.
Yeah, probably at one trade on the stream once.
Yeah.
So yeah, XAUUSD 100% win rate. S&P 500, that's my swing trading strategy. So that's got a 100% win rate. That is true. US 30, that's my swing trading strategy. That's got 66% win rate. That is true. Everything else is probably just stream data. But I've noticed the 52% win rate, and I'm like, oh, dude, I kind of want to improve that. So I'm going to be trying, even with my play account, I'm going to start trying to take better trade ideas. Again, here, technically, again, this is due to my stream trading. 69% of my trades are scalper trades because they're held for less than an hour. Again, that's all my stream trading data. You can see swing trading and day trading is a little bit better.
I don't think I've activated that as yet.
Have you not? Dude, go over to the hub, click on your top right, you can see up here, and then click on trader profile. Go active. It is so cool. Obviously, look, trader skills.
I'll go and have a look-see.
Yeah. So trader skills, that's coming soon. So they're still working on that. But yeah, honestly, mate, it gives you the data for all of your accounts that you've traded. So Rich, us hosts, so like Rich, LJ, all those guys as hosts, we're going to have slightly different data because we've got competition accounts, we've got test accounts, we've got play accounts.
Does it count for everything? So every single account you've ever had, or just the active ones?
That's a good question. I believe it's all the active. No, I believe. Yeah, I believe it's all the active accounts. Dude, that's a good
Yo,
question.
LJ.
Yo, how we doing?
LJ. Oh,
Good
good afternoon.
morning.
Like
Happy
in the
Tuesday.
Good
on
morning.
Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Got the
Tuesday.
the Lehman Brothers Cup on today.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Risk
I love
Management
the
Department
Is the
2008.
purple new?
Hey,
What?
Is the purple a
That's
new
just-
color? Yes, it's usually a different color.
well, I mean, I always rotate it after a while. You know, change it up.
I like my blue.
This is kind of the 5ers colors, right? You know, you got the purple and the.
Dude, I like it. Dude, it looks really nice.
Yeah.
Where,
I love that.
Where do you get
like,
this?
purple color? Huh?
where do you get this?
Where do you get what?
No,
mean
the trader thing.
Oh,
it's in
in
the
your
hub.
profile.
Yeah.
Where?
In your hub. So log into your hub, go into the top right, go into your profile, and then you can you can
okay.
activate it there.
Profile. Does this?
Says actively traded 14 assets.
What's this, Henry? What's the dagger and robes? Did I miss something or? I know that completely over my head.
Yeah, actively traded 14 assets. That's definitely not true. That's 100% stream data. I have not traded. I traded like 3 assets.
Question, Will, does this go live so everybody can see your data, or can you keep it private?
I think you can put it to private.
I believe you can put it private, yeah. It doesn't give your personal information away anyway, so for those of you who think, oh my god, it's going to give my account sizes, account equity, my account numbers, it gives nothing like that away. It's literally just your overall data, like your overall statistics. And I'm pretty sure it's for everything.
I haven't set mine up yet. I have no idea. I haven't done it yet.
I literally I created a video on it yesterday, hence why I set mine up yesterday real quick.
Oh, it says it's not published. I have to enable a public profile.
Ah, there you go then.
Oh, hang on. Give me 1 sec.
Oh, you got to make it public at first to sync with your account, and then turn it private.
Then you can go private. I thought so. I thought you can make it private.
Okay, I'll go and do that in a little bit of time because I have some other stuff that I need to get to, and then yeah, I'll do that and then get that sorted.
Yeah, to be fair, it is pretty sick.
I'll go and have a look. I mean, I have all of my stats in anyway, but it would be interesting to see those stats across the board. If it was across the board, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Because that's what a bit like you, mate. I've got all my statistics, but my statistics do not marry up with what that shows. But I was looking at it, I was like, why? I mean,
I have my stats on a account by account basis. So if that one takes all of the accounts together, it gives you your overall performance across all of your accounts, and that's interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, I can go and correlate that. It's not a problem. It's easy.
That's what I mean, because like one of my accounts has like a 30-40% win rate, and I thought, that makes sense. One of my accounts has like a 52% win rate, which actually does marry up with that. And then the other one has, I think, a 67% win rate or 72%. It fluctuates between like 67 and 72. And I looked at it and I was like, that's not true. And then I was doing more like reading into it, and I thought, oh my god, it gives the entirety of the accounts that you've traded. I thought, that's pretty cool. I was like, that's actually.
I have a 60% win rate on my futures account.
Oh, dude, I got a 50% win rate on my futures account because I took one trade that hit TP, and then I took the other trade that was a losing trade just because I needed to kickstart the 30-day inactivity period.
Louis was asking, does though work with the futures?
I mean, I think so. I'm sure it works with the future because I've only got one futures account hooked up to this, so I'm assuming so.
Does
How
it
many-
not tell you how many accounts it's looking at?
No,
No.
it doesn't. It says I've taken 794 trades. I feel
With
like
a
I've taken more.
52.5% win rate.
I feel like I've taken more than that.
And then it's split up GU, then EU, then gold. So GU is your biggest like viewer, one that you're
Which
trading
exactly.
most.
Which makes me think it's of all time.
Oh no, it's
because-
EU.
No, GU. GU's
No.
34.
Top assets by volume. So you,
Oh, right,
you
yeah.
trade euro a little bit more, I don't know, like with higher lot sizes maybe than GU. It's only CFD for now. Interesting. Okay. All right.
The guys know more than me. Fair. Well then, guys, I appreciate that. And so I don't know.
Interesting. Where'd LJ go?
Oh yeah. Bye, LJ. Dude, haven't you got a meeting to go to?
Yeah, I do.
Yep, I'm back.
It's
Sorry, I
in
just got
3 minutes.
I just got a call about the water thing. They're going to come through soon and sort it out.
Fair.
We got no hot water right now, which I do want a hot shower later because it is cold. That's why I put this one on. It's a little bit thicker.
It's
So-
bloody freezing in
Freezing
Australia. It's only 22 degrees Celsius.
It's 22. Anyway, gentlemen, I'm going to have to love and leave you. I have a little meeting. So I will see you all in... When will I see you all? I will see you all this afternoon at 12 GMT. I have another meeting then. So you'll have Will and Griff to keep you guys company then. All right. And then you'll also have Pedro that's going to be joining in very soon. And also Rich. So do stick around for that and enjoy the time with them. All right, gentlemen, I will see you guys in a few hours or so. Speak of the very handsome devil, and he's in the background. Don't bring him up because he's eating.
Comes up. Hi, guys.
All right, guys. See you in a few hours. Cheers.
See you later, man.
Yeah,
Peace.
You got a dip as well, Will?
Yeah, I'll stick on until Pedro finishes his breakfast, and then I'll pop on.
Yeah, okay.
Then I'll pop off. Yeah. What's your thoughts with CPI data out later on? We've got. Let me just refresh it. Just make sure. Oh, an hour ago, Iran's army spokesperson says Strait of Hormuz won't open with U.S. aggressions. Oh, this is interesting. Oh, I've cleared my cache. That's why. So apparently, this is basically no impact. It's yellow folder. That's
Yeah,
I feel like that shouldn't.
we've had that. I think at this point it's like back and forth. It's kind of just general chatter, you know, nothing nothing new. Do you know what I mean? So
It's
back to
it's like
kind of normal.
shock.
Yeah. Because we
sure.
had the moves yesterday. Because Trump was saying he wants to put on a potential like 20% like cargo. Tariffs.
Those tariffs.
Yeah. And start to have the US manage the strait, which I don't know how you're even meant to do that. Like,
I don't know.
it's a
Have you heard
very
about the
large body
UAE,
of
though?
water. You know.
Apparently, the UAE is talking about building a port to bypass the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, exactly. So I as soon as any of these things happen, people start finding out other ways to just move around it.
Yeah.
You know, so hence Iran's trying to squeeze everything they can get right now.
Yeah. I think
knowing
they're sick to death with it now. They're like, how can we bypass this? Like, what can we do to move around? You know, that's the luxury as us as human beings. We evolve and we're innovative creatures. And I think for us to just stand and watch it happen and put up with it now at this point would just be, backwards. So I think now it's getting to the point where people, like you said, they're bored of it now. They're sick of it. They don't even care anymore. They're like, okay, let's just put in implementations now to see how we can avoid what's moving forward now. But going back to the CPI,
Yeah.
what's your thought on CPI out later on this afternoon at 1:30?
Well, I figured I'd jump into CPI soon. I saw a bunch of you guys' questions. Yes, got some ideas on the CPI and that kind of thing. I've got some calls to make. We can see how good I am or if I suck. Right? So we'll find out with that. But I figured I wait until Pedro jumps on because I know he's going to ask me about it. So, yeah.
Awesome. I'll tell you
So
what. There we go.
Go ahead.
Pedro's on. On that note, guys, I am going to love you and leave you. I shall see you in about 2 hours' time. But for now, I shall leave you in the very capable hands of Pedro and LJ. Go ahead and ask him some awesome questions about the fundamentals because he is our local fundamentalism. Anyway, guys, thank you very much. Peace.
Peace, Will.
I have his logo. I have Azrael Trades logo. Is that kind of a bull, right? Is that my idea? Or not? It's a bull, right? Yeah, I love it.
It looks cool, hey.
Yeah, I love his logo. It's just like the simplicity and the. I love it. Good job, man. I don't know if you did it. I don't know if you did it or you got it somewhere from online, but I like it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's nice and simple. I like it as well.
Yeah.
You can have that as like a signature. You know, you just sign off.
That can be a signature, can be a logo, can be. I like it, man. Good job.
Very good.
Yeah, CPI. Go ahead. First of all, how is everyone doing? I hope you guys are doing well in this beautiful summertime in the UK, somewhere wintry in Australia. I have a fun here. LJ is looking for jackets, which is like contrarian as always, and and I hope everyone is doing well. LJ, how are you doing, man?
Yeah, doing well. Morning, everyone. Going good, going strong. Yeah, it was super cold yesterday. Today's not been so bad, or I haven't been outside too much. I've had it sort of locked up, trying to keep the heat in at the moment. But yeah, going all right. Today's going to be a pretty big day. We've got a whole bunch of stuff. We got earnings coming out. We got Trump talking later. We got CPI. More back and forth with the Iran side as well. Sure to be a bunch of headlines. So yeah, going to be a pretty busy day today. But yeah, keen for it. So
yeah, yes. I think comparing with last week where we didn't really had any news event. I think we. I don't know if I spoke with you. Maybe yes, or some other. Maybe not in the Portuguese YouTube channel. I was expecting more of a ranging market last week, and I think this week's going to be different. I think this week are going to maybe start some new moves, some new directional moves in the market because of all those news that you had, that you mentioned. Also, Kevin Warsh speaking later on and tomorrow as well. So I think it's about time to, and of course the Middle East situation. We have actually looking at oil here above 80 again, or kind of touching $80 per barrel again. But yeah, so CPI, just someone is speaking here in Spanish and then in kind of English. Angel saying he's waiting for a payout since the 2nd of July. I think that's kind of what he says. He wrote in Spanish. Okay. Most likely, of course, neither me or Jay are going to be able to do anything for you. We have a support team that they're going to most likely already reply to your messages. You may have maybe a week of delay, but the best thing to do is just get in touch with our support team and they will be able to clarify. If it has been already approved, you don't really need to worry. It's just a little bit of patience and you're going to get your payout eventually. If it hasn't been approved, then maybe the risk team is just checking your performance, your trades, and then eventually you're going to get everything clarified, okay? But the 5ers does pay, and then just a little bit of patience and you're going to get paid for sure. All right, moving along. CPI.
CPI, okay. So, long short of it, I expect a lower CPI and lower than the headline to come through. So, what are we set at now? A minus 0.1 on the monthly. So that would give us year on year about 3.8. I'm expecting 3.7 on the CPI, and then on the core CPI 2.7. Right? So that's what I'm looking for. So a touch lower if we get that, the front end of the yield curve is definitely going to move pretty aggressively. This now feeds back into that whole picture with the Fed. As we've spoken about with the Fed, we had this massive divergence, right, in terms of the forward inflation prints and the Fed's actual rhetoric. So everything is screaming lower inflation looking forward, but the Fed and the rest haven't quite come around to that picture just yet. So this is also an example from Bloomberg, looking at basically the Fed minutes, their natural language scores, and basically giving a quantitative measure to how hawkish, dovish their rhetoric has been over time. So you can see they're even, basically more hawkish than when we finally came to the point of the Fed actually accepting inflation was a thing, maybe not so transitory, back in 2022. Right now, we definitely don't have that same kind of impact right now as we did around the COVID reopening. Yeah, so this definitely has to come back in line. It's that situation of, like I said before, like the generals trying to fight the last war. They're a little bit scarred from being a bit behind the curve on inflation last time around. At some point, this does have to come back in line. There's a whole bunch of PMs, so portfolio managers, institutional players, and that kind of stuff, just waiting for this to flip over and pull the trigger on that. But we have to actually see Kevin Warsh and the rest of the Fed actually come out and start to acknowledge it and go like, look, okay, we got our forecasting wrong. It was a forecasting misstep, and then we start to move. So that's always the hard part with the timing there. But on that measure, I've seen a number of you guys talking about things like gold, the dollar, that kind of thing. I do think we therefore run higher. If we get this lower inflation print, like I'm expecting, then that's also gonna flip the commodity index as well, or start to run that back up. We've seen that getting hit for a while now. This is the broader commodity index of actual like industrial metals. However, that also plays over to gold. So we did have this rundown we're looking at for gold. Came into the lows yesterday. That was off the back of some of the Middle East Strait of Hormuz situation reigniting. That did kick up yields once again, as we saw Brent and WTI. So oil prices move higher, just like you highlighted, Pedro. From here, I think we get this lower print, we're coming right back up. So that is what I'm expecting for today. A drop in the DXY. We see lower dollar. This continue to roll over. We see euro dollar move back up. I saw some of you guys also talking about the Aussie being in the Aussie. I do quite like this trade to eventually come back up towards 69.70 once again, and then up to about 70 cents. So if we go out to the 4 hour, so these levels up here, right by that sort of, I call it like a waterfall coming out of that wedge, and this is right up by the 200 moving average on the 4 hour. Mine on IC markets, I think, is actually a touch higher, sitting on right on 70 cents here on CMC through the TradingView portal. But yeah, so first point of call, 69.70/80, and then up towards 70 cents. For that, similar deal, the pound driving on higher, euro dollar. I think euro dollar can actually start to make a move back up towards 115. So first got to tackle the wick highs from NFP last week. And then, was that last week now?
2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago, yeah. God, yeah. It feels like last week. so I was thinking,
nothing happened last week.
2 weeks ago. But yeah, so on the up, so 0.1% lower on the inflation scores from me. There you go. 3.7 for core for CPI, the standard CPI. For core CPI, 2.7. That's my call.
All right. Yeah, just qualify here our friend Giovanni, because I think he's looking at wrong data. So I don't think it's 0.2. I think the expectation is minus 0.1. Just qualify what is asking there.
Yeah, so for CPI for the month on month, it's expected at minus 0.1, so I think it'd be minus 0.2, right? And then for the core CPI, it's expected at 0.2 for the month on month, so I'm expecting 0.1. So core CPI to come in at 0.1, the standard CPI without the core measures to come at minus 0.2 from there.
Yeah. All right. Now, where do you see then just oil? Let's just introduce oil and what's going on in the Middle East in the last like 4 or 5 days, where you see oil now going back to $70. Is there a risk? Is there a risk where price is going to be, or the market is going to be a little bit scared, even if the CPI comes lower, as you mentioned? Yes, initial reaction is going to be exactly as you mentioned. Most likely, you have US indices going up, you have gold going up, you have dollar going down. But is there a risk that market's going to be afraid of this rise of price on oil, or not, or is just a fade?
I think it's something to fade up through here. You know, there might be a little bit of a push higher towards about 85 if we're looking at WTI. Beyond that, I don't see much reason for us to move further. So with the current re-escalation, we're probably missing about 4 million barrels a day. The past couple of weeks, we've gotten away with 8 million barrels plus and done just fine. The other thing with that is this is the number of barrels on water right now. There's been a heap that has actually come through. And by all accounts, if we look at the number of ships, apologies, this is a little bit blurry, but it's definitely been much higher. The number of ships actually getting through the strait, through the entire Middle East fiasco, right? With the whole transponder, blackout type methods and that kind of thing. But all the reporting has definitely been much lower than what actually got through. So on top of that, we've got, did I bring it up here? The other big one is China, who's the linchpin in this. So this is pretty much what's, shut down Iran. It seemed to be what the Beijing talks about when Trump met Xi. They're basically trying to just stop buying oil, right? They said to Iran, like, we're just not going to buy anything. We've got stores. You're being ridiculous. We need this to end. It creates a massive problem for our own personal goals going forward. So they've just stopped buying. So China can still get away with this. There's plenty of oil, on water that is currently in transit, and a number of these ships have gotten through before this re-escalated. So there's going to be plenty of oil around. I think this is just sort of that knee-jerk reaction to the headlines, and also the fact that we had come off quite hard already, right? So even at 67, it would be fair to take like a speculative bet, or potentially to hedge through spot for any kind of increase. So I think it's partially due to speculative trading, and obviously the headline-driven component. But don't think it's something to get worried about just at the minute. I'd be looking for shorts somewhere in this top area.
Yeah, fair enough. All right. Now, technically, especially on gold, I love it. I mean, I think where gold is reacting can be a symptom, can be exactly one of those pairs that can determine maybe what's going to be the full direction afterwards. Gold finally reached the level that I've been waiting on since price starting to move to downside. So price finally touched this demand zone. This demand zone was still fresh last week when price created this low. I was already expecting price to go further down. Perfect, it didn't. First went up. Now it actually used this low as liquidity and finally got to this origin of this move, which in my opinion, if by any chance I was looking for any longs on gold, this will be the level that I'll be interested. And now that price already reacted, price already actually managed to slightly take this structure, even this one as well, a little bit underneath. maybe there's a chance that you can try to look for a long. So let me just take this away. This was my prediction last week, and now maybe somewhere around this level can be a move, which can be around CPI data, or then later on when Kevin Warsh is going to be speaking. So you may have maybe a spike down, and then price can continue, and we'll see if at least you're going to get closer to this next range around here, and then potentially go higher. Now, if by any chance gold just wants to continue to move lower and eventually take this low, I'll not be surprised neither. Okay, if by any chance gold actually just wants to carry on and continue this bearish trend where it has been trading, and eventually target this low altogether, which are going to be looking at 3887, somewhere around that level, I will not be surprised. Now, this level looks nice to me. At least it's kind of one of those extremes that I like to trade, which can provide potentially a good risk reward. If price then by any chance goes all the way through to the upside, we potentially can look maybe for a interesting trade if it goes all the way. Even if it just reach half of the move, or even just 1 second, or even just somewhere around there, there's already some kind of potentially good risk reward to take if you just even protect this most recent low. So those are the type of opportunities, and most likely I'll try to be exposed to this move to the upside. So I'll be paying attention to that. I'm still not long, but I'll try. If price, actually just set up an alert in here, I'll try to see if price comes below at least this low, just 15 minutes. Okay, if at least price comes below this 4009, again, this levels keeps holding price. Okay, price keeps trading around 4K on gold. Anytime it goes a little bit below that, it just comes back up. So it looks like that's a level that many people are interested in defending and not really letting gold go below that 4K, at least not for a long time. So personally, I'm going to be do that. Now, for this trade to play out is like LJ mentioned, like, so we need the CPI to be at least as expected, or even better if it is below the expectation. That's going to escalate this move to the upside, and then maybe Kevin Warsh can say something later on that can also help for gold to move. So gold need to be number one. Then you need to look at the dollar, and you need to make sense that the dollar actually wants to continue to move to the downside. There you go, another level that I had marked that I want to see dollar react from. It just reacted basically to the peep there. So this highs didn't really, it kind of skipped the supply. Now price touched it, so it was either in here or slightly higher. Now, another thing that I mentioned last week was the fact that I wanted to see at least these lows being broken, and we haven't really managed to broke that level. Okay, so the same way that 4K has been holding a support on gold, this 100 mark on dollar index is kind of managing at this point to hold it as a support as well after you kind of move to the upside. So I really would like to see, I'll be much more bearish right now on the dollar if this low had already broken this low and price had retraced. I'll over potential shorts on the US dollar, and then of course longs on euro dollar, pound dollar, and so on. But there you go. This eventually also can start becoming a lot of liquidity below that structure, and then eventually price wants to target. At the same time, price still continues to respect this upper trend line that we're having here. It started beginning of May. So we still need to see this level being broken. I don't know if there is any kind of moving average around here, because I don't really use moving average, but maybe there's some, maybe, I don't know, 50 moving average, another moving average, maybe holding price in here. I'm not sure. But there you go. I need this level. Maybe LJ, yes, moving average, maybe you can tell me on the Varnix. I need this level to be broken. Okay, so at this point, price can still maybe just respect this next demand zone. Basically, price now is within two levels. Maybe if you completely ignore that there is this supply here, price actually managed to, 1 second, price actually has been managing to break new highs, okay? At least midterm, kind of inside highs or whatever, internal highs. Maybe that's a more common name. Of course, we do have also all this structure here. So, okay. Dollar index is trading more in the middle of the range, so at this point it can go both ways, but in reality, at least for me, it still managed to hold this level. So I'm still just a little bit cautious with the shorts, even though yes, it can break also to the downside. Now, Euro index. Let's just take a look at Euro index quite quickly. Euro index is back at the base, so if it wants to hold again this level, it could. However, on the Euro index, I'm still a little bit more bearish, just because this low already broke that structure, and I think this eventually can be just a move for price to move to downside. So does that mean that Euro dollar wants to go lower? I'm not sure. What's going on the euro dollar? I would have liked to see also euro dollar breaking above this high, and it didn't manage to. Okay, so the same way that dollar index has been managing to hold that 100 mark, euro dollar also has been managing to hold these highs without really managing to break them. Euro dollar still has maybe a little bit of more room to get even lower, to potentially to go higher, but overall, again, higher time frame, I'm still a bit bearish. Just in terms of price action, I'm still a little bit bearish on the euro, just because price continues to still manage to break new lows and not really managing to break new highs. And for me, that structure was the key point for potential a turn in here. But I think there can be some kind of volatility in between these levels to try to push price higher if necessary. Even if price wants to fake out this low, there's maybe still this extreme in here to trade. So yep, it's a little bit in the middle. So I'm not really going to be involved on this euro dollar. Pound dollar, good reaction from that. For anyone that got this short, congrats. One of the targets, it will be around this level, because this is the next demand zone. Price is holding it, and now it's just the same thing. I need to see price actually breaking below this mid-range structure that you have in here. If you start breaking below that level, then I think it opens space for price to go further down. And even if it traces, then you can try to go a little bit lower. If price just keeps holding somewhere around here, or if just a quick fake out and price comes back into here, then potentially you can try to challenge the move to the upside. But I also wanted to see this highs being taken, which you haven't really managed to do so. So I'm going to be just paying a little bit more attention to see how price may react from here, and if it breaks below this level or not. Aussie, I think it can still go higher, just the same thing that you mentioned, LJ. I think Aussie can still have a little bit more of a room to the upside. To be honest, I was looking for a small fake out of these most recent lows. Price never really managed to go there, so just a quick fake out in here and then price push higher. Price as managing to hold this level all the way through. So, but I think there's still room to the upside, just the same way that you mentioned. I think they can go higher, just the same way that New Zealand is moving really nicely. So New Zealand was one of those pairs since last week that whoever caught this long, good job. And now maybe price getting closer to potential level where it can find some retracement. So New Zealand, basically the move is mostly done, but even though can go maybe a little bit more to the upside before it finds a little bit of resistance. Now, one move that unfortunately for me, I've been talking about it, but again, never really came back to me, is dollar CAD. Okay, dollar CAD just carry on now creating this channel, and now is exploding to the downside, and I think that's it. I think now the top is in place right now, and I think price can target at least this 1.4 quite naturally. Okay, can just follow through somewhere around this level minimum. Okay, so if actually that follows, then dollar most likely can go lower. Actually, dollar CAD is actually the CAD pairs are not just related to the dollar CAD, because we have euro CAD as well making a beautiful move to the downside after getting really close to this level. There you go, fake out this level, is moving downside, and I think it can go a little bit below this 1.6. And also pound CAD, quite interesting as well, fake out all this structure in here to the upside, and I think it can have a good move lower. Okay, now that he created the double top in here, I think if someone kind of finds a good opportunity, I think can squeeze there, and if breaks that level, it has a lot of space more to follow through, and maybe come back into this a bigger range where price has been trading. Maybe can start trading the same way on this right side. And that's when last week I mentioned a little bit of symmetry. As soon as price kind of gets back into potentially this range, it can have a high probability that's going to fill out this space again. So pound CAD can be quite an interesting one, and that just follows through with CAD. Again, tomorrow we have Bank of decision from the Bank of Canada, so that's going to be an interesting one. And now one pair actually that I like potentially for a short, it's actually dollar franc Swiss. Okay, dollar franc Swiss is trading again really high, finding still some kind of supply level at around this level, and maybe we can actually, if the dollar is actually about to go down, maybe dollar franc Swiss can be the one that I'll be try to be involved as a short.
I don't like that
because
one.
Sorry,
I don't like that one.
No, you think it's going to go higher?
Yeah, maybe. Only piece I disagree. Yeah, because I mean dollar franc's kind of the inverse dollar yen trade. because you don't have
Okay.
that safe haven currency. That's why it's had all those flows. So even when we've had the dollar, getting hit, right, as we've come off the past like 2 years, obviously dollar franc has gone from strength to strength to strength, keeps going lower, lower, lower. And then this is sort of more that front running beginning of the rotation from dollar yen back into dollar franc longs. Because the Swiss franc has, 0 interest rates. So if the dollar yen carry trade is now at risk, where do you want to go? Dollar franc.
Yep.
Right. So I think there's a bit of a rotation there. So that's the only one I'd be careful with. In terms of long term, you might get like a intraday, spike from it, but I think as far as any kind of momentum in it, probably short lived.
Yeah, I agree. I'll be more intraday setup. Just like to trade today's move, because again, in my opinion, euro dollar looks like to be a little bit more in the middle, pound dollar a little bit in the middle. At least this one is a little bit closer to the extreme. It already reacted quite nicely. I was not around here, but this could have been already a good short entry after price kind of respect is double topping here, after start breaking this structure in here and start showing weakness. Maybe this could already be a good entry, and now my hope is that actually price is going to potentially retest that level before retesting around here. I think there's a little bit of space, so a trade like that in my opinion can make sense. So if I actually want to look for any kind of short position on a dollar pair, dollar franc Swiss may be the one. Dollar CAD is already gone for me. I struggle to find this momentum or continuation setups, even though we can. Okay, maybe we can have a little bit of a retracement, find something in here, and then eventually just sells off again. Although until this level, but dollar franc Swiss is slightly more to the extreme. Again, I'm not looking for price to kind of do this, but maybe could trade within this range. Again, and then from here you can maybe find new buying pressure, even though the first level that I'll be looking as a potential target for any kind of short, it will be just retesting of this structure in here. That to be my first trouble zone or kind of trouble area that I'll be aware of, that could bounce price to the upside, and it's just because it's a little bit close to the extreme, and price could bounce a little bit. It also already took the liquidity from these highs, so it can bounce a little bit before eventually goes to the upside. And in my opinion, at this point, especially when you do have specific news related to the dollar, and if there is about to be any kind of spike or kind of momentum in the moment of the news, I think dollar franc Swiss is going to behave the same as the dollar. So if the dollar goes down, dollar franc Swiss most likely is going to have some kind of reaction to the downside as well, even though it may not be as big move or create as much momentum as maybe other dollar pairs. But this one, just because it's that extreme, it's a little bit more comfortable for me to try to trade it at this point. But long term, I agree with you. I've been kind of bullish for a long time on the dollar franc Swiss. Actually, since we basically created this top in here. Unfortunately, price never really came back all the way there. But I think there's more room to the upside in there. And maybe dollar, and then the dollar yen, of course. Sorry, 1 second. Yen index is still in here, but the dollar yen, yeah, dollar yen as well. The dollar yen, if price wants to go slightly higher, eventually can find some bearishness. Yeah, I'll be just a little bit worried that in a bit maybe price can fake out the highs and before going down. But at this point, I think there's still maybe the potential. Maybe price already created the top for now. Fake out this high. Maybe this is already a top, and maybe price you just continue to try to find some more selling pressure within this level. We will see. But eventually we need this yen index also to escalate and to start moving higher in there. So yeah, that's more or less what I'm paying attention at this point. US indices. Still a little bit indecised, to be honest. Nasdaq, as you can see, it's a bit more in the middle. It reacted nicely, came all the way up. Didn't really manage to take that high, but now it's trading again within this level. S&P a little bit closer to the highs, and then we have the DAX. The Dow. The Dow is a little bit better. Yesterday reacted from there, and now waiting to see what next can happen. I think eventually could navigate all the way back to this level, but it could also go first to the extreme. So those are the two levels or levels that kind of zones that I want to try to be involved, unless there's some kind of price action here that can lead into this, maybe break some kind of low and then try to squeeze like that to the downside just to fill this range. But unfortunately, I don't really trade this type of opportunities. I struggle to find the opportunity there to trade that, even though if that's kind of what I'm expecting to happen. Yeah, more or less that's what I'm looking for.
Interesting. I like it all. Dollar franc, yeah, if it's sort of intraday near term, that kind of thing, yeah, I get that. I like that then. Just longer term, the momentum wise, yeah, I think upside. As far as euro dollar, yes, it has been languishing. Part of that is because we've had, so the euro inflation data always comes through earlier, right? And then we've seen that come in pretty much as low as you could possibly hope for. So that's why that's killed all this chatter of the rate hikes that the ECB has been talking about. So I think that's why euro's sort of been languishing a bit. So hence now if we get that US story also coming into that picture, following that picture, which is what I'm expecting, that then euro should then rebound pretty heavily. So that's the only portion there. And then just going back to the dollar CAD trade, Daniel, I quite like this. I think this is pretty good. If you look at the daily...
How would you trade it? That was my question. How would you trade that one now?
I think I've basically mapped out Daniel's trade here, short. This is where he's got in at 114.10 and basically targeting down towards here, just above this cluster, and that's also the top of that large channel that we've got on the daily, right? So I quite like that. And given my outlook for today, I think that's a banger. That's pretty good. We've also got the commodity cycle sort of starting to turn around. It's been beat up for a while. Copper, industrial metals, everything else has been coming off. Oil obviously coming off. We've had that spike back up in oil because of the recent kickoff with the Middle East. So hence that's propelled Canadian dollar, back into favor after getting whacked. Like you were saying, Pedro, not just across the US dollar, but Euro CAD, Pound CAD, all that stuff. So yeah, I got to say, I quite like this trade of yours. Very good. Banger. So yeah, somewhere between, that 37, maybe you just want to run like a bit more of a round number, just above 40, just to make sure you get hit. But that said, you do have that space above the 140.20 here. So you should get tapped in through there. I think we could go right to 140.20 if the inflation numbers do actually come in as I'm expecting. The only other piece, I think if, when Trump speaks, he's probably more likely to say something negative right now, it seems, than anything positive. We didn't get any hopium over the weekend, which is normally his playbook. He'll say something bad, then weekend say something good. Monday we come open back up again. We didn't get this time around. It's probably more likely to be a bit more harsh rhetoric. The only other piece then, of course, is Kevin Warsh, who will be speaking. Now, either he's just going to say nothing and not acknowledge any of the CPI prints and that kind of thing, or he could try and give that layup going into the next Fed meeting, or he could say we're still deciding. Right, so you've got a couple varied scenarios. They're all probably pretty equally likely. So I wouldn't expect too much. It would be basically if he actually does say something, that'll obviously have the largest impact. So whether he acknowledges that yes, inflation is coming off, or if he says we need more data, then we could see prices go the other way. Or if he just says like wait and see, then that's probably a bit more neutral. Or obviously say nothing. Also neutral. Saying nothing could actually be less than neutral. We could see the dollar come off further. Because if he says nothing, he's likely to say nothing, but basically say we're going to look at the data and we've got the task force and all that kind of stuff. Which then, if we then get the weaker CPI print, that would imply that they're coming off. So, yeah, I quite like that overall.
So maybe Daniel, I think he's around us, like he's watching the live stream still. What was the reason for the short? Like, what was the trigger in there for the short? I'm just asking, like, as a trying to learn from a trend continuation setup in here. Did you wait for a closing? Did you wait for price to break below that low on the left side? What's the reason for that stop loss? Was there a kind of some kind of just a regular pip distance? Was it kind of a moving average? Was the structure that he tried to protect? Kind of why? Like, for example, I look at his stop loss. I would struggle to put my stop loss there just because that's literally where the decision point was made for price to go down. So if by any chance price is about to retrace, it to be exactly maybe towards his stop loss level that I will be expecting or looking for price to retrace all the way. Basically what I want to say is if by any chance I was about to go short now, I would wait for price to retrace to where his stop loss is and then try to go short.
Interesting.
Kind of back to that support resistance structure somewhere around there. But that's just my question. Like, well, and LJ, maybe you do trade also some of those moves as a continuation. How do you trade it? Like, you do wait now for price to kind of retrace in a kind of in a channel way and then just break below and then go short. How do you trade it, this type of setup?
Yeah, if I saw this break here, I'd probably be getting short somewhere around 141.12. So he's got it in at 10, but it'll be between 10 and 12, somewhere around there. So just so that we've kicked this off a little bit and we actually get this firmer candle closure down here. This is on the 30-minute. So we haven't sort of just snapped down, wick back up, and then, this is basically a fake out, right? So once we get that kind of a closure, and as long as the other correlated majors are going the same way, then I jump in. Now from here,
would you be looking at the closing? Would you be looking at the closing on the 15 or on 30? Which time frame will you be looking for price to close?
Basically the 15. Yeah, just the fact that we've got these so they're pretty solid blocks here, right? Each of these candles, we don't really have much of a wick. Then the next point I would expect a wick is exactly where we got that, which is around that round number of 141, right? So when we see that, I see if we get a push back up to here, which is the underside of that drop point there. I would not say that we'd get back up there. Now, initially when I take the trade though, I would have my stop up through here, just like you were saying, because there is sometimes the potential, often on headline risk or something, that this does then, start to push up and then snaps right through, but then fails to bank new high and then comes back down. So I'd put it there for safety. Then if we do get the bounce and this comes into the underside, which is now resistance, start coming off, and then I would pull the stop lower, similar to where he's got it, and then just monitor the trade. Now, we didn't get that at all. So from that standpoint, I wouldn't even wait for the rebound. We got capped by that 10 moving average that I like on the 15. If we go to the 5, you'll see we had the push into that, and like I always say, you get the break above on the candle close on the 5, but then the following candle, if it doesn't close above a 10 moving average, I see the trend is still in play, right? Okay. So then this is now probably where I'd pull it down to just above that. Support now become resistance that we broke through, just to keep it safe, and then I keep it running right the way down. Okay. So this would be a classic trade for me. So rather than looking for the sort of retest, I'd be more concerned that yes, we got that break there, and we had this triangle structure through here. So we make that maybe a little bit. It's a bit hard to see. There we go. Is it your cat?
Yeah, his dry food's going to be in 10 minutes, but he's 10-15 minutes before he's about to eat. He always comes looking for food. He just needs to be patient. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'd be looking at this wedge, right? That would be my first outlook. We got that break. We came into the support there with it. Push back up, snap through it. Then the next confirmation point is, do we actually break the next lower support? And we did, and we ran right through it. So you've kind of got a double break of pattern and a key support there. And then it's just no man's land after that. You're into the void Like if you zoom out, obviously that just, you know.
Yeah, it's there's still space. There's plenty of space for price to potentially continue to move to downside. And again, maybe another benefit was actually that break was around the London Open. Like it's actually 8 a.m. UK time when actually price start to gain that momentum. So that could have been another trigger. But just to see if I understood correctly before, so initially because kind of there's a little bit of a big range kind of, or price already fall off kind of a little bit. So initially you entered, you see the confirmation you entered, but your stop loss is slightly wider. But then as you start seeing confirmation of price moving in your direction, you kind of start adjusting your stop loss, kind of start managing that way. Your trade, is that the way you would have done it, or kind of the way you do it? So you went kind of with a little bit more of a wider stop, and then as you see price moving actually in your direction, you start protecting your risk.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's normally where I'll start. So I'll put in like half the position with a wider stop. Then as we see the trade actually continue on,
moving,
you know, you gain greater confidence. Then I'll typically pull the stop down, and I'll also add the next portion close to the first entry, and then that gives me my total risk, and then let them run. So that way, if I jump in too early and we do snap back up, I haven't got full risk on the board. I can then have that stop a bit higher. I can also then enter the second part higher if I still have confidence that this is just a retrace with a tighter stop, so it keeps my risk still the same, and now I just get a better entry.
Better entry. Yeah, I see it. All right. Yeah, Daniel replied actually. He said that I'm still about. I trade using the Ishimoku. Okay, interesting. Waited for a break below the structure and used then the Kijun as a stop position. The Kijun must be one of those lines from the Ishimoku. Yeah. You have Ishimoku as well on your chart? Or you were adding?
I do.
You do as well? Okay, interesting.
Yeah, I use them occasionally, particularly on the yen pairs, because you know, obviously the Japanese side, there's a lot of retail traders. A lot of flow actually does come from retail. It actually makes up a significant portion, as well as institutions still use it as well. So particularly on the yen pairs, Ichimoku indications are actually pretty useful. But yeah, sorry, let me read this. I tried using, waited for a break below the structure and use the Kijun as a stop position. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
I like it.
I was looking for a coin in my desk, but I don't think I have a coin here. But now I'm going to use this with. Just reply to the next question. Someone was asking. We have Lucky Break asking CPI XAUUSD buy or sell, and then we also have. That's going to be a difficult name to read. Waweruku Kennedy also CPI DXY up or down. So I'm going to do like this, like this one is up, this one's going to be down. So I'm going to do like this, and this it's down, I think. So this is down for gold. Now if the dollar index also goes up, that's a trade, okay? So let's do it again. It's up, so it's confirmed. Okay, so gold goes down. Now no, I forgot what I said. You guys need to rewind 10 seconds. I forgot which one meaning. But they make sense, which means that gold goes one direction and the dollar index goes to the other direction. So it just makes sense, at least based on what they do and the correlation that they have. Okay, but now I don't remember if I said up or down. Now, in a serious note, guys, if you want to pay attention to a more detailed kind of really a 20 minutes detailed answer, LJ spent kind of in the last hour replying to it, so we can just rewind a little bit, and maybe now LJ can just do a quick overview, a summary, LJ ChatGPT version, just in a quick summary, which is kind of where are you going to go long and where are you going to go short.
Yeah, sure.
And there you go. You see, when I do ask for the key question, the institutionals, they don't want that to happen. Guys, okay, so if you don't believe that there is someone behind the scenes dealing and kind of manipulating everyone, this is the proof. Okay, so as soon as LJ was about to give us a specific entry point, that's going to be a winning trade for the CPI, which could have made us thousands and thousands of dollars, it just runs out of internet. Like, it just disappears out of the system. It's a matrix. If you believe it or not, that's what's going on in the world. Okay, so unfortunately now you need to get to my answer, kind of. You need to get just to my opinion, which my opinion is, we'll find out. 1 second, let me just get to gold here. All right, who asked? Lucky break, CPI, XAUUSD, buy or sell. Okay, so if the CPI number is below the expectation, gold is going to go higher. If it is higher than expectation, gold is going to go down. And I do have this potential setup around here. Okay, guys, I'll keep you informed if anything is okay with LJ, if LJ is still alive, and what's going on in Australia, if they got to him or not. He was hiding. Okay, he's been living in a cave for a while since he started giving us those signals, but maybe the Matrix found out where he is, and now maybe just got to him. We'll find out. Okay, there you go. He's alive, guys. LJ is alive and is well, and he's going to be able to try to give us the signal. Welcome back, LJ. How is the life in the Matrix? Is everything okay there?
I got a code error, you know, and I just
okay.
Blue screen. Had to reboot.
Point saying, because as soon as you're about to reply, you just left. Like, the timing is more perfect than any trade I took in my life.
Yeah.
Off. Brilliant. The chat is now open to everyone. All right, good. So LJ, let us know. I think it's going to be around the same level, to be honest. Is that gold? Let's take a look at gold.
Okay, gold. Yeah, so I am in a gold trade right now. Jumped in earlier, so this is what I'm currently sitting on. Again, that goes into the CPI expectation that I have. So we had yesterday with the Strait of Hormuz situation popping off, yields ran higher. Now, if we get the CPI coming in lower today, that means those front-end yields are going to come back off. So this is basically what's been knocking gold in particular, and why we haven't seen those safe haven flows into gold. Also, the fact that it's been extremely bid up for some time after last year. Obviously, you guys remember we went on an absolute tear, you know, up over 100% on the year, right? So if those rates, so front-end rates start to pull back, I think currently we've got we actually stepped up to almost we were at 35% last week. We stepped up to about a 50% chance of a rate hike at the end of this month with the next Fed meeting. I think that's far too high. If we see that inflation come in lower today, obviously that's going to have to pull back. Therefore, that's very positive for gold, and we should snap higher. So right now I'm looking up towards this drive candle where we basically waterfalled off. That's how I refer to it when you get that sort of break of structure and come to new lows. So I'm looking for us to basically retrace that candle up towards 4,065, 4,060, somewhere in there I'll TP. Right, so just by that, the candle opens right there. So yeah, so long as inflation comes in lower or as expected, if it's as expected, we might get a bit of a pull back into this lower area and then go higher first. If it's straight up lower, then obviously we just go to the moon, right? So let's go to slightly lower time frame on the 15 minutes. Basically the top of this cluster that we picked back up through. That could be a retrace point that you want to pick up from if we come in flat on the CPI. So we'll see. I'm looking for a touch lower, like we're saying. You know, but this is 0.1% difference, so you can just get a skew in numbers and can come in flat. But I think we will get the 0.1 lower. That's my call. Like I said, we can see if I'm a clown later on, or if I've got it right. So
I'm targeting your stop loss. I'm looking for an entry around there. I want your stop loss, man.
Come at me, bro. Come at me.
Yeah, I'll be there. I'll add the same way that you had that buy limit there, waiting for it as a stop loss position. I will. No, but you have a sell stop. You have a sell stop there. Whatever. I have a. I have a buy limit there. I'm going to just put a buy limit exactly. If you tell me actually the volume, I'm going to put exactly the same one. It's exactly the same peak.
4,005 on CFD. It's 4,005.
Okay.
We're actually long on the futures, so on futures it's 4,010.
Yeah. No, but I would like to see price just feeling a little bit of that compression, and then around 4,006, 7, 5, somewhere around there. I think price could go there. It's basically the beginning of that week on the just looking for that week on 1 hour and 4 hour candle to see price touch that week.
Basically, I'd have
then the target is going to go all the way. Initial target somewhere where you have, and then if you are correct, and if this trade actually is about to go high, it will be from where.
That's probably what I'd have as like 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, then
one being this first point with the sort of wick lows before we fell off there. 2 being the charge right up to that open candle in the 1 hour, like we were talking about. But yeah, I like obviously if a CPI comes in lower, like it's gold. Like we're gonna vault. And yeah, KDX, am I in this trade? Yes, I am. I am currently in this. Pedro is waiting.
I'm there. I'm just waiting for the LJ stop loss. Like I'm waiting.
and like I said, Pedro, like how I trade, right? Like this will be like half, and then I've got room then to like pull it right down to here, if I need to, and either decide to just stick with the half and see if this rebounds, or I pull that to there, into the second portion through here, and draw that stop there. Then run right the way up. So then the second trade will be about half the stop of this one. So that's the original, and then you double that, and then that's like 3/4, and that's the final quarter, which makes up the whole risk.
Yeah. I'm about to do the opposite. I'm not the opposite, kind of a similar way, but because I may not just protect the initial low. I may actually go all the way and protect still the other level on the left where price is reacting, which is still kind of this structure around here. So I may make it a little bit wider, because in my opinion, if price actually is about to go up from here, it could go all the way to kind of almost go close to those previous highs, and so there's still enough risk reward. So initially with this buy limit that I have, I may protect even that structure itself instead of just today's low, and then if I do start seeing the reaction that I want to see, then I might try to trade and just make a smaller stop loss position, and the entry may be kind of whatever price action you have in there, but I want to see then the reaction going on. But in this case now, the stop loss is going to be smaller, and then eventually I adjust the other one as well, bring into this level to just bring to here. That would be more or less my idea. So yeah, we have Ed Jumbo. Sorry, go ahead, LJ.
I was just going to say, that's where my TP3 would be. Yeah. I'm just concerned with obviously like Trump talking and that kind of stuff as well today, where we could get part the way, and then obviously Trump opens his mouth and we snap back down again, you know.
For me, just because it's the extreme, like for me, like because price is retesting this extreme level, like if it's about to go higher, all the way through to go higher properly, it will be from here. Now price, if then continues to go lower, which I also mentioned that I wouldn't be surprised if price by any chance actually eventually goes all the way and takes maybe this low all the way, 3880 something, and just continues to resume this higher time frame bearish trend than where we are, and then it does that, and fair enough. And then goes basically with this answer from Eden. So gold is most likely going up, either lower and then up, or just up. Yeah, so just do the opposite. Then just short it. Don't do neither what LJ or me doing this. Just do the total opposite, okay? Just do the edge or position, and maybe you are doing correct. Like this is just the way we are looking at it. Of course, this is not a trade advice or a trade signal or whatever it may be. Okay, so
I don't know. I think I got a signal. Like I think it's most likely. I can say with 100% confidence, it is most likely going up or down. Okay, 100% confidence in that.
Yeah. That's right. That's where I use that's when I use the V just to flip a coin, right? And then you'll see. Yeah, fair enough. But just to finalize in here, what about what about US indices? Okay, because we are also starting this week the earnings. Okay,
Yes.
what is your expectation for July in general? And for example, we had SpaceX, like I think yesterday I looked at it, it was going down quite aggressively, or kind of it went all the way up, and now it's down.
Yeah.
But in general, what your expectation for these earnings reviews that you're going to have now throughout the month of July, either looking at AI companies, financials, what is your expectation? And then are you going to finally have Nasdaq breaking new all-time highs, or are you going to eventually continue in this forever range? Who knows, breaking to the downside? What is your expectation for this month?
Yeah, so from here, like initially, we definitely have more of the financials and healthcare coming through. So I think if you want to play the earnings type picture, if I just jump to my screen real quick. Hello, Rich. Welcome.
Hello, LJ.
Hi, Rich.
Hey, Pedro.
I'll just smash through this, sorry, and then we'll get to it. So yeah, it's definitely, this is basically your earnings cheat sheet, all the big most anticipated earnings releases that we're looking at. So very much, like I was saying, financial and healthcare sort of based through this week. So your main, if you want to play the earnings picture, it's probably the US 30, much more exposed to that financial sector in particular. Now, the expectations have been quite high. It's somewhat similar to the thing that we've had with tech and AI and the chip makers and all that kind of stuff, where people think the expectations are already high, so we're going to underperform, and then we outperform again. I would still see that quite right here. I think particularly the financials, like we've had rates higher for some time, I think they'll do pretty well. Yes, some of that is obviously going to be in the anticipation for the earnings, but I think we do probably outperform. So I think we've got a good shot at going higher today on indices, particularly then as well if we do get that lower CPI print. So that'll be mainly, the CPI will mainly be affecting stuff like the NASDAQ, and then the earnings picture, which will, be coming out sort of later and later on into the New York session, that'll hit primarily the US 30. And you will have that, that rollover into the S&P and the NAS a touch, but it's mainly going to have the most impact on US 30. So I do expect that to be better, more likely than not, put it that way. So thus higher overall for the indices.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think it's fair chance, like S&P, I think we could get a recovery up here. This is the 200 moving average on the 15. And then we see where we hit through there. There's like a trend line coming down through there from the highs of last week, the gap we had on Monday, the recovery high before we came off yesterday. And then I think that's going to be a bit of a pause point. So on CFD, that's about 7,540 or so, plus minus $5, right? I think that'll be the contest point from there.
All right. Fair enough.
With the forecast of looking at like an index and going, this is going to go higher, do you ever find that creates a lot of FOMO? If you're sitting in a consolidation, does it feed into the narrative of it's just accumulating and it's going to start bursting to the upside? Or are you just like, I've got a bias, but I have to wait for a technical reason to get in?
No. So with the bias when I form that, it's always like a probability distribution. So it doesn't mean like I think this is going to happen. Like I said before, it's like more likely than not. So if I want to take a position, I'm going to tend to lean in with whatever that higher driver that is fueling the fire underneath is going to push the market, right? And then I'll see if there's actually a technical structure that lines up with that makes sense, to see if, for instance, there's a bit of front running, or potentially sometimes there's actually people hedging out ahead of it, which actually skews the technicals, and you can see that the market has actually moved away, and you've got a far better fair price and better risk profile for potential to express that view. So it will just be part of the considerations overall. So this was something we were looking for last week with US 30 when we were mapping that out. If we don't get the positive earnings coming through, then I think this is what we're doing. right? We drop right down to 51k 400 eventually. That's not going to happen in one go today, but you can definitely see this sort of measure through here, where if we don't sort of reclaim this triangle pattern through here, then we could just fall out the bottom. But I do expect we actually do push higher from there. But yeah, so no, Rich, it doesn't give me fun. It's just a it's a thought. They're always like theories, like playful ideas, and you sort of like stress test them, see what happens. But I always say, like, never marry or romanticize a certain trade idea, right? Strong opinions loosely held, per se.
Yeah, I knew there was a phrase for it. I couldn't remember what the phrase was, where it's something like strong enough to be flexible but not to break, or so. Yeah, I think you pretty much nailed it on it. This is something we see within the traders that we work with in the 5ers Discord. We see that they're sticking to their analysis a lot more consistently than what they would if they weren't working within this project that we've done. So it's really good to see, but what it doesn't do is guarantee results. And I feel when you said the word romanticize our trades, I feel like we can go a step further with that. Sometimes we can romanticize our trading journey. If I just fixed my FOMO, if I just stopped revenge trading, if I just managed to use consistent risk management, then you know what? I would be where I want to be and I'd be making all the money. And we can romanticize this idea to the point that we almost feel that the results we make in trading are directly on a trade-by-trade basis within our control. And as a trader that's gone through this journey and done it, do you realize how disappointing it is? I know both of you guys will realize this, but chat, do you know how disappointing it is when you have this expectation, when I finally fix the FOMO, then I'll make the money. And you fix the FOMO, and then you realize there's a problem with greed. When I finally fix the greed, then I'll make the money. And you fix that, and then so forth. And you get to a point where you are just knocking out perfectly executed trades in line with your process. And Pedro, what does the market do to you when you're just waiting for that day and you're like, finally, my eggs are aligned, I'm executing like an absolute boss, I'm ready for all the profit? Does the market deliver on a trade-by-trade basis?
Of course not.
No.
I remember many times when I was running price action, and even this pattern, like the Quasimodo and so on, like this many years ago. And it always felt like that there was a kind of this missing key, this missing puzzle that was missing in my this missing piece on my puzzle. Like so, and it was always frustrating. The other guys, then we were kind of in a community. The other guys were able to identify the setup. I couldn't for some reason, and they were taking the trade and they were getting the wins, and I couldn't. And it felt that I was missing out on something. And then eventually, one of those haha moment arrives. Oh, now I know it. I solved it. That's it. It's all good now. I've finally found out. I exactly know what the guys were looking at or identifying that I couldn't. Now everything is like like I start feeling enthusiastic, even during the weekend or when speaking with other people. I solved it now. Like literally, I feel it in my body that everything has been kind of. That's it. I'm really. It's amazing. And then there you go. Next week we'll go into the market, and then eventually there's a new thing that's maybe missing out and whatever. And there's always that chasing of that missing piece of the puzzle that was kind of always going on. Of course, it's important, and I think many people, and all of us during our journey, are going to have those haha moments, like those eureka moments that we can feel that maybe are one step closer. But the thing is that when you kind of get that step, you think that's the top of the mountain. Like you think, okay, that's it, reach it. There's no more like that. All my problems are solved. Since from now on, it's going just printing money from the market every day, every week. Fantastic. But the reality is that there is a new mountain just on the next curve, and it was a little bit of kind of realizing that, managing to some of that expectation that, okay, yeah, it's good. I can see a little bit of progress. That's where journaling then comes in a long way as well, that you can see that, yes, I'm maybe kind of going in the right trajectory, but this is not the finish line. There's no finish line actually in trading. There's never a finish line, regardless of how much money you have, because you are always kind of one wrong decision from kind of destroying a lot of what you just achieved. So I always remember that part. But yeah, I remember that. Like it's just as you mentioned, like it's kind of, it looks like that we are so close always to get to that final moment where everything is going to be shiny and beautiful, but it isn't. And it's a process, and it's nasty. It's muddy, and they just need to persevere and just go through. But I remember many times those Eureka moments. I really remember. I remember like I finished it. I had a frustration day, but then I did my kind of, I reviewed my trades. I reviewed their trades. I went all the way. I was in the gym, kind of just working out and kind of remembering, kind of my subconscious mind was working on kind of whatever I've been practicing on testing. Yeah, now I solved it. Oh my god! Then I will be speaking straight away with the workout buddies that was there. They don't even know about trading, but look, I solved it. I really found out like what was missing, and then yeah, just that's rinse and repeat that same journey several times. But yeah, I remember that.
This is an exact conversation that we've had in the Discord this morning. Now I haven't had a chance to participate in it, but the trader reached out and said, "At what point do you stop adjusting your edge? If you have a profitable edge, but you keep thinking of these new ways that you can add a filter, maybe a structure break, maybe a certain pullback percentage, maybe tighten your stop loss, maybe partial TPs, at what point do you accept that your edge is just like good enough and you stop working on it?" And it leads exactly into this idea of like, well, I used to go down the rabbit hole of maybe if I tweak this, maybe if I adjust that, what if I change that? Maybe I need a new strategy. And I found the answer to the problem that we're talking about here, where you say that, you know, if I just put in this work, then everything should be smooth sailing. I am the perfect student of what doing the perfect work 100 times looked like and didn't produce the exact result I thought I would get from it. So I was like, well, if doing that work doesn't produce a direct correlation of the result I want, then I need to change the goalpost, because doing another 1,000 trade study with a slightly different variant of my edge, or, you know, building a bigger sample size, or whatever the case, what I realized was my expectation was just wrong. It was, after I do this, I should then achieve this. And I can never satisfy that in a probability environment. And so I was like, well, this kind of sucks, because I've got to do the work because it needs doing to evolve my edge or my read on price action or whatever it might be. So I've got to do it, but I'm only motivated to do the work when I tell myself that there's a reward at the end of it. So if you're telling me I've got to do this 17-hour study for the sake of doing it, and actually there's probably going to be no physical benefit thereafter, how do I motivate myself? And my holy grail, my breakthrough moment, where I finally found the missing piece of the puzzle that I was looking for in my trading, it came in the junk pile that I wasn't digging in. And what I realized is I need to go and find something that's not a technical thing or a new edge. What I need to learn is to accept that, providing I've identified a valid trade, I'm going to execute on this thing hundreds and hundreds of times, and I just need to manage myself when the results don't come in as I want them to. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to commit to this over such a big timeline and make a promise to myself that I'm going to do it. And that's my holy grail. The difference between me and any other trader would be your resolve to stick to an edge until it literally has died 5 times over and you say there is nothing left there. And so what I needed to do, and we talk about this in the performance coaching course in module 3, how to deal with drawdowns. Dealing with drawdowns is one of the biggest things that shakes traders off their edge. They go for a few losing trades, maybe a week of break even or 2 weeks of losing, and they say, there's something wrong with my strategy. I need a new strategy. And what they do is they take their problems of not accepting losses or losing periods into their next edge, which is, as soon as it shows them an ugly side, they're going to quit and go and do that to the next edge and the next edge. And this creates strategy hopping. So I was like, okay, what I need to do is I need to know my numbers. I need to know what a normal drawdown looks like based on my win rate. And a normal drawdown can be 16R. Can you imagine trading 16R drawdown? Like win 1, lose 1, lose 1, win 1, lose 1, lose 1. 16R. Like it would look like the chart in front of us. It drops all the way back down and then it would have to climb all the way back up 16 to get to break even. And I looked at the timelines and it was 6 to 8 weeks of break even periods. But during the break even periods, it was lose 16 collective trades, like not in a row, but it was a 16 trade drawdown. And I looked at this and I was like, okay, if this is normal, then my line in the sand is 30. And not many traders in their right mind is going to sit there and trade what they perceive to be a profitable edge through a 30, not trade losing streak, but a 30, like minus 30% if you're using 1% risk per trade. And this is what I committed to. And it shows me where that line in the sand is, where it's physically broken, and it helps me stay the course. And as a result, I now get the strategy at a good point. So for those of you who know about expectancy, let's say you build an edge and it has a 0.15 or a 0.2 expectancy, small expectancy. Now, what we're doing is we're saying you've got a 1-to-1 risk reward strategy with a 60% win rate. So over 100 trades, you win 60, but you lose 40. So you have a net result of 20% after 100 trades. So you take the 20, you divide it by 100, and you have an expectation, an expectancy is where the word comes from, of 0.2 of what you're risking per trade. Now, my expectation is not a 0.2, it's actually a little bit lower. But this is one of the mental breakthroughs I had in trading, was actually realizing even if you have a 0.2 or a 0.3 or a 0.4 expectancy edge, as an average, you don't have a 0.2, 0.3, 0.4. What you have is an edge that just goes through periods where it just simply doesn't work. It goes break even, it goes drawdown, it has negative expectancy, and then you go through periods where you have a 0.6, 0.7, 0.8 R expectancy. And this is what makes up the entirety of any trading edge you trade in the market. It has good periods and it has bad periods. The holy grail for me was saying, not how do I try and adjust my edge to make less bad periods. Sure, we all want a stronger edge. But the holy grail for me was all about saying, I need to learn to be okay at going through these bad periods so that I can be there to get the good periods. And that is learning to sit in an uncomfortable position that you choose to put yourself into. If I said to Pedro, squat against the wall, and I want you to stay there until you can't be bothered anymore, and what's Pedro going to do? 2 minutes later, go, this sucks, get up and walk off. We self-impose the environment in which we trade in. And so the moment it gets difficult, oh, this sucks. There's got to be a new strategy I can learn, or a new position I can learn. But that behavior pattern has never, ever, ever found the answer that I was looking for, because I would go and learn a new edge and I would bring all my expectations into it again. Well, I should be making 0.3 expectancy per trade. 20 trades later, oh, I'm break even. This edge sucks. There's something wrong with it. Like, I came through a January that was upwards of 30R. If we're risking 1% a trade, that is life-changing money. I then went into a February that was 6R. And I'm like, well, that don't make no sense. I then went into a March, which was a losing month, and into a May that was a winning month. And we just feel like we get unlucky with the moment where we say, right, I'm going to start trading this now because I've seen enough evidence. And then the edge just goes, right, well, now's your break-even period. Now's your losing period. And it feels like the moment you buy a new challenge account, this is when the drawdown starts, or this is the losing trade. You know, very rarely do you break the matrix by buying a new account and having it a winning trade on the very first trade. Normally, if you do, something starts glitching because it's not normal. That's been my experience of it. So this is something that I would encourage traders to do. If you're still looking for that holy grail, if you accept that the holy grail sits in your ability to execute on a small edge relentlessly, you will be closer to having a sustainable career than those traders that think they're missing something within their technical edge. Because you only need a 0.15, a 0.2 expectancy edge with a little bit of volume behind it at 1-to-1 risk reward. That's a 60% win rate, or even a 55% win rate at 1-to-1. And that can be positioned well enough to get you to a point where your chapter can completely change. And it's realizing, for me, it was realizing how low the bar actually sits, and that I don't need an amazing edge. I just need something that's good enough. But it's only as good as the ability I have to execute on it. And sadly, this is where most traders will abuse and let down their edge and not give it a big enough sample for it to perform. And that's the hardest bit about trading, is you've got to find an edge. And this is why we say find an edge that fits you, suits you as an individual, and that you're happy sitting there over a desk for 10 hours a day, trading the bloody thing, and you know, win for win, loss for loss. And think about this: if you're building a scalping edge on the 1 minute chart, do you want to be sitting staring at 1 minute charts, watching every candle form for the next 10 hours a day for the next 5 years? And this is something that I would build an edge out and go, oh, nice, there's an edge in this, then realize that it absolutely sucked trying to trade it live. So I'm like, well, actually, why did I get into trading? It's not to sit there curved over a screen for 10 hours a day. It's to sit there and enjoy time freedom, time flexibility, to have maybe a passive income that I don't have to physically work for. I just look at the charts, do an analysis. And I couldn't get that on lower time frames. But the R value is higher because you're selling more time, more setups, more trades, and so forth. So that was my holy grail moment, was, you know what, I don't need a great edge. I'd like a great edge, but I don't need one. I need the ability to stick to an edge. And that's what distinguished me from being an average trader to then being a really good trader. And if you can be a really good trader with a good edge and align it in prop firms, you are now talking about like the 3 ticks in a box, right? But that's my own experience of it. It's just learning, you know, how do I get out of my head about I'm going through a losing streak? How do I zoom out? How do I look at like my equity curve? I actually sat down with AI, dumped my spreadsheet in there, and there's like a, what was it, like 700 trade sample size, and said, talk to me about the expectancy, show me the equity curve, show me the drawdown periods, how many weeks did this last? And it analyzed all the data at a level that I wouldn't have been able to. But the best thing about it is it visually represented to me an equity curve that if I pull it up on screen and show you and say, what do you think to this? Most traders' reaction is, dude, that's sick. That's a really good equity curve. But the journey of that equity curve sucks. It's a 51.5% win rate at barely just over 1-to-1. It's a really like grind edge, and that's exactly what AI called it. It said this isn't a strong edge, this is a grind edge that wins by volume. And to get the result, you've got to be willing to sit down hours every single day and execute and not miss a single trade, because the moment you miss just 1 or 2 trades, you create a huge variance in your results because the results were so thin. And so for me, it was about seeing that, recognizing it and saying, you know what, I'm still on a mission to build out 4 edges this year, but they don't need to be world class. They just need to be good enough to get the job done. And then I'll just position them in a way that makes sense and just relentlessly execute. And that holy grail moment was realizing the importance of that over realizing the importance of, after I backtest another 150 trades, I will then feel confident. And my confidence actually came from trusting my ability as a trader. And that's where I had to look to find out, you know, how do I be the trader I want to be and put in the work that needs to be done, but actually control the environment thereafter, because I don't need profit to tell me that I've done the right thing. It's just I need a green trade. I need to execute on a green trade. And then I score the whole thing as a big mini game to myself. Pedro, I've executed on 7 trades in a row, perfectly in line with the plan. That means there's 7 green boxes in my spreadsheet. Doesn't matter if they win or if they lose. Next trade that sets up, oh man, feel a bit of fear over this. Maybe I'll skip this. Okay, no problem. Get in your spreadsheet. You're going to have to put a big fat red box because that means you skipped your trade. I don't want a red box in my spreadsheet. I want nothing but green, 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 green. And if I want to get that equity curve that I've produced through my testing period, I need to be willing to sit with the edge and execute on it in real time. Little mental hack for you. My expectancy is, say, 0.15. Call it 0.2 for argument's sake. That means if I'm risking $1,000 a trade, my average return per trade is $200. Okay? Now, I saw this trade setting up the other day, and I sat there, I looked at this and said, this trade sucks. I don't want to take this trade. I really don't want to take this trade. And I said, okay, well, rather than listen to your emotions, what about this? What about every trade you execute on in line with your plan, doesn't matter if it wins or lose, that's $200 you earn. All you got to do is just place the trade. And I'm like, yeah, I like that. I'll place this trade for $200. I was like, That's all you got to do. You've just got to place that trade and let it go to your TP or stop loss, and your average expectancy gets returned to your bank account after a meaningful sample size of trades, providing the strategy continues to work. And so I reframed it in my mind to a point where I was waiting for the candle close, and I was now excited to place the trade as opposed to nervous of placing the trade, because I changed my perspective on where I was looking. And I was like, dude, I make $200 for every trade I place. I place 3 trades a day, and I'm happy to, to just execute on them trades. And lo and behold, I placed the trade, it went to stop loss. And what happened? My chimp brain started to freak out. I knew you shouldn't take that trade. It was going to be a losing trade. And I was like, I don't care. I made $200, even though I wrote an invoice and sent it off to the market. I might have to write several hundred before I get my check back. But when I do, it should be in line with my back-tested data because I'm trading it perfectly. And I know it's a lot of mental arithmetics to go to kind of reach this level of execution. But if you build a process around it, you can simplify your trading to a point where you just get paid for executing trades. And it's just like literally writing up 50 invoices, and then you post them off to the market, and all of a sudden there comes your profit 50 trades later or 100 trades later. It helped me regain perspective on looking at a trade-by-trade basis and feeling emotional. And you still feel the emotions, like this morning, losing trade. And I'm like, oh, man, I'm like closer to that payout. Now I'm 1 trade away from it. Next trade, absolutely sucked. Hated it. Didn't want to take it at all. Went through the process. Well, dude, there's $200 on the table. All you got to do is press the button. That was a winning trade. And it fascinates me that although I've never managed to figure out the difference between a winning trade and a losing trade, my brain still tries. And because it doesn't have complete information, there's always this fear attached to pulling the trigger. And this is after 8 years of being a trader. It never fully goes away. The emotions never fully go away. But how we manage them, this is what we get better at over time. So I appreciate I probably made myself sound like a complete nut job when it comes to kind of decompartmentalizing the mental arithmetics I go through to place a trade. But the end result is I can glue myself to get the same result as what that edge should produce. And that was the biggest hurdle for me as a trader, is knowing I've got to do that. I've got to do that mental work. I've got to do that psychological work. Because if I can't execute the trade every time it sets up, I'll never stand a chance of consistent returns over time. And to do it and build it into a normal behavior pattern, it gets easier, but the emotions still turn up. So I just want to reference that for anyone in chat who sits there thinking one day you'll be able to trade like a robot, emotionally free. Maybe if you had an EA, but if you're doing it manually, from my own experience, you're still going to get a little bit of kickback, a little bit of pushback from your best friend, your emotions, who are trying to just keep you out of danger, out of harm's way. And that's because we trade with incomplete information. And our job is just to work with them emotions in a way that works for us and pull the trigger on the next trade. And knowing your numbers massively, massively helps with that. But yeah, it's appreciate the insight, Rich. Sorry, it's the depths. Like before I was a performance coach, I'm a trader, and literally I've gone down every rabbit hole I knew and watched pretty much every video I deemed worthwhile in psychology to try and figure out, why do I feel what I feel when I execute a trade, and how can I navigate these emotions in a way that gives me a chance of some potential upside. And now, from the lens I have of being the performance coach, what we see is the rate in which traders will fail accounts relative to payouts. And we all can Google this stuff, and we know kind of what the stats are in terms of failed traders, and even in brokers. Traders are still at the submission of not being able to follow their plan. They cut their winners early and they let their losses run against them. And it's exactly the opposite that we need to do in following an edge. I had this trade the other day, come down, kissed my TP by the spreads, and it didn't close. And it literally touched the TP target, and it didn't close. And it pulled back, good chunk as well. Half an hour in profit now, it's pulled back 50%. And I freaked out. Inside, I got this big adrenaline dump of like, close this trade, I can't believe the market's just done this to you. And I was like, hold on, mate. I was like, this isn't recorded as 1 hour in our data sheet right now. So if you close it, you're getting a red trade, right? I was like, no, I don't want a red trade. I was like, exactly. You want the $200 for placing the trade and holding it. Do you know what it did? This filthy trade rolled all the way back over, came right back to my stop loss, and it touched the stop loss but didn't close, and then pulled back to break even. And I've gone from all the money in profit, like all the accounts which are stacked on the copier, all the money into drawdown, and now the trade is at break even. And then do you know what happened? One of our favourite people, he sent out one of them beautiful tweets that we get randomly in the markets that no one's kind of fully prepared for, and the trade absolutely tanked through my stop loss at about 100 mile an hour. And I sat there and I was like, why did I put so much emotional expenditure in this one single trade? All you've got to do, Rich, is see the trade, pull the trigger, and just let the thing cook. And I'm sitting there staring at it and going, well, maybe it closed out on another account. Let me go and check the trade copier. Let me go and check this account and that account. And I found myself just overly invested. And what happened when it hit the stop loss? Felt a bit of pain, because I had put an expectation on this trade. When it goes to TP, it's going to be X amount of dollars, and it's going to pass X amount of accounts, and it's going to create this kind of payout. And the expectation I had allowed to creep up slowly whilst I was watching the trade move. Now, before I place a trade, I'm very consistent at having a pre-trade routine where I get rid of my expectations and say, all I expect is just to execute the trade. I get a couple $100 for doing so because that's my expectancy, and whatever happens, happens. But because the trade went on such a journey, all the way towards the take profit, all the way towards the stop loss, I didn't recognize that I was building these emotions and the expectation within me. And when the trade hit the stop loss, I suddenly got this. You remember we talk about this emotional trigger line where you might be chill, maybe 2 out of 10, 3 out of 10, but anything above a 7, you are tilted. I thought I was at a 2 or 3. The moment that trade hit the stop loss, that shot me to a 7 real quick. I had to get up and just walk off. I was like, no, I'm cooked. I was like, this market is just out for blood today, and you know what? I'm done. So I had to reset and then come away, and I was like, Rich, this is one trade that you held perfectly in line with your plan with great risk management. Mate, recognise you've done a good thing here. And it was the emotions that attached to it and how I wanted to humanise what was happening as personal to me, and the market's rude and out to get me. Market weren't rude and out to get me. Market was just moving how markets move. I placed a valid trade and it went to stop loss. Move on, mate. You're going to take hundreds of trades like this, probably this year, or if not over the next few years. And again, full circle back to that holy grail of accepting this is the result that you should have got, and I got exactly that. What did I do? I marked the trade as green in the spreadsheet, and off we go looking for the next opportunity. So bit of a ramble, but this is something that I still work through as a trader, and even as a coach, you can know the theory, but if we've spoken about this before, you've got that applied theory, which means in real time, under pressure, you've actually got to apply the things you know. And what happens when your cortisol levels rise, and when your stress levels go through the roof, and when you're looking at the trades and your emotional brain has literally shut the door on your logical brain, we don't make the best decisions. And it's in those times that you need a process the most to pull you out of that kind of daydreaming, dreary state of watching trades go thousands of dollars in profit and then drawdown, to then say, what's the next exact right decision? And it's why I always come back to that reference that LJ has shared, because it fires up the logical brain and says, right, dude, we're in this trade, it's valid. What are we doing? Nothing. We're holding it to plan. It's so easy to get zoomed in, isn't it? And I wanted to share that, not necessarily from a coaching perspective, but from a trader's perspective, to say this is completely normal and rational and human, and we all go through it. But the difference now to me several years ago is I have the emotional awareness a lot of the time to recognize it. I know just how damaging it is when I choose red and act outside of the plan. And I know if I want to get any chance of getting the profit, I need to glue myself to a trade-by-trade basis of following the system perfectly. And then I build processes around the execution of it. And that's it. Now I document everything in a journal, and then I swear at the charts when it doesn't pay me on a week-by-week basis through my weekly review. Then I give a very nice clean example of that to the community because they can't have my sweary version because that's for me personally. But the general idea is it gives me the feedback on, you know what, mate? Yeah, you're minus 3R this week, but you did your job. And there'll be weeks where you get 5, 6, 10, 12R. And if you're not doing your job, you won't get them results. And it's that phrase, isn't it? You see this, if you want me at my best, you've got to put up with me at my worst. And the market literally says that to me every day. If you want the best out of me, you've got to be willing to go through the worst as well. And yeah, that's a bit of raw feedback from myself as a trader. But one of you guys take the reins on this, because if not, I'm literally just going to waffle on.
Yeah, Rich, you can share the cussing version with me. I'd love to see that. You know, Richard Wells just like popping off, just like heated and just like bleep, 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 bleep. You know, right? I'd love to see it. Love to see it. So, yeah, it's quite interesting. I guess something we could talk about is similar to that. This was a massive drawdown trade I had yesterday, and stuck right through it. And just like you were talking about on the sort of tilt scale 1 to 10. I'll chill through this. We're on stream with Rich, and then eventually with Victor yesterday. So this was actually, I had taken out TP on the initial trade slightly early here. The original TP was up through at this point, right? I took out through here. I thought that was a good point where we had started to peak, and then decided to enter back in through here just for this final little skirt through there. I had the TP right there though. So originally the stop was up like that, right? So I was just, you know, we were continuing, just squeezing out that final bit to the original TP. Now we were on stream and we were chatting and stuff. So I didn't see that it slightly missed the TP by like a fraction of a point, right? Then we started coming down. We were talking for a while further. We were down through here, and I was like, oh, no, and I ended up holding this right the way through, which was quite interesting. So, you know, because I was looking for this, I was expecting that drawdown, expecting that we do come off. It was just a question of how hard, and would we get a bounce somewhere in between here, and then eventually come back up to flat to exit it. Now, again, through this point where we were flat, if I just put the mouse up here, so not covering things, again, we were then talking, so I missed that, and we came right off hard. At this point, I was now down about 4.5K down at the bottoms here. It was like 3.5 or somewhere through here. Now, we were talking about it yesterday because I already had quite a bit of profit stacked up. So I had about 6K in profit yesterday stacked up. So I was pretty much just running down my profit. So hence, you know, Rich was like, no, just close it, close it, close it. I was like, dude, I don't want to close it through here. I'm expecting this drawdown. I know we're going to stop and then probably rebound somewhere coming into New York. And if I'm just taking it out now, I'm going to be looking for the next trade. I'd probably be going long here anyway. And so it's essentially just doubling up the same thing, right? So this is something I stuck in, and then we did get this climb right up through here. Came up to flat, and I got it for a fraction of a, I don't know, like $40 profit or something. And then eventually shorted right the way back down and cleaned that up through there. So that worked out pretty well. We were talking about this yesterday, as obviously this is not a good idea for most people, and it is something that can wreck and destroy you, of course. But it is something that comes with that confidence, just like you were saying, where trading your plan, obviously a lot of my plan or strategy and approach is very macro driven and the like. So I was definitely expecting this, anticipating this. And then the same thing, if I took the L here on the trade, if I was looking this clean, had no trades on board, I'd be looking to find a long here to fish the bottom. Right, so on that same metric, that's where I decided to keep it, hold on, because I've got the room today, see this run up, clear it there, and then see where if we continue to drive on. We didn't, came back down, re-entered short, went on from there. I'm curious to hear what you think about that, Rich.
I'll just ask one question before we jump in.
Yeah, you go. Yeah.
What was your initial risk on that second position? So when you had just that tiny stop loss, how much were you risking? Because you said that you end up with a drawdown of 4K. Yeah, like how many?
I think
What was the dollar amount on there?
500, like 480 or something.
You went to 8 times more of your drawdown on that.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah,
about
9x or so.
Is that something that you do regularly? Kind of adjust your stop loss like that? Like what would
No,
be
not
like,
regularly.
So if you're about it, so you mentioned that you do have that stop loss there at the top, and then you do want to get in and along again at the bottom. How much would you be risking again on that second position? If you get
If I got in
there.
at the bottom somewhere here,
yeah.
So something like that, I'd probably be looking at along like that. I'd risk again about 700, and then I'd be looking at TP up through here. So then that'd be like a 3.6 to 1.
So you'll be talking about maximum of 1,100 risk in this particular case, and you end up taking a full risk of 4K. And again, I don't know if you actually had the stop loss exactly there, or if just like even with that week that you survived the stop loss in that moment, because there was a week there and maybe price almost got you out on that moment. Again, of course, this is risky, as you mentioned. I think that's a little bit of a risk, even if you're expecting that price will be bouncing in this particular case. So if you take the first loss and if you actually then get the second entry, you get minus 400, but then you actually would have managed to get into the second position, which in this case would have been a win. And in that case, I'm still talking about your trade. I don't know, change my chart. I was still talking about your chart on the NAS. So if you, again, it's about there's a point where it's about doing math as well, like in terms of the positions. Of course, there is emotion attached to it. But I think at what point would it be better just to literally accept that loss that you're about to get, and then if price then gives you the reason to get in, then you get in. I know that maybe you end up feeling a little bit maybe emotional wise, depending on also the experience of the trader. Maybe feel of a relief and almost that recovery of the drawdown of minus 4K to maybe $40, whatever, may have felt better than all the profits that you have maybe made for the day. Just because you actually managed to get your minus 4K and you managed to get out of break even with the $40. Maybe that felt better than the next win that you had afterwards. Just if you just think about your emotions, and again, just because of the relief, I think sometimes relief it feels better, or kind of it's a stronger emotion than having a winning position. That's maybe how humans behave. That would be more of like that extending of the drawdown, because you never know. And the reality that yes, you played a little bit with fire. That's the way I look at it, of risking 8 times more. I don't know if that's also a risk that usually you end up taking, like a 4K risk on that account. What is the maximum risk that you usually take on a full position on a trade?
No. So hence it was not an emotional trade. That's basically what I was highlighting. That it was a thought through, anticipated measurement, that kind of thing. I would have been mad if I decided to take out here and cop the loss when I'm actually anticipating that drop and then a further bounce and then shorts from there, right? So then that would be that deviating from your longer term structure, just like Rich was saying, where if he just places the trades, he gets that 0.2 expectancy, and as long as you just execute on that, that will come through, right? So the same deal there. This was about like, hence, like you were saying, where you have that, where I'd go long from here, that'd be another 700 or whatever, then it'd be 1100 total. But that's also making an assumption as though you are 100% correct that you get down that far. Now we could have come, stalled out through here, then came up, or through this point, or you have that deeper draw, right? So to forecast that to that hard of exact pinpoints, you'd be, I would say you're being a bit too cocky with it. I know it's going to come off. I know I've got those measurements mapped out. I do have the capacity. So the other context with this is the fact that I was already up 6K.
Yes, I understand that part.
So if at worst, and I close that out there, I'd still be up 1%, right? Regardless. And then I can continue on to the rest of New York and actually clean that up after the fact. Now, if I did just L it anywhere through here, I'd be looking for that trade for us to go up. So essentially, I'd be then taking the same risk, just would have closed this up here, and I'd now be entering a new trade, whether it be here or here or here, and then taking the same, essentially the same exposure to reach the same outcome eventually. So rather than basically exiting the trade, taking that, you know, more commission, that kind of stuff, hold on to it. I've got that capacity. Allow it to run up. Whenever we got, if we got just stalled out through here, I would have taken it, you know, down through here, taken it for an L about minus 700, 800, 1,000, whatever it is. We did start to push right the way up there. So fortunately, it did come out flat just above. But then the point was basically recover a portion of that. It's the equivalent of me exiting earlier, taking a new trade, taking on that exposure, trying to get that profit. If I just take a shorter loss, then we enter, we're good. Now, hence we were talking about this yesterday, and why it's controversial is obviously most people, if they're going to try and do this, you blow up, right? Which hence why I was curious what Rich would also think, because this is definitely one of those things that comes more with experience and also understanding, just like Rich was saying, where your edge is, your approach in the market, how you see the market and dip in and out overall. So if I didn't do this, I would be deviating away from that confidence interval. And yes, we did have the inferences of, obviously, I was on stream, we had like a talking point, missed the TP there, missed the fact that we were dropping down, and by the time I came to it, we're already pushed down further. So you could say, yes, given that, I should just dip out, re-enter. But you've got to like manage, you know, life stuff, work things within your trading as well. And yeah, I got to say, if I exited here, that's when I would have been ticked off. Doing this, I'm like, yep, good. I stuck to it. This, if I exited early, I would have been like, what are you doing? What are you doing? You knew better. Right?
Did you actually had a stop loss in place, or kind of it was a mental stop loss that you had in
That
place?
was an actual stop, and then basically just dragged it lower to reach portent as we kept driving. And basically bottom fishing, looking for where the S&P was at the time. S&P wasn't crediting anywhere near as hard. The NASDAQ was definitely taking the brunt, and this was because of the further roll-on from news stuff yesterday, right? Sorry. So yeah. Rich, what are your thoughts? You're going to slap me across the face right now, huh?
So I like this comment. It says, I've missed something. I don't understand why you would do this, but I'm glad it worked out for you. Let's step back through this just slightly. Where was your original stop loss on the trade when you didn't see that it was moving up towards TP?
So the original stop was, if we drag this right up, original stop was there, and the TP, if I can get it to come up, it was like that.
Okay, so if we zoom in a little bit on the original trade idea. Now, most traders, when they're placing a stop in the market, they're placing it at a specific price point, because at this price point, I'm just wrong about my trade idea. Now, what I'm curious is what changed for you to move the stop based on your original analysis? So let's look at it from was there like a tweet? Was there something fundamental? Because I get that you managed the trade back into profit. That's something completely different. And in its entirety, what we need to do is mark that up to skill over time. Don't traders. If you extend your stops out and you haven't got a bigger macro reason for doing so, typically you're going to be leveraging your trade, and you're now behaving in a long-term unprofitable manner, right? Now, LJ's got these stats, he's got the experience, and he can adjust his trade. But what I'm digging into is, we normally put our stop loss in a place that invalidates our trade idea. And I assume this is kind of where your original stop was. What changed technically or fundamentally for you to say, I need to actually adjust my stop loss on this?
Yeah, so this was where we're coming just into New York Open, so pre-market and then New York Open, right? And we did have some of the prior sort of comments shifting through after the weekend, that kind of thing. And obviously coming into New York Open, we often get the snap down and then we get a high snap up just for it to then go back in the original direction. So I was looking for some kind of snap down like this for it to come back up, just fail below these highs and then come back off. Now we didn't quite get there. We just got up to flat, and hence because we were then in around New York Open and I stayed on stream a bit later yesterday, we were then talking once again and I missed that exit point to get out flat there. However, we did have the rhetoric that was coming through, which was the reason for the moves, which I saw as something essentially to write off, right? So ultimately, you're going to get that drive, you're going to get that push. I'm happy to sit in this because I think it will then ultimately be reversed, right? I'm watching the bond market, things like that. We had the yield curve then moving up. We saw oil continuing to go up, but we're not going to keep going that high. So it's a very high macro conviction. And then on the day, especially since this is it's a headline, but it's definitely relatively benign. There's nothing spectacular, nothing new, nothing crazy out of the woods. So I'd see that just move to the ATR, potentially extend the day's range, maybe a slight tick over, which is probably a fake out, then for us to reverse, and then later on it's digested further. We see if there's any other further comments from Trump, which we eventually did get, which is why we then drove down lower. So we had the follow-up comments. So normally there's like waves of that. So I'd see that reversed, and then once it's sort of confirmed or backed up, or there's some other kind of credence given to it, then we continue. That's been the same repeat factor that we've had for a number of months now within the Middle East fiasco, put it that way.
Okay. So technically, the trade was slightly mismanaged because of time commitments and real life environments. I totally get that. We can't always be at the charts. And then because of the volatility that would come into the open, you said, look, I still feel the thesis about the trade idea is correct, but the volatility might just wick. I need a bit more breathing room, and I've got the room to do so within my analysis. And then later on, we had this whole new news event coming out, and you're like, this changes things, but I believe that I can get a better exit than my current drawdown price if I close. Now, this is always the trade-off with a trader that's doing this, is recognizing that when you are willing to do this on a trade-by-trade basis, you're actually trading negative risk to reward.
Correct.
Now, I would encourage traders to have your stop in a place where it invalidates your trade idea and let it get hit. Get used to the idea of losing and losing well. Now, once you go through years and years and years of evolution, and what we're doing is talking about LJ's skill set at a very high level, LJ knew his risk tolerance and was willing to try and use his experience to improve the negative result of that trade based on new information that was coming out and correlation across multiple assets. Now, LJ is the only person that knows whether long-term, sustainably, doing that has made him more or improved the result that he would have got if he accepted the loss. And to do that is and the reason why I say it's a very acquired skill set. Why? Because the moment you start running against your original analysis, man, I was risking $500. Why didn't I just close it and take the loss? Now I'm down 1,200. Now I'm down 1,500. Now I'm down 3,000. At this point, what happens is everything we were talking about earlier, where the trader's cortisol levels start rising and the trader hits a point of like, I just don't care. Maybe it turns around. Maybe I full port the account and it hits the max daily loss. Now, what we've got to trust in this behavior is LJ separated the objectivity from his emotions. He recognized what he needed to do within the price action, and this is something that traders aren't going to be able to do in year 1, year 2, year 5. This is years of dialing in your craft. Would I encourage traders to trade like this? Absolutely not. Because this turns into hey, I risked $500, now I'm 9 times deeper in the hole than I anticipated. I'm probably going to margin call my account. If left unchecked, this becomes catastrophic. Now, I should imagine there's times where LJ does this and he gets clipped. And when he does, that's going to be a full -1R, and he's then got to trade his way out of it. Probably doesn't happen too often, but when it does, the difference is LJ's not willing to completely blow up his portfolio. He's still managing risk over that single trade movement. But for a trader to even attempt to do this, ideally they want to start with a smaller level of risk in that initial trade idea, maybe $100, maybe $300, and gives them the breathing room. And also, we don't know LJ's account size. If he says it's a 10k account and he was letting it float 4% against him, or we don't know his account size.
It's on 150. This one
on 150.
Yeah, that trade was on. Yeah.
So did it what? Not even 3% floating against you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it also comes down to your original position sizing and how well the account can stomach. But also, LJ said he's up for the day. He was in profit for the day. He had this buffer. He had this float. Now, to do it is I would say almost poetry in motion. It's not something that most traders are going to be able to do successfully, simply because they'll just tilt the moment the loss becomes too big. LJ had his red line in the sand. He knew there was a point the trade needed to be cut, and he was trying to better the outcome. And like I say, only LJ knows over 100 trades whether by doing this behavior is he able to better the net result of closing at a fixed dollar value of 1R. And I should imagine he doesn't do it on every single trade. It was just on the few occasions where the circumstances align, there's a bit of volatility, there's a bit of news, my thesis is correct, I need to be able to weather this storm. And sometimes, the storm hits heavier than we anticipate. And it's in the right context, I think it's incredibly skillful. I just couldn't coach it because most of the traders' skill sets aren't at a level of being able to objectively see what you were trying to achieve relative to just allowing a massive P&L to float against you with no risk management. So it's I can't applaud you on a trade-by-trade basis without seeing hundreds of examples, but I can understand it. My question for me would be, could I do this objectively? The answer is no, because I know what would happen. I would pull my stop out, I would start averaging into this, and it would start growing aggressively. I wouldn't be being objective. I would be closing trades at break even. I'd probably start trying to hedge, and before I know it, I'm putting myself into a position where I'm just purely swinging on the P&L. And that's not something that has a long-term sustainable edge for me. So I applaud you on the skill set, and I think it to explain it fully is going to be something that is probably not going to resonate with a lot of people, because the industry standard is how much did you risk, where's your stop loss, why didn't you let it get hit? And that's because that skill set alone is enough to take traders to a profitable state. So when you meddle outside of that, it almost looks like you're going backwards to LJ, why would you behave like a trader in their first year or second year? But it's like an evolution of this isn't year one practice, this is year 15 practice.
Yeah, and that's what I was trying to highlight, especially in essence of yesterday, for that reason, and highlight that, yes, this is I have my skill set, I know where that is with that sort of macro lean, that kind of stuff, the sentiment of the market, where that kind of the drivers, the positioning, going to options levels, futures, volume profiles, all that kind of stuff, the actual positioning of the market. So that is where you get those next level ups, but I just wanted to highlight that. I thought it was interesting to see what you say, and then also obviously highlight it in essence of yesterday that yes, this is not something normal for most people that would be recommended whatsoever. So I think that's the interesting point there. Oh, Rich disappeared.
Yeah, Rich had to bounce real quick. So
okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, I was about to say just to because then I'm going as well. LG, I'll give you a negative grade on this trade if I was your portfolio manager. Okay. I think if you were about to do the exercise of rating your grade in different categories, all the way from execution to stop loss placement, to trade management, to emotional management, to take profit and so on. I think some of them they could have got a 1. I think actually execution it was a one because your initial idea of getting that last squeeze was correct. That was your original idea, I believe, on this trade, right? You just wanted to get that last squeeze to the upside that you unfortunately missed out on your target by for a fraction of a pip or something like that.
Yeah.
All the rest. Initially, I will give you a negative on trade management. Because you're literally just trying to get the point of the iceberg, and all of a sudden you are trading the full iceberg altogether. That it was not the original idea, even though I do understand the rationale of what you were looking afterwards in terms of the thought process of the US Open and the way it behaves and the reason for you actually to carry on looking for potential upside moves, or at least some potential moves to the upside in terms of longing of long trades. So the initial part of trade management, I would give you a negative because you start moving a stop loss I don't know where, increasing your risk way more than, again, let's forget that you had 6k in profit already. But then in terms of the management, I think in between skill and luck, I think there's a little bit of mix of both. Yes, it ended up going well on your side. I think, again, if I don't know exactly if that was a stop loss again, but that week could have gone to your stop loss just by a little bit, and then price went all the way up. The ability to then close at break even, that was good, because actually the emotion that most people go through at that stage is most likely after you just survive that massive drawdown, being risking 4k, risking 400, being 4k down, and now back at break even. 90% of the people just think now the trade is on my side, price already went out the way, now I'm actually going out the way to close this trade at 1000, 2000, whatever it may be. Not even the original target. I'm already looking for price to, that's the mind games that most people would already be doing. So for you to actually end up closing when price goes back to break even, that shows again that you knew what you were doing in that sense, at least the expectation that you had. And then again, to have the capacity to just delete everything like nothing happened, let's just go short again and can just clean the market again. That's where the experience goes to. Okay, so I give you all the props for the knowledge and the experience that you have of all these years and trading, even fluctuating way more than you had. Most people would have already give up way before all that ups and downs. But I cannot give you positive on that trade management because you're looking for this bit of a trend, and all of a sudden you are trading the full spectrum of everything, even though the rationale makes sense in terms of your expectation. But in terms of the execution of the trades, actually I would rate it as a good execution. It's a good execution because that was a good entry for what you wanted initially. At least that's what you told us, not for all the rest. Like if you told me, I have a 10 pips take profit, but I'm looking to trade out that range, like 100 pips down. That's bad entry. Okay, so like that was a bad entry initially, but that was not your expectation initially. So then we need to analyze the trade differently. But all the rest, all the emotion, that's like being able to deal with all of that and then still close the trade break even and get short straight away. That's hats off to you and well done. But still a negative on that one specifically. I'll give you a minus. I'll give you a minus on that one. You don't go up with a positive on that one, regardless of the outcome. I don't care.
This is very interesting because it shows just how different people's views and opinions can be, and how you actually manage things, and the forward sort of zigzag of outcomes that you're expecting, and then how you actually weave within that. How confident are you in that forward zigzag, or are you just looking to here and then it's invalidated? Difference between people looking like purely technical, macro, the other stuff, all of it together. This is very interesting, so I like it. I don't know, maybe when we can get Rich back again, we can follow up, because I got some more comments next time. So
that's good. That was amazing. Guys, I'll leave you. Leave again. I'll let you guys. I don't know if you follow through all this explanation from LJ. You can give your feedback to him as well about his setup. And there you go. I love it. That's actually a good example to see. So thank you, LJ, also for sharing, and once again, Richard, for sharing absolutely everything. I agree with everything that he said before. And it's so important. one of the main breakthroughs is actually the way you can reframe to just execute regardless. And this mindset of the $200 every trade regardless of the outcome itself, it's amazing. We just need to find whatever kind of mentality tricks we find for ourselves to just stay on the line and just keep executing for as long as possible. Guys, thank you very much. I'll see you on Thursday. Bye-bye.
See you later, man.
Pedro.
Welcome, Pedro. See you later, bro.
Cheers, man. Guys, just real quick, I'll jump back in a second. I've just got the hot water guy coming in about 2 minutes.
Yeah,
I just got a text before.
Yeah,
So,
no problem.
if I can, do you have your chart, Will or Griff?
I should do. Yeah, let me just bring it up real quick.
For me to swap over.
Cool, there it is.
I just got to let the guy in and
Yeah, sweet, man. Yeah, no worries.
I'll be back in a sec.
Awesome.
Back in a
well,
sec, chat as well.
I still love your chart colors so much.
Who, mine?
Yeah, I think I've said this before. They look
Yeah,
expensive,
I think so, yeah.
opulent,
Dude, they're nice, aren't they?
so good.
Dude, I'm freezing again, but I've cleared my cache and my history on everything, so I don't know why I'm freezing. So apologies on that, guys. I don't know what's going on.
All looks good on our side.
Oh, does it? Oh, sweet. Oh, maybe it's just my side then. Oh, that's right then. Sweet, awesome stuff. Griff, how you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, dude, I'm good. There's no trades today, unfortunately. I did draw this up on gold, but truth be told, I'm potent. I didn't know it. I did draw this up. I didn't take it. Even if I had have taken it, I would have been out on the third break-even bounce here after this big bull candle. So yeah, no trades for me. In fact, I've actually put in my journal as well. If I go over onto history, you can see no trades. Markets were rubbish. I say are rubbish. So yeah, nothing. No big news either. You know, we got a hell of a drop off. I don't know if you check out the indices, mate. So we had a little bit of a drop on NAS. S&P had a bigger drop. US 30 really the floor dropped. The floor just dropped within it. So
Wow, yeah.
big drop on US 30, medium drop on S&P, and a little drop on NASDAQ. So checking the DXY, we're a little bit bullish on the DXY. We're pulling back ever so slightly, but we've been very bearish recently throughout today. So not much going on. If you're trading pound dollar. Pound dollar had a little bit of news. Not much actually happened in relation to being different to the overall trend, as Gov Bailey was speaking earlier on this morning at 9:45. We're having a bit of a pullback now. Very stagnant price action at the moment. A little bit of a drop off just down here. So honestly, pretty much a slow pre-CPI news sort of price action. What about yourself, though, Griff? Tell me, give me some juice. Tell me that you've been in a trade.
I came very close. There was a flag setup on NJ, and it was 0.1 pips away from validating. So I was super close right here.
Dude, that's savage.
If this right here, this wick, I'll really zoom in so you guys can see. It needed to break below this low, and you can see it literally touched the same level. It needed to break just 0.1 pips more, and then it would have been valid. And
oh man, that's so unlucky.
you can see that it went, like it moved straight away, and then with my trailing stop, I would have exited up here. So it would have been from here to here. So,
oh man,
that's a shame.
That's tragic. That's super unlucky, but
that's why we have trade plans.
Yeah, exactly. The joys of following your plan. I know,
Keeps it simple. I can't even be mad because I did the right thing.
You know what? No, and I'm proud of you for that. You know, like you said, you know, it's easy to be mad at yourself. It's easy to be frustrated. It's easy to feel FOMO. To be happy missing a trade that would have hit TP, or to be happy missing a trade in general, knowing that you followed your plan, is a bigger you. It shows that you're a bigger and better version of yourself. And
Thanks.
I rate that a lot. You know, that's huge progression.
We always emphasize following process over outcome in trading, and yeah, it's actually easier to follow process over outcome because your emotions don't have to get involved. So yeah, having a trade plan makes it really easy to follow your process. If you follow your process, you're not going to make emotional decisions, and you can be as consistent as you possibly can, and you're getting the same results as you're getting in your back testing.
Yeah, no, dude, literally that. I made a reel on Instagram, and I posted basically saying a little bit. So, like I said, you know, a little bit controversial, but it wasn't at the same time. Like I'm trying to reach that controversial audience that want to follow the scammers, and then hitting them with the real stuff. And I literally the hook, should we say, the initial of the video is, this is why you shit at trading, and you know that it was just straight up, guys. You know, we're all trying to follow these gurus, trying to buy into the lifestyle, buy these Lambos, trying to live a life that potentially we don't even actually want to live. And I said in the video, I explained that once you realize that you get to a certain point in your trading that you're just sick to death of trying to be someone you're not almost, and you start to learn that trading is a process-driven game. It's a game of numbers. It's a game of psychology. It's a game of processes. And once you start understanding the bigger picture and what you're actually trying to achieve, like you said, Griff, you know, following your process actually becomes easier because you're not emotionally driven. You don't have to follow your emotion. You don't have to think about something that society may expect you to achieve instead of what you truly want to achieve. And yeah, no, I 100% agree with you. And that's where being proud of yourself for missing a trade, that's where being proud of yourself for taking a loss, that's where being proud of yourself for blowing an account comes in. Because as long as you're following your process, the emotions are put into a filing cabinet, should we say?
Yeah, it's a funny thing because as long as you've followed your process, you can't really be mad at yourself. Like, there are times when, like, say I miss a trade which is valid, like it fit my plan, and it ended up being a loss. Like, that pisses me off more than like I would be if I were to have taken it and taken a loss, if that makes sense. I'd rather be in every trade that fits my plan, win or loss, follow the process completely, rather than like, oh gosh, you know, lucky, I missed that losing trade. No, I would rather actually be in the losing trade and have like 100% accuracy, you know.
Yeah, no, dude, I really rate that because, like you said, like I missed a trade the other day and it was a winning trade, and a lot of the guys in my community took it and they were like, "Well, do you catch this trade? Oh, this trade. Oh, look what I caught on goals." And I looked at it, and we all trade very differently. You know, we're all very, because the community that I've got at the moment was created full of traders who have been scammed or had bad blood in the industry. And I said, no, you know what, let's create a community. Let's all get together and create a healthy community. And this was before I actually joined the 5ers. And you know, we're all trading from experience. We've all got different, different history, and they all traded this one particular trade very similar to my strategy. And I looked at it and I was like, "Oh, mate, that was nice," and big runner. And I thought, "Oh, if only I got in on that." But then I looked at it and I thought to myself, actually, you know what? That wasn't actually in my trading plan. Like, I looked at it and it looked similar to my trading strategy. So I was super proud of the guys. I was like, yes, guys, you're absolute legend. Well done for catching this. But then I looked at it and I was like, I probably wouldn't have taken this. So you know what? I'm happy with that. And then there was another occasion, and this was recently. I think this was a couple of days ago, and it was just as the London session was opening, and I'd not slept well, so I overslept that morning. And instead of getting up at like 6 o'clock, going to the gym, coming to the market, smashing out some trades, and then getting into stream, I literally got up, poured myself a coffee and got into stream. Looked at the trade, looked at the analysis, and I played back into London Open. I thought, I've missed a trade here. Let me have a look, see if it was valid. It was an A+ setup. Everything was valid. It would have hit TP. Everything was super nice. And I was like, even if it hit stop loss, like you said, I was pissed off at myself for missing the trade because it was according to my plan and it was according to a time frame or a time zone that I should have been trading at.
Yeah.
You know,
Because
so it was,
fair enough if it's set up in the middle of the night, but you can
Yeah.
define that in your trade plan's rules. I mean, I don't have that in my trade plan because like I get a lot of really good trades in the Asian session on like AU and AJ, but sometimes I may not be willing to wake up in the evening, or maybe I miss my alarm. So yeah, sleep is quite important, and I don't beat myself up about that too much. But previously,
Yeah.
I was really competitive when it came to that, and like I'd be waking up every 1 to 2 hours to make sure that I was not missing this trade. And yeah,
Really?
these days I'm a bit more easy. Yeah.
Hey, come on, wake up in the morning. What are you talking about? What, you care about more about your newborn child than the trade? Get onto the charts. Get your priorities
Oh, I
straight.
know. Imagine
Why-
caring more
wake
about
up.
your newborn child than your potential trade opportunity.
This is
What is
before
this?
I even
What
had
a
the
broke
baby. This is
Bitcoin.
before I even had the baby. I'd be waking up in the night, setting alarms, and I remember. I think I've shown you guys before. I have that app which like gives me a phone call when my trading
Oh my
view
God,
alert is
yeah,
hit.
yeah.
And like, yeah, it was. I imagine it now as my training, like for having a baby.
Hello, this is Trading
Right.
View. Yeah, your alert has been triggered. Oh, thank you.
That is imagine. Ring,
Yeah,
ring.
it's
Hello.
just LJ that phones me up. Asian
Money's on the
session.
table. It's calling. There's money on the table. Wake up.
Drop the child on the floor and get to the charts, all right, mate? Yeah, come
Yeah.
on, priorities.
There's a
this
trade
straight.
setting up, mate.
Yeah, ring, ring. Hello. Henry's on the other line. Yeet the baby. Money is calling. Oh man, yeah, no, can you imagine? Babe,
mean-
get the child. It's your turn. I'm trading.
I need like a guy in Australia with no trading strategy, because I can just teach him to do my trading strategy, and then we can manage an account. I do the first half, he does the
Literal
second half.
portfolio manager.
The thing is, if you lived in Australia, right, you could just get a kangaroo as a pet, right? And you just put the baby in the pouch, and it
True.
can hop around. The baby will be happy. He'll be like, "Yeah, wow," bouncing around, and you can trade freely. It's
Is
fine.
that traditional? Is it?
Yeah, that's how we rock the babies to sleep, right? You just
See,
put them in the little thing, and then they nod off, and then you just pick them up, put them into the crib. It's fine. Dude, that's how we do it. That's how I grew up.
see, I have to get one imported,
Safe method as well.
cheaper
know.
than a nanny.
That's it.
Also, well trained in like self-defense. Compared
Exactly.
to a nanny.
Precisely. They're a bodyguard at the same time, right? It's better than having a dog. Like dogs bark, the kangaroo will come up and just be like, scratch,
Head just like this massive vascular kangaroo just coming up.
Yeah, you got this giant kickboxer here, right?
Yeah,
the dog just like,
literally. Oh, dude,
much better
dude,
defense.
that's the most Australian thing I've ever heard in my life.
That's
It's almost
incredible.
believable as well. Like I
Dude,
can
Henry's
almost
got one.
believe- Henry's got, yeah, true. Henry's
Yeah.
got like a kangaroo for each kid.
Yeah, he's got two right out front. They stand out front like this. They're like,
Yeah, I was gonna say, because they stand like bodyguards anyway. They all stand very just sort of like, what? Like, give me
they're
your
trying
ID.
to do like a chest.
You
chest,
guys are doing a
flex
mad kangaroo impression
and
right
like
now.
a lat flare, and they're just like, yeah, biceps, triceps, like.
Dude, I don't know. LJ, did you see that thing I
funny.
sent you on Instagram? This just monster kangaroo. I was like, wow.
Dude,
That is
some of
like-
them get built as heck, right?
Yeah,
Dude,
like some of them are like they've been to prison. They were just on the iron, like etching in like tally charts and
What do they eat to get so massive?
come out with a tattoo on their arm saying "mum."
they just eat. They pretty much just eat like grass and stuff. But it's kind of like cows. Like cows put on weight, on muscle. Like they can digest the proteins in plants. We can't,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. So But it's also, remember, Will, when we were doing the 1v1s? That kangaroo.
Goliath kangaroo.
Dude, yeah, that's the giant one that's now extinct. But that's literally like the Godzilla kangaroo. So
Kangaroozilla. Kangaroo Kong. Oh, man. Yeah, fair play. Australia's fake, man. I don't care what anyone says. Australia's not a real place. Everyone that says they're Australian isn't actually. They're living on an. I don't know. They're fake. Australia's a fake place full of mythical creatures, and it's Australia's just not real.
No, of course, we're not attached to any landmass. We're our own continent. We're down here. No one's ever actually seen us. You know?
Everyone's put off by a 24-hour flight, even if you're like in New Zealand. There's a 24-hour. Australia, like I said, Australia's just a fake place.
People go on the flight. They don't realize that you're actually redirected through the Bermuda Triangle. You go through like a portal.
You
come on in like a different planet, and it's just Australia. Right, that's it. But we're actually on a different planet over here. You know?
Dude, 100%. It's alien. It's not actually. You're not actually sent or directed to a real flight. You start off with like I don't know Emirates. I don't know what would a charter plane be to?
I don't know, Qantas.
Qantas. There you go. I was going to say because Emirates is more. Would Emirates do Australia?
Emirates does through here, yeah, because obviously it's very close. Yeah, we got Emirates, yeah. But Qantas is like the main one through here typically, like that is still sort of more premium, I guess. Per se.
Yeah. So like, Qantas actually stands for I don't know, like it's an anagram for something.
Satnac. See, it's a portal through.
Yeah.
I don't know where I'm going with this. I tried.
Dude, not literally though.
Qantas backwards, you know.
Yeah, it takes you into like a wormhole in another dimension.
Yeah, that's it.
I mean,
it's a satellite, so that's why it's Satnac. That's the abbreviation for the satellite name, and it beams you up and teleports you through the hole. Once you hit the Bermuda Triangle, it gets the exact coordinates. Hence, it's a triangle, and then you go boing through the thing, and then bang, you're in the next galaxy. And yeah,
the guy that literally
the Australian galaxy.
Physics and chemistry. Is it physics and chemistry, or is it just was it astrophysics, or was it just physics that you studied?
Physics in general, which obviously you do.
Right, for the stream today's stake, it's astrophysics. Okay, so we got astrophysicist LJ over here.
That's the primary thing where physics goes to, because that's where it's actually interesting. So yeah.
It's interesting.
It's so crazy to me that like you can only get kangaroos in Australia. Like that's just where they because they're so neat.
We've got wallabies in a zoo nearby us.
Yeah, well, in the zoo. But like even like all marsupials, like with the sacks, like they're pretty much all in Australia. Like I wonder what made them evolve. Like I wonder if you spend enough time in Australia, LJ, you'll just start developing a little sack for your children. You know what I mean? All the marsupials are in Australia, basically.
Dude, that's what we evolved out of.
Humans are going to become bunny hopping everywhere.
You came out of one.
Yeah, we didn't evolve from apes. Like, you know, like that's why there's this like fake news story that, you know, we got like there's a bunch of imports from England. We got sent over here on a boat. Not true. We actually evolved from kangaroos.
Wow.
Right? And that's why we're all built and we're good fighters and that kind of stuff. And, you know, very athletic.
Maybe
right? We can jump. We can do all this, you know, crazy stuff.
And you're so big. Yeah. I mean, I can imagine a lot of the Australians, you know, there's a lot of like crossbreeding between the kangaroos and the Scottish. And I can see that.
Anyway,
was this a trading live stream by any chance? Yeah. Have I tuned into the wrong one?
I will say my my Nasdaq trades are now starting to press up. Oh, sorry.
Most of the time,
congrats.
LJ, it helps if you share your screen.
well, it says up right there, so there we go. Yeah, so I'm looking for test up here before the CPI. We're starting to come up about an hour away now, so we'll see if we can get there. This is something that is very loose, though. I've got definitely reduced position sizing and willing to take out early at the moment. So, because probably the indices are the least confident position that I have as far as the follow-up from the CPI. Now, obviously, CPI comes in lower. We should actually print and run higher. However, we've got a lot of wood to chop on the indices overall. I think the currencies are probably your best bet, or gold in particular.
Gold's having a bit of a bullet.
Gold is the other trade I'm still in right now. So
I was gonna say you long gold, yeah.
Yeah, my stop is here.
Yeah, nice. When we failed, I'm actually looking at entering in on the gold long now, because when we failed to create new lower lows, we equaled lows. We had a big bullish push up. Failed to create higher highs. Can I smoke with you guys? Yeah. Yes, you can. The suppliers. Yeah. I'm now looking at getting in on a gold long as we've now created that new higher high.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely think, I mean, just like we had that conversation before, I think I'm gonna stick with the lower CPI. I think I'm good. I think I'm firm there. Right?
I'm gonna try and be nice and tight today, and then
either I'll be looking like a muppet in just over an hour, or
you anticipating higher. You anticipating higher price? You for gold?
Yeah. So for CPI to come in just a touch lower, so 0.1% lower than both of the expected numbers, I should say, for month on month. So for the general CPI month on month, we've got expectation of 0.1%. So I think it'll be minus 0.1. So I think it will be minus 0.2, which means the year on year 3.8 I think will come in at 3.7. And for the core, which is currently priced at 2.8 for the year on year, will come in at 2.7, and the month on month priced at 0.2 will come at plus 0.1.
Yeah.
So basically there's a 0.1 difference on both measures. That's my expectation. We'll see.
Yeah, so I've now been entered on gold, so let's see how this goes. I wouldn't mind a bit more of a pullback. I don't want it now. I have entered in on 1%. Had I divided my risk in half, I could have waited for a little bit lower. Australia's like I haven't done. And to be fair, everyone's tall in Australia as well, so that actually kind of makes a bit of sense.
That is fair. Side thing from Henry before, Griff, why don't you automate your strategy on a VPS?
So, I've thought about this a lot, and I don't think I think there are a lot of elements of my strategy that can't be quantified and like coded into an EA. So there's,
or at least accurately.
Yeah,
they can, but not.
It can,
accurately
but
enough.
I'll just be taking loads of like really like valid like 7 out of 10 setups. Rather than like only the 10 out of 10s and 9 out of 10s. I guess to go from taking the valid like 7 out of 10 to the high probability 9 out of 10 setups, there's the discretionary element which comes purely from experience. Like high probability prior price action, descending channels. I like head and shoulders. I like really big trends. These are so difficult to quantify, and like they're easy to spot visually with experience. So the only way you could really program my strategy is if, say, for flags, you can easily program an impulse you could say I need a move of at least 80 pips, but then you still may be within a range after those 80 pips. So you can say I need an 80 pip move, but you still may not be trending at that point. So sure, that kind of works, but this is why it ends up being like 7 out of 10. You can program the whole like pullback, the actual flag formation bit, but then what you can't quantify is whether or not the pullbacks show a shift in momentum in the context of the previous candles. Ideally, you want a really tight flag formation. You don't want the wicks to be too big. All these things, it just becomes really difficult to measure and to quantify. I've seen people do it, and the bot takes, the really good trades, but it also takes some average trades, which makes the results subpar. And I've optimized my strategy in a way that I'm only taking the best of the best. That's why I've not done that. And I just opt for waking up in the night sometimes.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah,
I understand. Because it's very hard to quantify with accuracy, right? You have to take too much of a grain of salt with the quantitative data that something you might look at visually, be like, yeah, I can kind of see it, but it's not really quite there. But the data might say like, oh, this is a print, and take action. Where you'd be like, probably need to wait, especially as an individual. Like you're often looking at a lot of the prior context from way back, and then hence you have to trying to code that is very difficult, where you got to quantify it in the local setting, and then probably take in that prior look back period, and then that has to be quantified itself as well. So you got context on context for it actually to be
exactly
in that high confidence level, which is very hard to describe and actually have it effectively print.
Yeah, because I've tried to. I previously traded my strategy in a really mechanical way, but then over time with the market conditions, I needed to become more discretionary and like only taking really high probability setups. So I really narrowed the scope of my trade plan. But then I wanted to make my trade plan as like when I was transitioning from having this really specific trade plan to a more open-ended one, I explored having like a scoring system where, if there's a descending channel, it's +2. If there's a big wick at the end, it's -3, things like this. But I realized that it's basically impossible because say there's 8 variables that make up my setup. The variables all have different scores and weights in context of one another. And with that, you can't have like a fixed score because a descending channel may be +2 in one setup and it may be +5 in another one because of the other variables involved. So there's no way you can have like this fixed scoring because of how they all interact with each other. And that's the main reason you can't have like a really quantified trading plan. You can't program it into an EA. It has to be open-ended. I think.
Or you could, if you spent like 2 or 3 years and you maybe had 2 or 3 other people helping you do it, and you get a boatload of data, spend a billion hours on this, and then you can eventually get there.
You're simulating a brain at that point.
Yeah, which is why firms and funds, like, they still pay people, they still employ people to actually do this. They don't just scrap up some algorithm and just press play, and then it just makes $1 billion.
Yeah, exactly.
They always have people still coming into office, editing it, managing it, switching things up, changing variables, observing it, that kind of stuff at the same time. And they spend tens and tens of millions to develop that and get like research, development, and it's a constant evolving system.
Yeah, and that's
very hard as an individual. Very hard.
Exactly. And then at that point, like the best thing you can use, instead of making this complicated algorithm with a supercomputer, you can just use your brain. That's the closest thing that we all have to having.
You got one right here.
We've all got one. So just doing it yourself. But I think one thing worth noting is that I feel like when you start off with a trading strategy, you can't start with an open-ended trade plan. You have to have a kind of fixed, quantified trade plan, like a closed-off one, where you are taking those 7 out of 10 more valid setups. And then, after doing that for hundreds of trades, you'll have built the experience to then move into an open-ended discretionary trade plan. Because as far as I'm concerned, all the best traders have discretionary trade plans eventually.
Yeah, I will say it's the same thing at the big like institutional hedge fund level. Like macro still outperforms quant. Quant, once you get scale and you get enough like assets under management, yes, it outperforms at the highest tier, but that's only for like 3, 4, 5 outfits. The rest are in the dirt and go under, right? And then macro though, that is the highest performing. They still are comparable, a bit lower, but you have a much bigger swath across the board that continue to survive and perform and do very well year after year after year after year for that same reason. So yeah.
It's an interesting conversation.
Yeah. What were you saying, Floyd?
What's happening? What's going on? There you go.
Move in USD.
Yeah, no, to be fair, that move on US30 was a killer. It was pretty savage. It just absolutely...
Yeah, that's dumped through this portion that we had here. Yeah. Either you hold that, drive up, or we've gone right down. Now back into that spot there.
To be fair.
Yeah, we got earnings coming through today. So like I was saying before, it's very financial and healthcare weighted. So that's definitely going to hit US 30 the heaviest out of the indexes. So US 30, S&P, and the Nasdaq. US 30 is going to be most exposed. I think this is just hedging prior. Just like we saw the drawdowns on the Nasdaq and the S&P yesterday, majority of those flows were like 20-30% of volume. It seemed to be more hedging on the way down than actual short selling or dipping out of longs altogether.
I've boo-booed.
What did you do?
Hello, Richard.
I thought I was trading gold. I've actually entered on a trade on Nasdaq for long. I should have entered it on gold.
Dumbass.
I've even put it in I've just put it in my journal as well, and I've even put gold.
Well, I guess you're going to have to go and change that information now and say that I no longer master William Davis. Now
I knew
William Davis.
Amateur Davis.
Amateur Davis. How's everybody? Griff, Will, LJ, how are you guys?
Yeah.
Oh, good. How are you doing?
No good.
Not too shabby, hey Nige. Not too shabby. We've got South Africa versus Wales this weekend.
Really? In football or rugby?
Rugby.
Yeah.
Oh, let's go. Come on.
So we've currently got the Southern Hemisphere versus the Northern Hemisphere championship right now. So the two Southies over here and the two Northies over there. We'll see how that goes.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
Prepare to lose, my friend. Prepare to lose.
He says to himself as he goes up against the greatest rugby nation.
What a joke, Will. What a joke.
Hey, Wales have been playing well at the moment. Wales have been pulling it out the bag.
Yo, you won one, you lost one.
No, we didn't. We beat Fiji.
That's Fiji.
Yeah, that's Fiji.
We've beat every game we've played now.
Like, I love Fiji, but it's Fiji.
Yeah, Fiji.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not. I suppose it's not the All Blacks or anything, but
No.
Still pretty good. We've won every game that we've played, given the fact that I thought we'd lose every game we've played. We're coming back slowly. I reckon we're in for a fighting chance against South Africa.
Nope.
You're delusional, dude.
You're
It's not
straight up
delusional,
Delulu,
it's
mate.
fucking optimism. Yeah, no. Yeah.
When does Wales play Australia? Actually, I gotta look up the championship.
Let me have a look. Actually,
Because we actually did very well against Ireland, only just missed by a hair. The France game.
What's the
smashing
cup
it
called now?
first half.
It's the Nations Championship.
Nations
so it's
Championship.
South versus North Hemisphere.
Yeah, Australia's been doing very well the first two games. We just lost off like a couple just rogue errors that we capitalized on. I was quite surprised how well we played. Interesting thing going into the World Cup, we're going to have a completely different team.
Yeah, you
than
guys
what we
lost
have
to
now.
Argentina, by the way, Will. You lost to Argentina this weekend, 35-21. So
Argentina's pretty good though these days.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, we did, didn't we? 35-21.
Yeah.
Fair one.
which one did you want to know, LJ? Wales versus
Australia.
the
Okay, no.
21st.
Of this month or next month?
27th. Sorry, 27th of November.
Oh, November, so later on. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
you-
way down the line.
Playing in Cardiff. So Will
Uh,
and Griff, you can go and watch that if you so want.
A couple of years ago, I did. I went and actually watched the Wales Australia game.
And
Probably one of the last official nights out I had before giving up drinking.
Nice.
Yeah.
Interesting stat. South Africa has, in the last 12 months, beaten every single one of the Six Nations, as well as every single one of the top northern and top southern hemisphere teams. They've
Oh,
beaten
dude,
all
I'm
of
so
them.
sorry to ruin that streak for you.
He says as he wakes up from his dream.
Where am I?
Where am I? Oh, what a lovely dream! Oh,
Oh, guys, I had the
living in
wildest dream.
I think primarily be France versus South Africa. Because France is the Six Nations champ right now.
yeah, but South
They
Africa
lost
beat
to
them
New
in the
Zealand.
last.
Yeah.
South Africa
So
beat
I think
all of them. Yeah.
exactly. So I think if we get that through this period, then bang done. And I think can be done because we were up 21-12 first half, and then France just had like a good bit of momentum. We didn't get any ball second half. It was just bang.
Your next game is Italy.
Few
isn't it?
disallowed penalties and such, which are a bit would have put us up, but so I think you guys got it. I think Southern Hemisphere. I mean, I feel like it was kind of obvious.
Yeah, I mean the
Kings.
Northern Hemisphere
Surely.
has like diamonds in the rough. So
Yeah.
But when it comes to premier, like let's say ability and legacy, it's Southern Hemisphere, just all the way.
They fluctuate more than the Wallabies do. Wallabies are either top of the table or dirt. Top table, dirt. Like
By the way,
it's
guys-
very rare we're kind of in between. It's either
A little
golden
inconsistent.
or just dirt. Yeah.
I have now closed out at bang on break even on the Nasdaq because, like I said, I just shouldn't have even been in that trade. Yeah, so-
How flat has it been the whole day?
Yeah, it's been, dude, it's been garbage, man. It's been so flat, but it's pre CPI, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Give me a sec. The hot water guy is back here. I can also see my screen is not updating because the Nasdaq is definitely pushing higher. And
Yeah,
it's-
Nas is pushing
changed.
high.
So I'll jump back and I'll reset. So give me 5.
Sweet, no
problem.
my friend.
I did end up closing this gold trade over here because we were just doing nothing. So I decided,
Yeah.
screw it, I'm not going to be playing around with this. So it is the tiniest of profits. Tiniest. Just ended up doing nothing.
Yeah, I
Nasdaq-
wouldn't have even been it. Yeah, I would have taken out a break even. It was just pure crap. Nasdaq, we did get a break and close above, as you can see. But yeah, no, screw that. I
Still
took
very
out,
flat.
yeah, it's crap, mate. Plus, we got CPI out in half hour or in 40 minutes. So, like I
Yeah,
said,
close.
I did say that I wanted to be out within, the first, I don't know, half hour prior to CPI, hour to CPI. So, I'm happy.
BX Travelor saying, do the 5ers allow trading during news? We do allow trading during news. There are, however, restrictions on one of the account types, which is the high stakes, where you're not allowed to trade during high volatility news events. So high volatility news events would be the red folder news on Forex Factory. Like, for argument's sake, today we have the Canadian... No, that's not today. That's next week. Today we have the US CPI. So this time that you see here, this is your local time. So for me, it's 2:30 my local time, which is GMT plus 2. But it is 12:30 GMT. So there's a 2-minute before and 2-minute after, basically, bracket that you're not allowed to enter a new trade. So, but that's only for the high stakes accounts. So everything else, futures, you're allowed to trade news. Bootcamp, you're allowed to trade news. So yeah, just keep that into your peripheral visions, so that you don't accidentally go and get a mark against you. You've gone and done something negative.
Sorry, mate. I just got completely distracted by this guy's comment. Meow. Ready? Next one. There it is. Be a man and full port CPI.
Yeah,
oh man, that. Sorry, man. I was just scrolling through chat and that made me giggle. That's kind of funny.
Tabo is saying, we eat pup and meat. Or we eat pup and meat, then drink a muzzy before a rugby game. Yep, that we do.
That, I don't know what language that was, but it wasn't English.
I've not heard of a mazzy.
I don't know what a pup is either.
Okay, so pup is a South African corn maize porridge. So it's ground up maize that then, when you cook it, it becomes thick. And it's usually white in color, or like a creamy color. You also get yellow maize, which then would make your pup be slightly yellow. It is delicious, by the way. You can have it as a savory or as a sweet meal. So we generally have it as a breakfast meal. So you would add milk and butter to it. So it's soft and creamy and it's delicious. Or you can have it, like I said, as a savory one, where you would add it, for argument's sake, with a braai, or or as a side dish to the braai, where you would add chakalaka or some sort of cream to it to make it a we call it paptart, which is basically a maize tart that you add all kinds of like mushrooms and cheese and all kind of stuff to that. So it's a side dish. It's freaking delicious.
That sounds nice. I'm looking at pictures, and it's lunchtime here. It looks like mashed
dude,
potato.
I am on your side there, mate.
And a muzzy is like a fermented milk and
That sounds less nice.
maize drink.
It's
really good.
Google description: thick, curdled, sour, fermented milk.
Yeah, and then they usually add like some like corn to it, like corn or maize meal to it as well. You get a maize version of it. It's really good. It is really good.
All you need.
What does it taste like?
All you need in your life is this.
Like yogurt. It's not that different from like a full yogurt.
Okay,
This is all you need in your life.
Which I still haven't made.
I know. Why haven't you made these, Rich? You need to make them.
Give me a recipe. Let me make it this weekend.
Shall I give you a recipe? I can give you a recipe if you'd like.
Send me a recipe so that I can do it. Let me do an authentic one.
You know what? I will DM you a recipe.
Please do. No, dude. Pup for me is I love pup. I think it's known as grits in America.
No, grits is different. I believe grits is like.
I think grits is also like a maize meal, but it's not as fine. It's a little more like gritty. I think it's known as grits in America. But yeah, it's just a maize meal.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. To be fair, grits is made from dried, coarsely ground corn. They're typically made using a starchy variety called dent corn. Often, the corn is processed. Okay, yeah, fair.
Yeah. So it's a, and you get different variants of it. Like you get what we call krummelpap, which is basically it looks like small little pieces of like chopped up rice, as an example. But it's just when you make it, you make it with a lot less water, so it becomes like these little like powdery, clustered. So it's corn porridge. Yes, it could be considered a porridge. It depends on how much water you add to it. So you get what is called slap pup, which is basically a very like liquid version of it. So that would be more like porridge. And then you get what is called stave pup, which is more of a harder, dense pup. So
all I heard when you said slap pup was slop. Yeah, that's all I heard.
Slop. We also have something called slop chips, which is literally just a limp chip. It's a softer chip.
A limp chip.
Yeah, slop.
That means a whole different thing in where I grew up, mate. If you're a limp chip.
Okay.
Whole different ball game. Oh man, that's
Novel Navigator is just like Kermopop. No, it's Krummel. Krummel. Pop. P-A-P, not P-O-P. Pop. Krummel pop.
There you go, mate. I've just DM'd you the rest.
Oh, dude, thanks. Yeah, I just saw you sent it now. I'm like, cool. I'll definitely make this. Oh, cool. You actually added the method. Thanks, man.
No, I know. I gave you, I gave you fucking everything. I gave you.
Why don't you just go and buy all of the ingredients for me as well and just
May as well make it for you at this point.
Oh,
like, if you fail, it's impossible to fail now. I gave you everything from ingredients to how to actually make it.
Dude, you completely misinterpret my ability to screw stuff up, mate.
Fair. We have got a question here real quick, and I wanted to get to it just before. Bro, if my trade is in news, then my account is breached or not? No, your account will not be breached as long as you have placed the trade 2 minutes before or after the news. You will not breach your account, so do not worry.
So if you've entered a new trade within that 4-minute window, let's say you've placed a trade and it activates that trade within that 4-minute window. If you lose that trade, it counts as a loss and you will also get a strike. All right. So it's the opening or the activation of a new trade, whether it's manual or automatic. You had a limit order or a market order. It doesn't matter. But if you have a win, meaning if you have a trade that goes into profit, if you opened that trade within that 4-minute window, that profit is going to be removed from your account. It's not going to count towards your either passing the account or you receiving profits for payout. So be very careful with high volatility news. I would just say just don't trade it. Unless you have an account that you're allowed to trade it on, like the bootcamp or the futures, then do it there, I would rather say.
Yeah, no, 100%. Truth be told, I just stay away in general of news. It's probably the safer thing to do. Gang, you ever eaten a biryani? Dude, lamb biryani? But again, I'm Welsh, so anything with lamb is just beautiful in my eyes. But yeah, a lamb biryani, woof, right up my street.
I'm more of a either butter chicken or vindaloo. So I really love a more tomato-based curry, where a biryani to me is a little dry, and it's more of like a spice one. I absolutely love Asian curries. So not like Indian curries. I'm talking like Korean curries, Vietnamese curries, those like Southeast Asia curries. Those I
love Thai.
Thai as well.
Yeah.
There's dude, a Thai red or green curry to me.
I was literally about to say, I've had a Thai curry. I went out for Thai food with the missus, and I had a Thai curry. That was nice. Hot.
My favorite.
Everything in Thailand's hot though. Like you eat any Thai food, and it's hot.
Yeah.
It's
supposed to be like that.
I've never had a mild Thai food before. Every time I've eaten it, I've been like, my lips are vibrating right now.
I will make sure it's mild. Like I can't handle spicy stuff anymore. I used to love a good vindaloo. I loved it. Right.
My partner's.
Yeah, I just can't do it now.
No.
So,
I'm not too bad. I used to be. I used to be like you are now, LJ. If I was having an Indian, it'd be a chicken tikka masala. Like it would be the mildest of the mild. It would be super boring. But you know, my partner, so when we went to our local Indian, she wanted a vindaloo, but she asked for it. She was like, "Can we have it extra hot?" Yo, Jochen, what's good, man? And the chef actually came out because we know the chef. The chef actually came out and was like, mix this sauce for her and goes, try this, and like, is this too hot? Is this hot enough? Would you like it hotter? Like they had to personally make it for her because it wasn't on the menu. That sort of spice. I tried it, dude. I swear to God, I just wanted to keel over and die. It was it was just too. It was ridiculous. No human should be put through that.
Yeah, I can't do it.
So hungry.
So, yeah.
Like I said to her, I was like, "You can't taste your food right now. Don't bullshit me." I was like, "You cannot tell me that."
Actually, Will, the more spice tolerance you have, the more you can actually taste the food.
No bullshit.
Yes.
Couldn't taste
So
it.
you need to build up your spice tolerance so that you can
at that point.
upgrade your flavor profiles. It's just
She's just eating and struggling. she's just chewing and swallowing at that point. There's no savory.
No, this is the worst thing. I know what Rich is saying, because the same thing, I can eat it now. I enjoy it. It's so good. It's just hours later, my stomach is just like, no. Because I had like the surgery and I had like a tendon, whatever thing, and the drugs I had to take, it like has destroyed my stomach
wrecked
lining,
your stomach,
the
yeah.
tolerance. Yeah, so now it just, like, I just feel ill and bloated and just like death later. Eventually goes away. It just lasts for like 10 hours and just sucks.
Yeah, no, that's
yeah.
fair. But Sid is right. I have increased my tolerance now, so now I can have a lot. So like when my partner cooks, she cooks it with piles of chilies and spices, and so I've increased my tolerance. I can now actually eat a bog standard vindaloo. I'll struggle, you know. You don't want to be near me the next morning. But yeah, I am slowly increasing my tolerance to spice. But I used to be awful.
I really
looks
love
like you're on your
getting-
way out.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get lunch immediately. But I wanted to say before I do, I would always get naan bread with my curry. But recently, I've been getting Peshwari naan, which is like a coconut infused. It's like slightly more coconut flavored naan. I'm not someone that really likes coconut, but it has this like sweetness to it that makes it so nice. It's like sweet naan bread. So I recommend trying that if you haven't.
Dude, I could not agree with you more. I love a
Oh
good
my gosh,
naan.
I want
love
one
a good
now.
Rocky. Dude.
All right. I'm gonna go.
Right,
I'm gonna go get lunch. See you guys.
Sweet, awesome stuff, man.
Have a good one.
Bye. Have a good day.
On that note as well, guys, I am going to shoot off because I've made myself hungry. There's no trades in the market. Nasdaq broke above, but now it's flat. Gold has left me for another one or another man.
Oh.
Yeah,
Nice.
gold has gone to the upside, and my chart.
Yeah,
is
gold's
now-
ripping.
Gold is ripping. So anyway, guys, I'm gonna love you all and leave you. I shall see you in the morning. I was going to say I'll see you later, but no, I won't. Guys, I'll see you in the morning. Make sure that you smash the like button. Guys, we're like 200 subscribers away from 110,000, so make sure that you share the channel with your mother, your brother, your sister, your uncle, your next door neighbor, your cat, your dog, your nephew, whoever wants to watch this stream, and I shall see you tomorrow. Thank you very much, guys. Peace.
Peace, Will. We're at 125 likes.
I was about to say, I just hear his dog Chester going absolutely mad in the background.
They're
He's
going
like
nuts.
going, your mother, your brother, your sister, your uncle, your dog, your cat, and he's just here, ruff, in the background. It's like, geez, Chester is angry, gee.
Hungry as well, just like Will now.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Sorry, LJ. You wanted to say
I was going to say we're at 125 now, 126 now, 127. Can we hit? I want to see 175 at least from now.
175 likes.
Another,
yeah, dude, we can do that. Come on.
another 50. You know, that's that's an achievable profit target, right? You know,
Yeah. Do it.
Do that.
Do it. I wanted
Smash
to get
it, guys.
just
Smash it.
very quickly get back to the food topic. My wife and I've always been a massive fan of Indian food. I've always been a massive fan of spicy food, chilies. It doesn't matter. I've always had a very big love for hot and spicy food. And years ago, pre-COVID, a friend and myself decided that we wanted to taste the hottest chili on earth at that time, which was the Carolina Reaper. So we ordered ourselves some Carolina Reapers, and we had a sauce that was made from it, and we had these cashew nuts that were dusted in the Carolina Reaper powder and all of that kind of stuff. And we died. I'll just put it straight up. We died. All right. But from there on, my spice tolerance picked up to a point where I would be eating habaneros, like Scotch bonnet habaneros, just like as if they were candy. They would have like a little bit of like a tingle, but nothing near to what they used to be prior to me having had the Carolina Reaper. Anyway, so my wife one day was making us a potjie. So a potjie is basically a 3-legged steel pot or cast iron pot that you make a stew in. And it's like a very slow cooked meal. You put it on a fire, and then you slowly put more coals underneath it with time to kind of control the temperature. You add all kinds of like stuff like patty pans and carrots and whatnot, but it's generally a stew, all right? And she made a basically a butter chicken version of this potjie, but she put 2 Carolina Reapers in it. Now that potjie is probably this size, all right? 2 Carolina Reapers in that, and I loved it. I absolutely died with like euphoria. I was so happy with that. So I was the only one that was eating out of that potjie. It was completely for me. And then COVID happened. And then when COVID happened, I got COVID. I lost my sense of smell and my sense of taste and all of that kind of like stuff. Post-COVID, I tried having a chili.
One of those people.
Yeah. So post-COVID, I tried having a regular like green chili, like just one of those like bird's eye chilies that we have here in abundance. And they're about 100,000 Scoville or so for a bird's eye chili. And I absolutely died. I was like, this is the hottest thing I've had in my life. How is this even possible? And since then, and I mean, this was what, almost 6 years ago now, I've had to slowly rebuild my spice tolerance to the point where I could actually eat something hotter than a habanero. So now I've got some buchalokias, which is ghost peppers, that I will kind of like add to stuff and whatnot. But I had to reteach my body how to tolerate super spicy food to a point where now I can have spicy food again. It's no problem. It doesn't burn my mouth. My stomach is not all that happy about it always. So that's why I always have it with naan, or I have it with a roti or some sort of like bread variant or something that kind of like soaks up a little bit more of the... Yeah. So just for the stomach's sake. Yeah.
I gotta say, the main thing when I get Indian food, it's mainly for the naan. All I want to do is dip the garlic cheese naan in whatever sauce, whatever I got, right? And just... yes. So good. So good.
Is it the garlic cheese naan that has the the inside of the naan itself has got all of the cheese, so it's basically been folded over. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Because
So
we have a potato version of that here.
Yeah. Oh, we got 100 different versions here. Like I can literally so within probably 300 meters, there's 4 Indian restaurants from me. Actually, no, with 400 meters, that'd be probably 75. That one's 50, within 200, right?
Jeez.
And then
like
yeah,
a
we've got-
100-meter radius.
there's so many here. Obviously, Australia, like we've got massive diversity of cultures and that kind of stuff. But yeah, dude, this stuff's everywhere. Like Indian down there, Indian up there. We got a Korean place. We got a Chinese place. This that like it just Vietnamese, right? You got banh mi, all that kind of stuff. Just like there's everything you want. It's so good.
Daniel, you guys need to stop with the naan talk. I can't have bread and I'm crashing out. Sorry, mate.
That's right. We'll wait until CPI to properly crash out.
Yeah. So,
we can-
all right. So we'll jump off of
Actually
the
as well.
food topic because and I'm also making myself super hungry. Just can't.
I'll have to show you my COVID
dude, I love
experience
samosas.
one time. No, Rich.
Say again.
I'll have to show you my COVID experience one time. Like how you were saying you lost the smell and that kind of stuff. I'll show you. Anyway.
What
Sorry for
happened
that.
to you? Was it like?
Put it this way, you'll see. You'll see and you'll be like, yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, I had it rough. I didn't. Yeah, I struggled to breathe. You know, the typical experiences, like your body really hurts and you're super uncomfortable. You have like cold flushes, hot flushes the whole time. It's just like all over the place, and just no sense of smell and no sense of taste. Everything was cardboard. Didn't matter what it was cardboard.
Yeah.
Couldn't taste it. Yeah. No salt, no sugar, no bitter, no nothing, no flavor, no aroma, not a damn thing. Nothing. Sucks.
Yikes, man. Yikes. I will say, Rich, I assume you haven't taken anything. Like you're either not trading or waiting till after to find something. If it's
I
there.
tried a gold sell, a quick little like it
Sell?
was somewhere. Yeah, it was somewhere over here, and I wanted to try and get down to this base area, because we had, if I can draw this, we had that top over there. We looked like we were going to start pushing up, and then we failed, and then we did this nice little swing over here, and I thought, okay, well, it looks like it might want to go lower. So I entered a little short trade. It was going to be 10 points. I was risking 10 points to make 10 points kind of like thing. And then I ended up closing it somewhere over here as we were really struggling we basically made a double low, and then we started pushing up, and then on that last attempt, just a little bit in profit, I ended up cutting the trade. I was just like, look, this thing is sideways. It's not going to go down. My initial thought didn't play out. So that was the only trade that I have taken today, was this one. Okay. And yeah, just waiting. I did say this morning, though, when we did enter the live stream, that I was probably not going to look for any sort of NAS trade pre-CPI. I was going to wait until after New York Open, and then I was going to start looking for a potential trade. Yeah.
All right. Do you have a view on CPI? Oh, Rich.
Actually, no, I don't. But what I will say is this. Recently, CPI did not really move the market the way that I always expected it to. But that was due to us being basically in that tariffs, then war, kind of like debacle timeframe. I initially thought with CPI now being, because this is basically last month's CPI data and then the last year's CPI data, and I just thought we didn't care about this the last time we had CPI, and the war was like the more poignant thing. And I thought with this weekend or before the weekend that, oh, look, we're coming to resolution now and that kind of like stuff. And then obviously that got thrown out of the water. So my whole idea around CPI has been completely, okay, we're going to start caring about CPI to now I don't care about CPI. That's effectively where I've been, where it's just like, I'm not sure if I'm reading it correctly.
Yeah.
I don't particularly care all that much about it right now. I think.
Oh, we got 80. Do we have 80?
It's
we have ADP.
Yeah, it's ADP weekly employment change, but it's yellow.
Yeah,
remember
it's yellow,
it used to be
yeah,
red, and it went
They've
orange.
shifted the release. I don't even have
Yeah.
it on my calendar. So I was going to say,
Yeah.
I was like, hang on a minute, what?
Yeah, it used to be red, it became orange, and now it's yellow.
Yeah, it's still very much it's yellow because they now do it more frequently,
Yeah,
right? Rather than just
But-
before, and then they do have the key release. Still important, but sorry, that just occurred to me. Like, it's not on my primary calendar.
Did you switch on your
No, I have this through my broker, the main one that I look at.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, so
It's definitely much more easier on the eyes to look at. That kind of stuff gives a bit more data, that kind of thing. So,
yeah, no real impact. Nasdaq, gold,
I'm just surprised it's not even there.
DXY. Maybe it's because they've changed it to like yellow folder. They've changed it to basically low volatility or low impact.
Yeah, I've still got that on for low impact, medium, and high, because a lot of the stuff that is registered as low impact isn't actually low, because it's the feed through to the final number. So it is actually impactful. That's what the market actually moves off with the preconditioning before the final number. So you can put the low impact, low impact, low impact together, and you basically have the final number. It's already known.
Yeah, yeah.
Right after that. So
yeah, CPI for me, I'm not too sure. If we're just going to go on the trend, if we go and look at core CPI, it's the expectation has been very flat, and it was downtrending
and everything else.
Yeah, so that's why I say we haven't really cared about CPI over the last year or so all that much.
But we have.
Trump tariffs. No, I meant like from the Trump tariff side. Like if you looked at like the news coming out, we have a very short-term movement and then a correction and then maybe afterwards. That's what I meant by like didn't really care about it.
I would say we definitely have cared about it. It's just the market and the rhetoric has been basically disregarding the number that we got lower, saying like, oh, no, it's going to come higher later on. Like, we're just waiting for that to come through. So they keep disregarding the actual true data. And at some point, hence, like we were talking about the rhetoric shift, that needs to come. You can't go on like that forever. At some point, you have to come back to reality and go, oh, actually, inflation is lower. Just like last year, like I was saying.
The core CPI year-on-year information monthly has started to look like it wants to start shifting. So downward trend slowing quite a bit.
But that's with the World Cup and with the Strait of Hormuz situation.
Yeah.
Which is now being deleted. And given how much we actually jumped up, you would expect to see this to actually skyrocket. And it's kind of just in line within a variation. Yeah, if you see oil, we're up over 100%. But we've only got a marginal increase in inflation over that period.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, the core CPI one, yes. What did CPI year on year do? This one jumped.
Yeah, correct, yeah. So the other thing as well, people forget that the fact that we've had this, like in the bond market has already risen. Short-term rates and long-term rates have both risen, especially the shorter end of the yield curve. That already does a bunch of the work for the Fed and for inflation in general. So it's basically the equivalent of a rate hike, but it happens now, much more in real time, and then starts to curb those numbers.
So do you think that this is going to push up, maybe not to 5 or higher, but like 4.4, 4.3, 4. Somewhere
No, I
around
think
there?
we go down. Down.
You think we're coming down? Okay, so opposite of what it's been showing recently.
Yep. So I'm looking for 3.7.
3.7
My
would
number.
make sense, because that's what we had in September and October 2023.
So the market is currently looking for 3.8. So if we get 3.7, like I'm expecting.
Okay,
Oh,
LJ
that sells off.
3.7. Okay.
Yeah. And then the core CPI 2.7.
This one.
Yeah. So basically for the month-on-month change, the standard CPI, we're looking at minus 0.1. I'm looking for minus 0.2. And for the core, instead of plus 0.2, I'm looking for plus 0.1. So basically 0.1% less on both measures.
I mean, the last time we were there was in May 2020 at that 0.2 point. It's here.
Yeah.
We've had 0.1. Well,
No,
negative 0.1 on the month-on-month one.
Yeah, but it's negative per the prior reading, not meaning it's negative as a whole. It's not a full negative print.
Wait, what do you mean? Like from the previous one? So if the previous one was 0.5, you want to be minus 0.1, so you'd be 0.4.
Yeah,
Is that what you're saying?
Is this the
This is CPI month-on-month, not the core one.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. I thought this was like year on year.
No. This is the month-on-month one.
Yeah.
So that's why I was like, if it's minus 2 or minus 0.2, sorry, the one that you're looking for. The last time we were there was in like May 2020. That's COVID. So that's
yeah. I'm not sure how that's calculating
then,
that print because I've got a different data panel right here.
I mean, I'm just going off of the information that's on TradingView. So just viewing this specifically.
Yeah, of course. Hang on.
Okay, in 8 minutes, we will have CPI. So for everybody that has the restriction to trade the red folder news event, so we're talking about the high stakes accounts, and I do believe the pro growth. Is it the pro growth or is it the hyper growth? I think the hyper growth has the limitation.
No, hyper growth you can trade. I think the pro growth you can trade news as well.
Okay, then it's just the high stakes then.
Yeah.
So if you have a high stakes account, if you are thinking about opening up a trade.
Sorry, 5 minutes. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
5 minutes at this point.
Yeah.
Either exit or enter.
Yes.
I don't recommend entering right now. Yes, I have my expectation, but I could be wrong. We're going to find out in 7 minutes.
7 minutes.
I'm a clown or if I'm pretty good.
And
normally we get this pretty right. Like I've got a pretty good track record. Same with the NFP, that kind of stuff. All these numbers we go through. But that doesn't mean that you guys need to port your account. Please do not do that. That's what I'm sincerely saying to you. Do not just jump onto what I'm saying and bet on that and then lose what you have, right?
I
Please
like
do
this.
not do that.
I like this. I have taken a trade because I had the setup, but I have minimal risk, very minimal. That's if you intend to do it, don't go ham. Just bring your risk down a little bit. It's the best way for you to stay safe. I would never full port news event. Never.
And
that is just gambling.
Slippage as well.
Yes, also.
Right?
Definitely
Calculate
slippage.
that. So I'm in some of these trades right now. I'm still holding long. I am going to hold long through the CPI myself. However, if
We're
I just
already getting that 4 run.
Yeah.
DXY is already positioning.
I do quite like that when we get that. If I jump over to my screen real quick, Rich.
No problem, mate. No problem.
So this is where, when I have these trades we've been sitting in, when we do have the news, like I've got in at a, sorry, that's, shouldn't be doing that. I've been in, sat in these trades, I'll then draw the stop loss right up towards basically break even, right? Normally this lower wick right there. So if I do get that and get some slippage, I might get stopped out down here. But that was basically where my original stop was. So I bring that right up and sit in this. So I'm currently in the NAS long. I'm still in the gold longs through here. I've now brought this right up as well.
Nasdaq is climbing.
Yep. The other trade I'm in is the Aussie dollar longs. That I brought up to here. The flat. I've actually got I can't draw it higher. It's actually below this level just here, so it's in profit.
Oh, okay.
Then at worst,
draw a little red line. Draw like a little red line. See, there. That's where my stop loss is. There we go.
Oh, that'll do. So that one's running through there. What else do I have? Just let me...
EU is busy climbing as well. GU
My
is also
expectation
climbing.
for EU is that we go up to here, 114.25. That's what we've been looking for. We're in this channel. I think that's the one that is the laggard. That would have been my favorite. Pedro was saying he doesn't like it at all. For me, that would have been my favorite. For the same reason that the CPI should come in lower. Euro has underperformed because the CPI prints come in for the European Union before the US, and that has been very, very low. So we should see a continuation of that into the US numbers. So I think we punch up through there. What else was there?
There is a little bit of a delay with the stream for everybody that's watching the stream. So at this point in time, it's currently saying 3 minutes and 20 seconds. I would suggest at this point that if you don't intend on trading the news, don't go and put in any trades right now. Okay, so 2 minutes before and 2 minutes after, you've effectively been warned. If you have a high stakes account, don't get one of those little ticks, those little prohibited little ticks against you. That is going to potentially lead to you losing an account. So Jurgen saying brace for impact. Infinite Velocity saying popcorn.
Here we go.
Here we go. Okay, so 2 minutes and 45 seconds until...
I mean, I could also TP on some of the NASDAQ trades here, to be honest.
Do you think NASDAQ is going to rip higher or drop lower because of CPI?
I think we'll run higher. This is the primary test area. We're already kind of by there. I think we could push higher. We do have the earnings coming out later. This is primarily going to affect the US 30 rather than the NASDAQ, like I was saying. Now, the CPI, if it comes in lower, this should actually rip, because yesterday's drawdown was mainly because we had the Strait of Hormuz situation coming back on board. Oil heading higher, therefore it affects inflation-sensitive assets in the whole growth sector, which right now is AI, chip makers, FANG stocks, whatever you want to call them. But this is already approaching where I'd want to take out.
Yeah.
So this close, I might take out what this is now about 80% of the TP.
Yeah, maybe just go ahead and close it. If you if you're doubting it, close it. Or
I'm not doubting it. It's just more I've got other trades on the board which I can still get the pocket.
I mean, you
for.
could, alternatively, you can take a partial.
I've taken out on them. I've now got just gold running. This is on the futures.
Oh, okay. So you didn't take a partial.
No, I just took out them. So I'll wait on that. Gold, I've still got running. This is now, I think it's what, $200? Actually, $100.
1 minute. 1 minute, everybody. 1 minute, and then CPI is
right the way up.
far before the CPI.
Yeah. Then I've got the Aussie dollar trade on a personal account. So not on prop right now.
Okay.
Yeah, this is good. If we punch through, then I will sail through another 2 futures accounts.
Nice. We should have a talk. So that you can push me through mine as well, because I've been procrastinating. Infinity Velocity is saying, I have a feeling this is going to be like an old school NFP. Yeah. Super move.
Yes, this is definitely up there with that kind of...
Okay. 7 seconds. Mike C, CPI. All right. NASDAQ is...
There we are.
London. Nice. Gold.
Guys, we did it.
Hell.
We've done it. We done it. We done it, lads. Well done. I just hit TB here on the futures. I did have it literally right here for TB1. So what are the actual numbers? Okay, it's even worse. We got minus 0.3.
Jeez.
Not just minus the 0.2.
CPI
That's on
month
the
was
standard
0.
CPI, and the core CPI was minus 0.2. So it was 0%. So I was looking for minus 0.2. We got minus 0.4 on standard CPI, and we got 0% on the core. So it's minus
CPI
1.
month on month is -4.
Yeah, so it's 0.1 lower than even what I was seeing. But either way, that's the direction we wanted. So
yeah, very, very negative.
Banger, dude. I mean,
Well,
I said to you
technically
this,
not negative. Technically,
right?
yeah. Technically,
With my macro stuff, I need to start leaning more into this.
yeah. Well done. Yeah, well done, LJ. I just tweaked
Nailed it.
my back.
We got the NFP, we got the CPI here. Congrats to anyone that did have the cojones to go into it. I did say, don't just jump into it just because I say so, or that's my expectation. But it's at your own risk, put it that way. But if you did, there we go.
Oh, wow. Look at this. For the consistency rule, I had to stop my profit. How nice is that? Very, very nice run on NASDAQ. Gold itself also skyrocketed, my apologies, above these areas. I am very glad that I ended up closing this trade. The DXY has absolutely sunk lower. Like I said, generally this is a very, very, very strong indicator.
Yes.
EU run up. AU, you already saw that soar. You already saw that one go up. GU gone up as well. NZD, come on, also run up. USJPY sinking off. This is also another thing that I was thinking. This alongside intervention. Oh man, what a trade the yen would be. What a trade. US 30 climbed
Here
up,
we go.
didn't actually drop at all. The Japan 225 as well also picked up. That's why the yen dropped so much. So looking good, looking favorable. Okay, now that CPI has come out, here's my question, LJ. What is the follow-up? What is the continuation? Is it a pullback and then a continuation, or are we just going to continue running into New York? So what are we looking for in New York?
So yes, I would be looking for a pullback now, kind of like NFP. When you get the initial pop, you get the next 15
Impulse?
minutes, 30 minutes of digestion. You tend to then, next 15, you kind of push up a bit, push down, push up, make a slightly equal high or just lower high. Then the following 15, you come off into that full 30. Then normally you get a pickup point. Now, that only happens though when you get like a reasonable number depending on certain levels. If the number is that strong, you can often tend to sit here and then just push on, right?
Yeah.
So ideally, I'd like to see, this is a CPI print though, not NFP. I would like to see that slight pullback and then buy up from there. I think this absolutely confirms what I've been saying about the Fed. that we have to have this shift. If I go to my chart real quick, where we've had this divergence, this is the forward inflation swap forecasting. That has to come back into line. If we look at the rhetoric from the Fed, this is from Bloomberg, when they take in all their language and syntax it basically to see if they're more hawkish or dovish. They're basically as dovish as when we had almost 10% inflation after COVID, right? This has to come back in line. Every single metric, every single measure I've been seeing, like I've been talking about, is way down, way down. It's screaming down, down, down. So that has to come back off. Now, Trump's going to speak soon. He might echo the fact that inflation was lower. Warsh is also subjected to speak the next while as well. So the question with Warsh is, does he touch on it or does he just leave it by the by? Either way, most likely he's going to not comment on it. He's going to say, wait until the end of the month, then we'll reveal to you. Or there's the other portion that he might give some heads up saying, yep, this is an interesting print. We're definitely going to talk about it next time. Now, if we see that, that means we're going to press higher. So any of these slight pullbacks towards a couple of these heads, depending on whatever asset you're looking at, this is the kind of stuff I'd probably be looking to buy into overall. So same thing, gold, we've pushed right up to my TP3 there. I actually got tapped out on this because I left the TP there. So unfortunately, I could have got pretty much all the way through.
I have a question for you, LJ, before you carry on. Your 5ers terminals, are they frozen as well? My one high stakes one has crashed. The pro growth account is
actually, yeah.
My pro growth account is fine. My high stakes account has crashed. I see there's people also saying they can't exit the trade, cannot close the short.
That's a good point.
Orders are not
nor
executing at all.
can I either.
I wonder if we had a delay too as well.
I think there's a variance because even my futures account is showing difference between the balance and the TP.
I mean, my futures account is still moving. It's still like doing its thing, but my 5ers account is doing nothing. Okay. Not entirely sure what's going on, guys.
We'll investigate.
We'll investigate and see what is going on because mine is frozen. I'm going to have to close it and restart it. I wasn't in a trade, so I feel like anybody that was in a trade that may be very, very, very annoying.
Especially trying to exit manually.
Yeah.
I think this is normally where exiting manually has a problem. If you have the TP, it'll still register. Might not show up, but...
I got my TP head just fine, perfectly, and turned around.
Nice. Okay, I've restarted my terminal and it is now fixed.
Okay, so there you go. Basically, restart terminal, it should fix it. I think it's probably just from the influx of data and trades that everyone had.
Yeah.
It's probably like jarred up the inference wherever your server is located. I'm going to restart mine and see if that works.
I didn't have any issues. I don't know if I was connected to a different server but I didn't notice anything.
No, mine just straight up froze.
Mine's working fine now.
Yeah. What asset are you guys talking about?
We were talking about the MetaTrader 5 terminal. Not people are saying that it's not closing the trades or allowing them to close any of the trades. And I also just checked now, my high stakes account is frozen. There's no movement.
my
pro growth is moving.
recommendation as well, if yours is freezing, don't enter more trades or try to continue exiting, because sometimes the execution has actually gone through. It's just not showing on the terminal, and you can end up with extra entries that you didn't want because you've tried to re-enter or exit multiple times.
Yeah, I restarted my terminal and it's working. Jurgen saying he restarted MT5 didn't help. Sorry, Jurgen. We're gonna have to talk to.
Try swapping the server in the bottom right-hand corner on the terminal. Try shift servers and see how it reacts, because it might be one of the servers that is like overloaded, right? So if you swap to a different server, might be able to get through.
It is different. My pro growth is on UK4 and my high stakes is on UK, or was on UK1. So it could be that UK1 had an issue.
I mean, I'm on UK2.
Oh, UK2. Okay.
UK2,
And
and I didn't have
Didn't
any issue. I didn't see any delays, although the TP was hit. I didn't close manually; it was hit. But I didn't notice if there was anything. I didn't notice it. The time that I was watching the market watch, it moved as usual. So yeah, no issues on my side. Just a very beautiful entry in TP, but that's not an issue.
We apologize to anybody that was having some technical difficulties there with their terminals. Like LJ was saying, it could possibly be an issue with like overloading, like a lot of entries and stuff like that. There are multiple servers. Try changing the server at the bottom right. I'm on UK3. The trade with TP pre-imposed did not close. Okay. So UK3 then also for you had an issue then.
Yeah, so anything you guys do have problems with, just try and like screenshot it or take the data down if somehow you do have an issue. That's going to help you later on rather than just whatever. So if you do have the opportunity right now to see that there's a discrepancy, screenshot it before you try to reload the terminal or go to another server, something else, and then systematically go through that. But make sure you take those screenshots beforehand. So if you do have to go to support, you actually have something to provide to them.
It helps them quite a bit.
It helps support massively to actually figure out what's going on, you know, and you're not just saying.
Yeah, and I would say open the price watch so you can see the server time as well, and or your computer time, and screenshot that, so you can not only you have a picture but also have a timestamp when that was, correct, which is inside the terminal, so they can assess, okay, this was happening at this particular time, and understand what happened, what the issue is.
Hello guys, can you hear me?
Time or
Yo,
whatever it might be.
Samir, what's up?
Yeah.
I'm good. Hopefully you guys can hear me. I have some network issues. It has been 2-3 days. I'm stuck here. So,
that's all right. You're traveling. That's fine. You're doing good, man. Looking good as well.
Yeah.
Thank you. How are you guys, by the way? How are you guys, by the way?
Looking well, we're good. Doing good, feeling good. LJ is thumbs up because he's just, I don't know, passed 2 more.
Smashed everything, dude.
Amazing. I think the CPI helped you. I'm just gonna guess.
Yep, that was the
That's awesome.
that was the theory, and I laid into it, and once again we smashed it, just like the NFP last week, or week before.
All right. Okay.
Good time. Macro monkey eating his bananas, you know.
just bringing more bananas in as they go.
That's it.
I
That's
think,
awesome.
Gentlemen.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Victor. Gentlemen, I have to run. I have a very timely thing that I need to prep for, and it's in 17 minutes or so. So I'm really going to have to love and leave you guys. It was a pleasure, LJ, to see you absolutely destroy the market, and I'm very sorry to anybody that had their trade, be unable to be closed. Like I said, reach out to help@the5ers.com, take some screenshots, provide them with all of the information that you can, so that they can potentially assist you if it impacted your account or something in that regard. Just reach out to them. Be as friendly and as concise as you can be. Just make sure that you give them as much information as you can. Victor and Samir, I hope you guys are going to have a lovely day. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Victor is going to be joining you guys tomorrow morning for the morning session. So that's going to be interesting, seeing Victor up that early, like still some sleep in his eyes and not having had his breakfast yet.
Maybe.
All right.
But actually, LJ, Richard, before you go watch this, I think we took the same trade. We took the same trade. I took it on EU, and I'm competing with you. How many hours did you get?
No, this is very funny, actually, Victor, because I said EU was actually the better trade, and Pedro was trying to say otherwise to me earlier. Now, I took AU just because I get favorable. So the AU trade I took on a personal account, so I get favorable swap spreads, commission, that kind of stuff. That's why I took it there. This through here, the original stop. This is where I drew it to before the release. Before that, it was 6.8 to 1.
Okay.
Then I drew it up there, and it's like 50 to 1. But I agree with you. I was saying earlier to Pedro, I think EU is the one that is the major banger, because basically it's been suppressed because that inflation data has already come through. It's been very slow. Best outcome you could hope for. Very suppressed.
27R trade. What?
Dude, Victor.
You said 27?
Congrats, Victor. Anytime when you next stream with Pedro, you got to give him some grief. Just to say we're on the same side, right? Just a bit of friendly banter, which is about Pedro.
27R trade. That is silly.
Yeah,
Anyway, guys, I really,
Victor.
really need to go. That's a lovely trade, Victor. Congratulations. I might come and talk to you about that one afterwards so that you can explain to me your thoughts and ideas around it. But for the time being, guys, I'm going to have to hop out. If you haven't already, please drop us a like, subscribe, hit the notification bell, follow all of our social media, and the ones that are up and running as of right now. The ones that are not up and running, they are busy working on it to get those ones back up and running. Little bit of technical difficulties there. Anyway, peace, guys. I will see you all tomorrow for a Wednesday edition of the 5ers live stream.
Rich.
Cheers.
Take care.
Take care,
you.
guys.
I'll send you a
Thank
message shortly, just by the way.
All right. Cool.
Yeah, just so you know. All right, cool. See you, Rich. Ciao.
All
Victor.
right. Yes.
Hey, Bagger,
That's,
please tell me you made $1 million plus on this trade. Right?
No. I have to
And
trade.
Samir, please tell me that you also took the same trade and also made a
No,
mil.
I just closed it before the news, actually. I was in gold buy. I closed it before the news because I was like, oh, it can go against me. So I just closed it before the news. But yeah, that was awesome. Actually, I was reviewing the charts, but when Victor said 27, then I was like, am I hearing it right? So I just switched to the stream. So I just reconfirmed. But that's awesome trade, man. That's lovely. News helped you in the same direction that you was in. That's awesome. But we also want to know your thought process behind this trade.
Yeah, of
share
course.
that.
The thought process was Victor was listening to me before talking about the macro. He was like, oh, I know LJ's onto something. Big man right there, right? I'm going to take this trade. Right.
Yes, it was all about LJ. That's exactly how my thought process was. I had no
I'm
setup.
kidding. I'm kidding.
No, actually, this doesn't happen very often. I have to say that right off the bat. Two, I have to risk very low. I mean, and my relative risk is low, or fractional risk is low, because my win rate is very low, much lower than most people would think. And so this does not happen once. It doesn't happen very often that I get these multiples very quickly within a day. This is actually within an hour and a little bit more. And this was kind of a perfect storm for me, because I had one of the tightest stops that I can get, and there was news, and the market moved in my favor before the news, because usually I would close this. I would close this before the news, but this allowed me, because it moved already in my favor. And actually, I can break it down why I took the trade and how I managed it, and why this instance I could hold it through and capture the actual move with the news by being in before. And let me actually explain why the reason was. One is we had the daily, right? So we already had the daily order block there. That's a reason to hold it for actually longer. We have been having that for some time now, but the trade started with an outside bar. Believe it or not, right? That's the exact thing that I talk about all the time, how I use that a lot. We have an outside bar on H4, and we go to the H1. Yeah, what's that about? Unbiased trader.
Sorry, Victor, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just saw
No,
that
no,
comment.
but that's an understatement. I mean, sue them, litigate against them. How can they? Anyways, coming back to the trade. So we had a 4-hourly order block. Then we had a 1 hour reaction, a fresh order block, which is this right here, right, and had the overlap, right, and that's picture perfect setup. Then I go to the minutes, and I start looking for the quasi, and the quasi right here, the head, neckline, and the left shoulder. Basically, this was the quasi. It goes on breaking the neckline and comes back to hit. It didn't react to the first order block, or actually did react, but it is break it eventually, and came back to the actual order block in the right time frame. I got in on the lower time frames as tight as I can, as you can see, and then the market starts moving in my favor. Because if the market just stayed here, around here, or it's very tight, but let's say it stayed around break even, I would have to close this, because it's too much risk. This can slip me, but because it started going in my way, by the time the news was coming out, I had a decent distance to my stop loss. I can stomach that. I mean, if it slips me, I can, it's not gonna be that horrible. And depending on the distance before the news, I would have to, according to my rules, I'll have to close that up no matter what, because the execution, can be an extra risk. And in this case, it doesn't happen all the time. I had got my tight, almost as tight as I can. I can do a little bit tighter than this, but this is as tight as all. Anyways, I can get close to two pips, but I mean 2.6 is very, very close. So I get this extreme area. That's one thing. It doesn't happen. Stop doesn't happen all the time. Second is the market moves in my favor. That doesn't happen all the time as well. And the news was in my direction. Those three things doesn't happen all the time at all. I mean, so this is a one in so many times that I can catch this, and the news is also in my favor, and it goes this quick. Normally, if it's tight, it will take a lot more time to move in my favor. And this time, it was the catalyst of the news was what braked it. And the TP was based on the previous high. If you guys watch the yesterday's YouTube session or stream, you could see I already had this level as a TP. It was before for another setup which didn't hold, right? Eventually, it didn't hold this level. We had actually I took it off already, but yesterday, the market came in, right? I got it right here. Maybe you guys can see it. In yesterday's, I was watching for this to get in, and my target would be the same area here, but it didn't. This didn't trigger, and so I didn't enter. As you can see, this was on the 2 minutes, and it never triggered. So I mean I would have happily taken this trade and take the stop loss, but simply it didn't take me in. So I couldn't get in, and it was on the 5 minute as well, as you can see here. We discussed this on the YouTube and as well as on the Discord channel on the session we had yesterday. But anyways, this is when everything works in your favor, and it's always nice. I mean, what can I say?
Beautiful.
Yep.
No,
All right.
you can say it, Victor. BEA beautiful. Beautiful. It is.
Yes. It is. It is. It's a beautiful trade. I mean, when everything comes together and it works perfectly, it's almost like, I don't know. It's special, kind of. It's not just number. It has a I don't know. It gives me a good satisfaction that positive satisfaction.
Yeah, and
Anyway.
like you were saying, like it doesn't happen all the time. Like
No, it doesn't happen.
Normally these are more irregular outfits, but you get a number of these throughout the year. Sometimes you might get 2 or 3 really big ones. Sometimes you might get 8, 9, 12 of them throughout the year. And you get those massive runners that do make up a massive portion of your trading volume and your profit, right?
Yeah.
But yeah. So very good. I like it, Victor. The prior conditions, everything else that you set out before the actual trade, long before the actual news, perfect in point, very low risk, regardless of the outcome. You are in a very tight position. Beautiful. You can't complain. Like that's how you do it.
Yeah. The thing is, it's we're now seeing the results when it gets right. But what we don't see is my low win rate. You don't see all the times that I stop out. Yesterday, exactly. Yesterday, I didn't get in, but I could have just as well had 1 or 2 entries here and got stopped out, and that's perfectly normal. I would have had, a couple of losses yesterday, may or may not. No, because I was scalping as well. But in this strategy, I would be a losing day, and that's part of the game. So it's not just these trades all the time. Actually, this is in the rare minority. It's in the very small minority that these trades work out. That doesn't happen. Most of the time, I get things that are 1 to 4, 1 to 5 when it goes in my favor, and I get 30% win rate, meaning I lose 70% of the time, 65, 70% of the time, and that's completely normal. Doesn't affect me psychologically because that's how it's
How you
supposed to
trade.
be.
That's your approach.
Yeah, that's my approach.
Sorry, just to quickly interrupt, Victor. I just gotta pick up my dinner.
No problem.
Gotta go to the door. So I'll be back, guys. I'll be back in probably 2 minutes. Give me a sec.
Perfect. All right, Samir. How are things? I see you are in a different scenery, different background.
No problem.
How are you doing on trade? I mean, on
I am,
NAS.
So there was a
Okay.
yes. Actually, yesterday it was a break-even day for me. It took 1 win and 1 loss, so it was a break-even day. But today I managed to catch some gold buys, and
Okay.
that was close before the news. I don't have a screen on actually because I have some network issues. I'll probably share that. Let's see if that works.
If not, that's just fine. You can guide me, and I'll show you. You tell me what time frame, because we don't want to miss. Well, actually, we lost you there. There you are. You're back. Maybe we can do it without your screen, if it affects your screen, your view. Maybe you can tell us just the
Okay.
time frame, the candle, what the timestamp, the
Yeah,
whatever. So I
definitely.
can. Was it on
So
CFDs?
you can go on the yeah, you can go on the 15-minute time frame on gold. There was a beautiful trend right there, which was price was making higher high, and I was having VWAP on, and there was a demand area consolidation there. It is a part of the strategy that I use. So I just went long here, one-to-one secured, and amazing momentum to the upside. I don't even want to say that how much risk to reward I would have gained because I don't do that, you know. So why to consider that or have that expectation when I don't do that? So yeah, now gold trade is done, but I am looking at US 30 today. So maybe you can pull out US 30 or
Yes.
Dow, whatever, because we have the same charts. I think it's fine. Okay, so we have US 30 and we are above the VWAP and seems like we are filling the gap. So I don't mind taking a buy here, but again, I want that impulse and correction type of thing that we saw on gold. Something like that, I will be in the trade. And definitely, I will share the analysis with you guys. Yesterday, it was a tough day, not gonna lie, because it really moved in a very good with a very good momentum. But then I think there was a Trump tweet here and there, then it stopped me out in the second trade. So let's see what we get today. But this month, this VWAP strategy consolidation, whatever I do, it is performing decent. So I expect this month to be good, and I have freshly loaded my high stake account that I'm trying to pass. So this is going to be the first trade on that challenge. So I want to make sure that I take the perfect setup. I don't mess up, and the risk should be okay. I should not risk too little. I should not risk too much. It should be, I should balance that in that way. And right now, consolidation is really good, but as we are getting close to the NYSE open, so I don't want to take any foolish trade. And you already know we can get a spike to the upside or to the downside when there is NYSE. So I'll just wait and see where the impulses are, and I will act accordingly. Right now, I have no plan, to be honest. I'll just review the market. I'll just wait for the maybe 5 to 10 minutes after the market open, and then I can decide what I want to do. But just to give you the overview, I just trade impulse and corrections. Right now, there is a correction, there is a trendline breakout I can see, but the time is not there yet. So I will not take the trade. But something
I'm
like
curious.
this, NYSE, yeah.
Do you take into account any of the earnings that we have coming through? Right, for the US 30,
No.
right? We've got a bunch of earnings coming through.
Yeah, I'm aware about that, but as I'm a
You don't
technical,
consider it. You just go purely
Yeah.
technical, more all of that
Exactly.
stuff. Yeah, okay, all right, fair.
yes, I'm pure technical type of guy.
Opinion on that, I think it will be to the upside. Earnings results.
Why
say
you
that.
think that? Is there anything that you wanna share to support
so-
that thing? Because I'm curious, so I want
Yeah,
to know
sure.
about. I want to expand my knowledge here, so that's why I'm asking.
Sure. So these are the main, most anticipated earnings releases we have through this week. You can see it's majoritively financials and healthcare. So definitely that dominates like things like the US 30, like I was saying. So the Dow, that's definitely, if you want to play the earnings releases, that's where it's going to be. Now we have had the yield curve a good bit higher. Financials should outperform, in my opinion. We've had the same thing with the tech AI chip makers space, where people think that the earnings are already kind of over anticipated, and we keep outperforming. Right. Same deal with this with the financials and healthcare. I think we actually should also outperform. Right. People think it's already cooked, but gotta say we're on a ripper right now. We're in one of those. It's one of those periods where people don't realize that in that 2005 to 2007 period, just before the financial crash, that everything's ripping. But when you're in it, you don't realize. Later, you realize. So I think we've still got that going on. So I would say that yes, for the financials, I think we definitely overperform, and hence US 30. Going higher. We already had the drawdown. This seemed to be more from hedging. That's the other thing. If we actually look at positioning, same with yesterday with NASDAQ and the S&P drawdowns, they're about 20 to 30% of the typical volume. So it seemed more to do with hedging ahead of CPI rather than actual like repositioning or exiting of trades in general. Hang on, that just changed.
Okay.
So I would say we do have a good gap high. We have had the more preferable CPI change. So I think we go higher overall.
Okay.
One question, LJ.
And
Actually,
it is about this pivot points also.
Sorry?
I think I interrupted, but I was saying I'm curious about this pivot points, whatever it is, how you use this, or
Yeah, so the pivot points
how it is
basically work on like
beneficial.
yeah, so they work on pretty much like the ATR essentially. It's like the previous day's high, low, mid-range expectations, and then it's like a calculation on that extrapolation to the top point, high point, low points, all the way down. And then they'll expand slightly differently depending on the momentum going, whether it's down the previous day or slightly higher up, right? So it's essentially like a fair positioning factor that you can look at for the expectation for the range for the day. So right now we're definitely like that is the pivot point. We've dropped back down from there. We hit through the S1 down to the S2. We've rebounded off that. We're now in this triangle. I would like to see us breach the R1 topside resistance and then push through that to go to the R2 overall. So it's kind of a extension of the ATR, but you give like a forward projection, almost like a, not quite a Monte Carlo, obviously, but the point is that you give multiple pathways of the forward projection of the current ATR that you may or may not hit. Basically, these are the key levels based on the ATR that give resistance and support points, rather than the hard like candle positions. Right, so it's more. It's kind of like looking to the left and giving those like hard support and resistance points based on candles and wicks, but with an ATR variation.
Okay.
All right.
I understand.
I got one question, LJ, and perhaps
100%.
it might be I don't know. To me, it is the question. In your what you said when you had the intro to why you think the US 30 would go up, Dow Jones would go up, and where the earnings would surprise positively and so on. You said we are in a market phase or in a regime where we're ripping, but we're not aware of it until things start to correct, and then we go back and look and say, all right, we were ripping in 2026. Do you have an idea, or do you have how would you go about it to understand when that regime change will set in? What are your indicators? Because that is perhaps the $1 million question. If you're able to know we're ripping and know when we stop, what indication do you read from the market that regime has changed, then basically you can sort of time not the top, but time the regime change, which is a huge thing.
Yes, so similar today with the inflation numbers coming out, right? It's a point of recognizing where the market is, what the forward anticipation is, whether there's a disconnect, and positioning and deciding whether to trade the disconnect, is that starting to actually come back into place, or is it still expanding? So the past while we've had that expansion, right? Hence the dollar has come up, which if you view the forward outcomes, you would see the dollar expansion as being unwarranted, right? So just like we had today with the CPI. So now if we look at the earnings picture, we've had bond yields, that kind of stuff, rates in general much higher. Therefore, banks, financials, all that kind of stuff are going to benefit from that. They definitely have already. But it's the question of, is the street actually pricing it correctly, or are they undervaluing what that actual outcome is going to be? So just like we had today with the inflation, I was looking for minus 0.1. We got much deeper than that. So definitely on the right side, but we got a minus 0.3 overall. So
Why were you?
I was looking, so yeah, surprise, minus 0.2, we got minus 0.3, which therefore leads to minus 0.4 on the actual. So another 0.1 above I was looking for. However, there were a number of people, and what we've had being priced in, that inflation is actually not coming down, and we're running higher. And that's what we've seen with the Fed rhetoric, right? Which is this blue line. Forward inflation swaps coming off. We've got this from Bloomberg Intelligence with the policy sentiment natural language calibration that they have. This is basically up towards when we had almost 10% inflation after COVID, right? Now, clearly, we're not at that point at all, right? And we've seen every single measure of inflation coming off. Same with last year when we had the tariffs and people were saying, okay, inflation higher, higher, higher. Didn't happen. We had the war. Didn't happen. We're now here. Didn't happen. All these certain points hasn't happened. So that's where you have to start to discount that difference, which you can't quite quantify per se. It is very much a qualitative element, but that's where you get into the factor of like positioning, going to options, futures, you know, where the volume levels are, footprint charts, that kind of stuff. See where people are actually trading, where the stacked positions are, and if you have an inverse view versus the majority, trade against that.
Okay, but that so to get to that conclusion, first you have to have a read on the market, a read on where we're going, where the expansion is going, a read on what the fiscal policy is forward looking towards, and where the market is positioning, and then you look for the disconnect between the two, and you expect one to catch up with the other.
Correct. So it's kind of build a hypothesis, right? Kind of like science. Like you build a hypothesis, you go to the market, test that, and you would test that with that data, see if it holds up. Does it have a reasonable confidence level that when just before the data, the actual full release actually comes out, do you want to actually put money against this and find out, is it right or is it wrong? So you're trying to build a confidence level. Same way if you had like a technical trading strategy in general, like you'd have this trading strat, this typically hits like at 80% of the time. We've got like a break of structure, a pullback, and then a run, right? And you're like, okay, I'll take that on the break, wait for the pullback, jump in there, we get the run, right? Mm-hmm. Sometimes it won't work out, but similar deal with the macro. It's pretty much the same. But the macro things, when you do have the discrete shifts, they do tend to run major, far longer, far heavier than any kind of technical measure that you will see. which is why I prefer that. For a while, we've had a very condensed macro picture. So we used to have, like, it used to be normal for like euro dollar or Aussie dollar or the pound or whatever to move 150, 200 pips plus a day, 10 years ago. Now we don't. Like, if you get a 50-point move, that's pretty big, right? You've had something definitely shift in the market. Before, you used to have that. You'd have 150 points up, 75 points down, another 50 up, come down 75, and settle somewhere in between. Another 50 up. We don't have that these days. So you have to, that's where the understanding the macro regime, which typically comes into the macro picture with that kind of stuff, and the positioning that takes factor. So I love to give you like a simple answer, but there's not a simple answer to this, unfortunately, Victor. I've tried to condense it as much as I can.
Yeah, the ranges you're referring to what year period are you talking about where it's 150, 200 per day?
2011, 12, 13, 14, same thing when I talked with Dirk, and before that, like when he was trading back in 2000, 2005, you'd have much wider ranges, be 300-400 pips open.
Yeah, I see that. There was, I think this was in around 2008 as well. We had probably Euro credit crisis, Greek and whatnot. And then in that time, EU was doing up to 350 in a day on average. But then the years following that, it was above, many times above 200. But in any case, stayed very, very high compared to now. We are roughly around 52 with the occasional period of a couple of months that we do go a little bit higher. But now, for example, we're at 50, around 50, just like you mentioned. Great points, man. Always love to hear your take on these things.
It's one of those things where you got to talk like for another 45 minutes to get it digested in total.
But isn't it like the pinnacle, right? It's, but it's the pinnacle where you can able to become, be a good technical trader. I consider myself, a decent technical trader, but at all, I don't consider myself a good reader of the macroeconomical, the fundamental side of things. I mean, I can spot a few movements. I can interpret, on an incident level, what's going to happen maybe today or this week, and I can say, all right, there's a risk of this happening, and if it does happen, how would the market react to that? That I can do, reasonable. Although I don't use that as much. I like to stay within the technical arena. But I mean, those are the things that I do using fundamental analysis. But from what you're saying is a much more broad bird's eye view where you're not looking at one incident and to say, okay, if the outcome of this incident, let's say, a conflict or an agreement or whatever, going positive or negative, how it's going to affect, the underlying asset that you're trying to trade. But you're looking at from actually much above and seeing the delta or the disconnect between one and the other policy and the actual valuation in the markets, not only of the assets, but I mean the forward-looking expectations on inflation and fiscal policy, and then so that's I at all honestly I don't do that. I don't consider myself capable of doing that. So that's why I say that's kind of the pinnacle of a trader, where you're handling not only the technical side, which I consider myself a decent trader in that respect, but also the fundamental.
You'd be A10. You'd be right up there, like 9, 10. You'd be up in that top caliber, no question.
And then go to fundamentals. One step up, you're seeing from a macro level, and then seeing those disconnect, and then all right, that's where I would like to get there one day, but it's still not there yet.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Unbiased trader, take care. Thank you for coming on, and I'm very sorry to hear what happened to your healthy tooth. I still think I still hope you were just joking, and that didn't really happen to you. But if it is, then good luck, man. I hope everything turns out right with you. All right, LJ, Samir, let's take a look. We have about 11 minutes for the open of the New York Open. Which of you two would like to, look at NQ, or shall I do it? To look at the expectations. I know there's a lot of traders that are expecting to be trading NQ. We just had some news coming out. The CPI, that gave me a tiny profit there. But I'm pretty sure people are, expecting a lot of volume coming in. At the open during the day. So which one of you two would like to break down? Actually, I think LJ, you have to do, because Samir, I don't think we have the screen from Samir from today.
I can try.
I was going to say, it depends.
I don't know.
I
if
feel like
it is
this would
it.
normally be Samir, like popping off right now. He'd be going ham, but I don't know if he has the capacity right now. So
we can try.
I can try if I disappear in between. I'm sorry, guys. I'm telling you prior. I can try. I have my screen on. You can share my screen. Let's see what we have today. We are just 10 minutes away from the market open. So I think today can be a good day because we are seeing momentum picking up, and this was a good momentum here. I know this was some kind of news, and of course this is a CPI here. We have gap up on this chart, but I'm sure in other charts, I think there might be a huge impulsive leg. So let's go to the 1 hour time frame. I don't even want to go to the daily time frame. 1 hour time frame, I'll just draw some levels from where potentially we can see some kind of reaction. Okay, we have these levels, and we have this kind of level. Okay, so now I have some sort of
lagging out.
Yes, I am lagging.
No, that was LJ, I think, because we lost LJ for.
Okay,
so
no worries.
That wasn't you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I was on the point. We have some levels here. By the way, guys, looking at this market condition, I mean, it is not trendy, but what we can do, we have to deal with it. I mean, I have to deal with it because I trade US30. So in today's session, I want price to maybe fill this gap and regain the momentum. I do want to take some buys because this momentum and this consolidation, this is a good area for buys. But what if we break to the downside? Then I think buying will not make sense. Then I will just take the help of VWAP. Then I will shift to my buys. As you guys know, I trade these continuation type of moves. I don't mind taking a sell here. Stop loss can be above the VWAP. Going for 1-to-1, I think that's what I will aim for. Let's take a look at NAS actually, because I think maybe NAS can be a cleaner trade. Yes, NAS is a little bit cleaner because if you see, this was decent trend here. I think now also it has started to pick some kind of momentum. So as we are making higher highs on 15-minute, let's go to the 5-minute. I think if we can, struggle here, break with the impulsive candle, that can be a buying opportunity. But the problem is that I don't want you guys or me myself to enter right at the market open. For an example, there is a huge candle close. I don't want to execute there. I still want price to hover around here and then give me a breakout. That will be a good entry. So NAS is looking cleaner, both are looking cleaner, but we will see what we will get. NAS, yes, I think if we break to the upside, stop loss is way too much because I cannot place in the middle because that's not the part of the strategy that I follow. If we have a deeper pullback, let's draw some level. If we can expect, okay, I have some kind of rejection area here. I think here still I can have a better stop loss if we impulse to the downside and then regain the momentum and then a breakout. I think that can be a good trade here, because the VWAP will also shift a little bit higher. That can also give 1-to-1. So this will be the ideal situation on NAS that I will be taking. US30, I will wait wherever there is impulse, and I will wait for some kind of pullback and then again a breakout. If this pullback is in consolidation form or a pattern, I'll be taking action here, I'll be taking a trade. And similarly, it can happen to the downside also. So I am open for both of these scenarios today. I don't have a I'm not marrying to any bias here. I'm being open here. Wherever we see good price action, I will take the action accordingly. We still have like 6 minutes left. I'll sit back, relax for 5 to 10 minutes. I'll wait and see if price is making sense. Then definitely I'll take a trade here. Yesterday also it was a good trade, but I took a stop loss. One trade was a stop loss and one trade was a TP. I can show you what I want in today's session. Similar to this, I took this consolidation breakout. My entry was right here and my stop loss was just below these fair value gaps, and I was aiming for 1-to-1, and my target was hit here, and I again gave it a try. I was like, this can be a liquidity move. Price started to impulse, so I took a trade here. My stop loss was below this. I took a stop loss here, so ended a day in a break-even stage. Let's see what we can do today. I think this also can happen, like something like this. So at that time, I'll just wait for a pullback. I cannot enter right at the breakout. I think that can be a risky move. I have tried entering right at the market open, and my stop loss get triggered in 1 minute. That I don't like. I'm not a scalper, so I don't like my stop loss to get hit in 1 minute. That's just me. So yes.
Are you looking for
right.
downside overall?
No, I'm open for buys also actually. I
You're
am
open
open
for
for yeah,
Okay.
I'm open for downside move also, but for that I need
Yeah.
some impulsive candle and a pullback. For upside, this can be liquidity, something like this, or even this consolidation.
I think we've
So
already had it.
yes,
I think we just go higher from here. To be honest.
Yeah,
yeah,
I have a
Yeah.
couple of
you
patterns
mentioned
as
that.
well. I have a couple of patterns that are giving me where we could go to before we continue higher, but it looks like we already,
Do we?
the ship already sailed. Maybe I can
Yeah.
switch to my. Go
4
ahead,
minutes left,
LJ.
and
Switch
you can
yours. I
share.
was just gonna say, do we want to answer some of the
Yeah,
questions here?
we have one question about
EVD.
the
Sorry,
this one.
yeah, go for it. Yeah.
About the Discord server. Infinity Velocity was asking about it, or is asking about it. It's on your dashboard. On the left hand side, you will see that icon from Discord. That's your portal. That's where you get in. And it's completely free, and you are absolutely invited to join us. That's how you get into the Discord community.
Victor,
We have
though,
another one.
he's
Yes.
talking about the futures community, I guess.
Futures.
Is this the futures or the CFD? Because I'm not sure if you click your futures account and it will bring up the futures Discord. And to get into the CFD, you have to go the other way. I don't know if you know better. I'm not sure. I got obviously added automatically to both. You might have as well.
Yeah, I will
I'm
have
not
to.
sure. I'm not sure how you do it. Yeah, that's the only thing, because I think it is a little bit different. The obviously through the 5ers, very clear. You go into your hub, you click the Discord, you jump into the 5ers dashboard, you get into the Discord. With the futures, because it goes through the same sector. I'm not sure if there's something different to get the interchange.
I'll have to check into that before I can say anything, because indeed,
Yeah.
I do not know.
I'd love to try and find out right now. I can't because I'm already in it, so I can't test it. But yeah, I think that might be the difference. If not, we'll tell you tomorrow. FX. Darth Vader. Drop it to you tomorrow. Don't worry.
Okay. Perfect. I think Infinity has a follow-up
Sorry,
question.
to infinity.
Yeah,
My bad.
I don't know much about Discord. It asked me the server to join. I don't know what to enter. It's kind of generic page. I think the best place to get these question answered is with the support, channel, which is either the live agent on the website, or I was gonna say Discord channel, but that doesn't make sense, right? So the live agent on
hang on, Victor. I think actually just open a Discord account, download Discord, open the your personal account, try and connect through the 5ers dashboard to your personal Discord after you've set up an account through Discord. So just download the browser. Then that's probably actually the best way, because support will just say you can download Discord, and then if you have a 5ers account, you can join the community. That'll be it. So, but to actually do it, just download Discord, do that, set up your account. You've obviously got a 5ers account in general. You should find it on the hub. There's a link to be accepted. Jump in there. All good.
Yeah.
All right, market is about to open.
A lot of people. A lot of friends.
Coming back in about, let's go back to in 1 minute, just go to the, this
All
is
right,
the opening.
we have market open here. Yeah.
Yep, you open it on 1 minute, then I'll go to the, I'll give you my looks in my, how my breakdown of the market, not my looks, how I looked at the market.
Maybe you can break down the mask today. You got 27 hours.
The market is opening right there, so let's switch to the higher time frame in the meantime, and then we can come back to see what we can expect today, right? One of the things we can see is that, from a higher perspective, right? From a switching out, we are actually from the weekly, we can already see we do have a supply zone twice that was created above us, which is hanging, which is a risk for future sessions in a couple of weeks when we get there, because there is that possibility of selling pressure accumulating. However, if you look at the daily time frame, we did break structure, right? So, and that fits in with the risk that I'm talking about, the reaction on these supply zones that are currently here, indicated with the letter W. But despite these levels, what we can see is that the market seems to be, after breaking structure, you expect acceleration to the downside, and we did get a couple of levels, which are structures, which is the current order block we are in. Actually, it's already painted or marked, which is this. And we created yesterday another one, right? That's selling pressure coming in, and it's supposed to push lower. And if that's the easy way down, I would expect it would be. Is it not for the fact that we are actually reacting of a level? And I'm going to show you why that level is interesting. If you go to the 4 hour, we have a beautiful quasi that has been created. We discussed it yesterday as well, but it's such a big pattern. It doesn't go away in a couple of days. So this is the established downtrend after that created the initial supply zone, and then we went back and we broke this level. There you go. That's the neckline, and we went back and we actually interacted with one of the two, one first, and then the last one right there, which that's the area that if the market is going to reverse back to bullish from the bearish trend, then this would be one of the two. Actually, were three, but that was the last area where price would come in, and they did. When the market acts and follows the script of a pattern, that's the moment you need to capitalize and actually let it run join that move, because that's the market confirming that, or indicating, and eventually confirming that it's going to be in that direction. So in order to expect or to know that this is going to happen, or to have at least a good confidence that it will happen. So one is, we had the reaction at the place that makes sense, right, based on the structure behind all of this. So that's done. The next thing we have is in the recent price action here, right, in this area. So the last couple of days, starting from actually the beginning of the month, last 2 weeks, we also created another reversal pattern from the moment the reaction, the previous reaction that I mentioned, was reacted upon right there. So that reversal pattern hasn't been activated yet. So because to me, on the H4, this is the level that needs to be taken, and that hasn't happened yet. So it's not confirmed in that sense, but we are already seeing the market creating what looks to be a reversal pattern on top of another reversal pattern, both of them bullish. And it looks like, things can change quickly, but if it follows this pattern, then it's likely to be going higher. So that's one thing. So we have a H4 quasi in the making. It hasn't been activated yet, but is on top of a very indicative reaction on that same time frame. So very, very important. So we did have a structure here which is not fresh and not part of a quasi, because the quasi hasn't been activated yet. But if you go to the next level on the hourlies, what do you see? You see another pattern right here, right? Actually, it's a little bit lower. It's not there. Let me indicate it to be precise. This is the pattern, right? So the established downtrend, it takes out the neckline on the 2 hour, and which indicator, which order blocks do we have there, right, for the entry? Or if you take the head all the way up, well, you have everything below here. You have one level here, and everything below isn't on the H2. And what do you see? You see the same pattern the market using to, the same quasi right there. That's the level, that's the area that the market, if it's going to react, that's the best area, the best probabilities it have to react. And what does it do? It has this, very, very obvious reaction to it. So once again, the market is reacting as it should if it were to be going higher. So it's all looking as if it is going. So that's one thing. On the H4, and you can use this, the H4, we didn't have a reason, and I personally need a reason from the H4 to get in, so I couldn't get into the market here. And the other reason was that this was during the H session as well, so I wouldn't be trading anyways. But if you look from that was the 2 hour, and on the 1 hour, it did have an outside bar right here. And that's where that was the sweet spot. That's the optimum place to get in. It went back, and right there, that's the area I didn't get in, because as for the reason that I just mentioned. And to me, the ship already sailed. That's why I said this was the area to get in. And yes, you can get in here, but you'll still have to be, the very best area was here, because that was, based on the quasi in, the multiple reversal patterns being that the optimal entry point. Right now, go ahead.
Hang on. Sorry, Victor. Before you keep going on, yes, there is a problem with logging into the hub right now for you guys. Hopefully it will be resolved soon. I can't log in either at the moment. So hopefully it's just a temporary capitulation, that kind of thing. Definitely take point of where you guys started your equity balance equity levels today for your accounts. Take that into account. Hopefully you remember that. If you do have profits or losses, try and just do that math calculation yourself, just to make sure you don't hit those levels accidentally, regardless of the hub being out. I've also got a couple messages I do have to attend to, and I'm going to have to dip out. Sorry, Victor and Samir, but I will leave you guys to it. Best hands, but yeah, with this stuff, take some space, guys. I'm sure it'll be worked out pretty soon. Don't worry. So, regardless, I will see you guys tomorrow. Hope you guys had a good CPI day. Once again, hopefully what it had to contribute helped you guys. See you tomorrow. Ciao for now.
No problem.
Cheers,
Thank you,
We'll see
LG.
you. I'll see you tomorrow in the morning as well. I'll be
Indeed.
visiting your slots. We'll have a little overlap
Yes.
there, and we'll
Dude,
catch back.
I'm
to
happy
our-
for this. I like this. I'm very happy for this. All right. So very
All
good.
right.
All right.
Thank
See
you.
you guys
Take
tomorrow.
care, man. Bye bye.
Thank you, LG. Take care. Bye bye.
So coming back to the chart, what the market is constantly, well, not constantly, but repetitively, multiple times is telling us that there is a reversal, and it's reacting to it, not once, but on the same time frame multiple times on top of each other. So to me, it's giving us, really good indication that price is favoring going higher, and likely, I would say, take out that line, because that is the reversal pattern for the bigger. And I would be very interested if the market, after it breaks it, I mean, it may not come back, NASDAQ being what NASDAQ is, but if it will come back and give us an entry for the continuation, that would be perfect entry for me, and if I didn't get anything before that, because then I can hold this trade to well, actually we're gonna be getting into the supply zone, so I'll have to take some profits out of the out of the way, but I can, we can start gaining, targeting that high, perhaps one of these highs as well. And eventually hold for even the continuation, if that's within within the realm of possibilities. Okay, so that's my take on Nasdaq, and let me see if we can get something for our trade. There was a 1 hour outside bar that was tested not very long ago, very long time ago. This doesn't have the H4, so I wouldn't trade it with the actual main strategy, but I can still, I would have, because I haven't traded it. You have one order block right here. It already happened and came back, retested, left an outside, actually it's not an outside bar, but an almost outside bar, came back to retest it one last time, and that's the area that I would want to get into that move. Actually, that also is before the news, so it'll be tricky to get in. If the that was 5 minutes before. Yeah, that's this is still doable. This is very similar to what happened to EU. If the market moves away from the level, this is the level I want to be getting in. I would get in. I didn't get into this. I just focus on EU. That's the level, and it needs to move away from my entry so that I can, get in and have a decent distance from the current price when the news comes out, and my stop loss, and I can capture these kind of moves. If it stayed here, then my rules tells me that I need to close that trade in, because I can't afford having something slip me and give me, I don't know, heavy, high multiples of the risk that I was initially willing to take. So that's the idea, and the fact that we have the news come out in that direction, with everything I just said, from the hourlies, from the daily, the impulse, I would say, this looks solid for the market to continue higher. But if I didn't enter, and I didn't, the fact that I didn't enter, where would I enter now? Well, I would look for the H4. There isn't anything here on the H4. Actually, there is now an outside bar. If the market would come this low, that would be the area that I'll be looking for entries, right? This may or may not happen. And then look for areas around the order block that I just mentioned right here, but that doesn't have the 4 hour. And I would look for the lower time frames to see if the market, the 4 hour, let me mark it, would be this. Let's mark it with the way that I typically do it, like so. And if you go to the 1 hour, do we have a quasi here? We do, but no entry. Actually, we do have an entry, but it's not fit. All right, so we have an area here as well because of the 2 hour It's not refining the H4, so I'm not too fond on trading that, but it is technically a level to be traded. Yeah, so that's the neckline right here. That would be the neckline on the H2. That means that I'm actually only interested in this level per my main strategy, and I can see myself getting another trade here, but that would be something different than my main strategy. That would be perhaps scalping or something else. And on the lower time frame, we are, this is too big of a structure, so I'll have to wait. I think we're gonna go higher, but I'm only interested either if the market gets back to this level or we get back to this level one more time. I will be interested in getting long from here with before or after the low is taken out for that liquidity, but doesn't have to be a liquidity grab and eventually move back. And I want to be getting in something like that if it happens. And I would be targeting at least this level, which is, let me give it to you guys. That level is the level that wasn't taken out before, which is on the future side, that's going to be 30,094. That would be the the obvious place to target. Yeah, that would be my idea. So if you schematically want to do something like this, that would be the idea. That's one thing, and this is the actual area that makes sense to me. And the previous one, I can see myself trade it as well, but I will have to trade it differently then because it's not the main strategy. And this would be going there, and the stop can be a little bit wider. That's fine, no problem. All right, that's my take on Nasdaq. Let's take a look at let's take a look at the chat. My channels, you mean the channels from the 5ers? It is within the dashboard of your dashboard. When you have an account with the 5ers, the dashboard, there is a Discord icon where you click on it and it will direct you to a link, get that invitation to your Discord account, your personal account, so that you can have the access to our beautiful server where you will find, lovely people, trading oriented, supportive. We have a very, very nice community of traders that are, in the same boat and are eager to advance and progress. So that's one thing you should definitely try to get into. All right. What do I think about dollar yen? Go ahead.
I'm still waiting. US 30, we are seeing the impulse to the upside, but no correction. So that means no trade from me. Yes. Okay. You have my screen. Thank you. Okay. So maybe now there can be a correction. I think now it can be a trade. If we correct it, and I'm sorry for the drawing, guys. If we correct it, I think we can move higher. And I would like to take that correction. But right now, we are just moving. I have no clue and I have no entry right now. So I'll just wait. NAS, this is just, I was playing with the risk to reward tool. It's not the trade that I want to take. So it is way too extended, this type of correction. And I have noticed this type of correction doesn't last. So I think we're going to tap this VWAP. So if anybody is planning for sell, maybe selling this breakout, you can do that. But that's not my setup. So that is just, I'm analyzing this pair. So NAS 100 today, I don't want to trade NAS 100. If I take a breakout of this trade, that will be a reversal trade and I don't want to get involved in the reversal. I want to take continuations. And US 30, I do want to focus on the continuation move here. And let's see, I was looking at gold also. I saw a very beautiful pattern. This squeeze to the upside, I think if we have enough momentum, we can go lower at least to that VWAP, at least I think to any area which is significant. Okay, maybe this area which is 4047. But we need to break this with a good momentum or with a good candlestick. So gold is also looking good. Short time scalp scalp type of move if you are planning, at least to this area, 40, maybe 50, 4050, that can be a good move, but we need to break that area as I mentioned. And I think I took a nice long position on US30. Wow, okay, that's amazing. I was eyeing on longs too, but I didn't got any setup. So I'm just waiting patiently. So as I mentioned, I have a fresh account and I do want to pass it, and I do want to get some payouts. I have like 3, 4 accounts. So I don't want to make any mistake which is not according to my plan. Yes, a correction, that will be beautiful. I think I have to wait for another probably 30 minutes or something like that, 15 minutes. Let's see how much time it is gonna take. I don't mind waiting, but I do mind when I am not following my plan. So right now there is no trade for me. And I remember somebody was asking about USD JPY. It has been a while. I haven't seen this pair. So let's analyze it together. For that, let's go to the weekly time frame. Okay, weekly we are seeing some wicks which are kind of, some kind of rejection, and we are also at the resistance. So now the question is, are we gonna break this, or we are gonna, I mean, this can be a fake out. Do we have any other information? No, I think this is the all-time high. This is also some kind of channel actually. I do think this pair is gonna fall, but not now. I think it is gonna go a little bit more higher, and we're gonna see a fall, because I noticed this type of pattern on many this currency pairs, and these do often work out. But anyways, that's a very big kind of analysis, because this is the weekly time frame. Let me mark this resistance area. We don't have to forget there is a rejection zone. Okay, going to the daily time frame, we are seeing some slow of the momentum. I mean, the momentum is slowing down. So if we can break this type of triangle pattern that I can see on the daily time frame itself, on the 4 hour it is even cleaner. I think price closing below this and giving you a pullback, that will be a structure shift for me. That can be a selling trade. But if we break out here, I think then this momentum is going to continue at least to another psychological level, which is 164. So how much range you have here? Let me see. 164 it is. You still have like 130 pips. So I don't think it is a small range. It is a decent range. You can catch maybe with a smaller stop loss on the 1 hour or 30 minute, probably like 30-40 pips. You can catch 100 pips. That's still 1 to 2, 1 to 3. So not really a problem. Okay, US30 I want to focus on, as I mentioned. And to end this analysis, I have to wait. I forgot to give you closing words. Structure shift can be a selling trade. Breakout can be a buying trade. Both of these scenarios are making sense and both are clean. We right now, I mean, this is not really the cleanest price action. I think you should wait for a day or two, and then you will know where the price has to go. So then you can position yourself in a, in a better trade. So again, I'm at the US30 because this is the pair that I trade the most. I do like this. So this will be a trend line. If we reject from here, breakout, that will be my trade. Let me see if that happens, how much point size my stop loss is going to be. Okay, it's going to be 200 points. If that happened for 200 points, you can see today's stop loss size is a little bit higher. Normally it is 100 points, 150 points. But as the momentum is a little bit more in today's market condition, so your stop loss can vary here and there. You can play with your lot size accordingly. I know many people are like, oh, you have a very big stop loss. I don't know how this analogy works. You can just reduce your lot size. I've seen a lot of, streamers do this. Oh, your stop loss is 50 points. You are doing something bad. So please, guys, don't listen to these guys. So, these things are very personal. Whatever you feel is, or whatever you, see is working for you, I think you should do that. You should not listen to anyone. So, okay, we are rejecting from here. That is a good thing actually. But this breakout, I don't like it. I still want price to go a little bit more lower. So that will be good. Let me take a look at NAS. NAS is breaking this out. I do like this breakout, but the only problem is I don't want to trade reversal, but it can do this. liquidity and then again move to the upside, and it can catch up with this trend we are already having, which is to the upside. Okay, so I don't want to go against the trend. Of course, these things do work, but I mean, there is not that great risk to reward that you can capture when it comes to these type of reversal trades. Again, I'm coming to US30 because I do like this behavior. I'm waiting for a breakout. And if this pattern prints like this, and you can expect me in the trade, 110%. Because we are, coming close to the end of the stream, so I'm telling you prior, if that happened, you can expect me in the trade. But if it happened right on the stream, so I'll just take the trade live here. But so far, I mean, this doesn't gives you a trend line break. It is not even a trend line this way. It will only be a valid trend line if we, come a little bit lower, then we break. I don't mind skipping the trade because I'm not too, what do we call that? I'm not too curious, or I'm not too, I'm not here to punch trades, to call it that way. I just want to take the best opportunity, and I can wait. So yeah. By the way, all of these things I was saying to myself when I was not, streaming, when I was not working with the 5ers. And as this topic has came, so I will I really want to thank the 5ers for giving this opportunity. So yes, but as we are on the stream, so I'm talking to you guys. So by the way, these things I used to say to myself, just my inner voice. So I think you can follow this practice. That really enhance your performance in the long run. Basically, just do the self-talk thing. It makes you better. It makes you a better person, better trader. That is very important.
Yeah, being reflective is actually a very strong character trait to have. We have questions from a lot of traders who are watching us. Thank you for watching, and
Hey,
consider the
broke onto the
hit
downside.
the like and subscribe button while you're doing so. But some people having some difficulties with logging into their 5ers hub, as our friend here, OKF, my friend, and everyone else who also has been having difficulties. Our apologies if that's if you're not able to get into your hub. Please make sure that your terminal, even if you can't get into the hub, because of technical difficulties, make sure that you know where your levels are, that you know the rules, so you don't depend on
Okay.
getting the hub account all the time. That you know where your max loss is, where your day started, before you continue trading, because you want to make sure that you are complying with all the rules while this is happening. I mean, you don't want to be caught in a position where you couldn't get to the stats on your account, and you assume you have a certain level of drawdown available to you, and it turns out not to be the case. All right, let's
Okay.
take a look. Someone is asking me to do EU. Is there something particular you want to share before I do that, Samir?
Yeah. Just one thing. Now the pattern is here. This breakout, I will be in. I'm just setting up my platform, calculating the lot size. I think it will be, yeah, I found the lot size in my mind, so I'm not going to tell you guys, because for some people it can be a less amount of risk. For some people it can be a too much amount of risk. So I don't want to give that kind of perception. You can follow whatever you feel or you are comfortable with. So with that being said, so Victor, you can take over, but I'm just gonna take a
Yeah,
trade here.
I think you're doing wise, Samir. There are trades sometimes on one account. I take 6 lot on a certain trade, and to me that's normal risk. That's actually low risk. It's a little bit compounded, but I mean it's not aggressive to me. But I always as well, when I share that I'm trading I have an EU position that's a 6 lot position. I feel a little bit responsible because, other people might say, all right, so if they are doing it, maybe I should be getting into a 6 lot position as well. And of
Yeah,
course, that's
exactly.
not how it works. You have to, calculate and know in advance what is adequate for your risk tolerance, for your risk appetite. And your stop loss, the distance to your stop loss, your position sizing, that's a very fundamental part in your trade plan, and shouldn't depend on just hearing something saying, a certain size, because that's completely too, fit for them, and may be completely inadequate for your account. You don't know how much they're trading with, what kind of risk they're assuming, what their drawdown is on their strategy. You don't know all of these things that are so basic for getting to the right position size. So I like that you're very careful with that, Samir. That's good stuff. There was
Yeah, trade
someone
is
asked.
on, and I'm sorry. I just
Oh
want to
no.
say trade is on. 200 points for 200 points, 1-to-1. So now my job is done as a trader. First trade of the day. And mindset wise, I think my mindset is at very right state. I don't feel too excited. I don't feel FOMO. I'm not overconfident. So yes, I think trading wise or following the plan, I'm doing the right thing. So now I accept the outcome, whatever it is, because my job is done as a trader. So now I cannot do anything. I can just wait now that I will do. So yeah.
You can just make sure that you follow the plan. That's what you can do, and enter the trade and wait for the results. The market will take care of the rest, and your strategy will take care of the profit if it is a profitable strategy. That's it. There's nothing else for you to do, right? Just follow the plan, execute it, and wait for the results, which are no longer dependent on you. All right, we have come to the end of our stream. I don't know how this happened. I am, sadly, that's the reality. It is today the 14th of July. This is the 5ers channel, and we here are invested in your progress as a trader. That's why we invite you to check all the channels we have. We have different languages. We have a Discord community that I'm going to be having a session in about 45 minutes. You're all very, very welcome. We're going to be giving away at least one. I was going to almost say 100, but it's not 100. It's 10 hub credits. I don't know why I would almost said that, but 10 hub credits giveaway if you just be part of a lovely session. We'll be chatting. We'll be talking about everything around and about trading. And that's it for today. Tomorrow I'm gonna come in and at the one of the first slots, so I'm very excited for that change of timing. Samir, any last words before we wrap things up?
Before we end, as you mentioned about the giveaway, I want to ask one thing. If I come as a trader, if I want the 10 hub credits, will I get it tomorrow again? I'm just curious.
If you are a trader, you're asking for everyone else. You mean, right?
Yeah, I'm asking on behalf of our lovely audience.
Yes. Every day, everyone who plays in the who is present has a chance. So technically, theoretically, you can win. You can have a winning streak, although that's not very likely because it depends on how many people are there and it's randomly given. But yes, you can win today and tomorrow. There's nothing stopping you because it's completely random. So as you can see, you can win multiple times, and actually, that's what happens as well in the community. We have people who, traders who won not once, not twice, and they collect these 10 hub credits each time, and they can buy free accounts. So they got their account for free. So that could be you as well, and that's why that's only a little incentive for us, a little thank you, gesture of thank you. I think the real value is not the hub credits, but it's the community, it's the connection. Yeah, and I sprinkle to the best of my abilities. I sprinkle some education, some good advice, and the 10 hub credits is actually the smallest part of the session's value, but don't take my word for it. Come and join us and see for yourself what you think about it. This is the 5ers. Samir, thank you very, very much. We are very grateful to your presence here, and I thank you for your friendship.
Yes, same here. Thank you for those kind words, and thank you guys for being in the stream. It really means a lot to us. Now I think we should go, but we will be back tomorrow, guys. Don't worry. And with that being said, we will see you tomorrow. And I'm in the trade. I will discuss about the outcome tomorrow. And with that being said, take care, guys. Bye bye.
All right. Take care. Bye bye.